when the dungeons appeared. Hunters became dime a dozen. With artificial awakening, anyone with enough bread could become a hunter. So academies started popping up like mushrooms. Most of them were straight-up highway robbery, completely out of reach for folks like Kim Seo-jin. He worked as a porter, hauling monster carcasses just to scrape by. He did this grind for 9 long years, saving every single cent, just for one shot at a hunter academy. That dream shattered in a heartbeat. The towing chain snapped, and a massive monster corpse came crashing down, right on top of him. He woke up in the hospital with his leg completely trashed, a massive medical bill, and his entire life savings wiped out. Then his phone suddenly lit up. A notification popped up from an academy he'd never heard of, the Transcendent Academy. The tuition matched his remaining balance to the penny. With nothing left to lose, Seo-jin signed up on the spot. The Transcendent Academy was nothing like your average hunter school. It didn't teach dungeon tactics or ranking theories. It trained people to break past human limits that no hunter had ever reached. There were no physical classrooms. Everything ran through the phone, and every lesson adapted to his current condition. The instructor assigned daily workouts, and they were non-negotiable. The academy didn't care if he was injured, exhausted, or broke. If he could move, he had to train. First up, mental conditioning. Meditation forced his mind and body into total stillness. His body started recovering faster than normal, leaving the doctors shook. In just a few days, he was healed up, back home, and moving on to physical training. It started with the basics, push-ups and squats. He had to repeat the whole grind every single day. The academy only counted perfect reps. Half-assing it was not an option. But he couldn't just train without money to live. Seo-jin had to get back to his old hustle. The monster carcasses became part of his workout. He used them to clear his assignments faster. Day by day, he got swole. At first, Seo-jin didn't even realize it, but he had already stepped beyond human limits. And that came in clutch when one day, a monster corpse turned out to be still alive. It roared and stood back up. The gray-haired dude told his friend to run and save himself. Our boy realized his friend was cooked as his heart started racing. A regular person could never beat a beast, and even an awakened without magic stood no chance, especially since a Manticore is a 4-star threat. Even pro hunters would struggle. Our awakened boy desperately wondered if any hunters were nearby, and Seo-yun flashed through his mind since she was just there. However, Kim was out of time. His friend would be dead before anyone arrived, so he decided to save him, believing it was now or never. Our boy grabbed a metal pipe and charged straight at the Manticore. With all his might, he tried to attack it, but it dodged, and Seo-jin saw this as a chance to get Manion out of there. The gray-haired guy insisted on helping, but our boy told him it would just get them both killed and urged him to run. He knew he had to do this solo and decided to buy some time. Until a pro hunter arrived. Amidst the fear while desperately thinking of a solution, a lesson flashed through his mind, reminding him that the universe is watching the world, wondering where it came from and what it was. Those were the words of Siddhartha, suddenly making Seo-jin's trembling and terrified mind turn dead silent. Then Karen's words flashed through his mind, telling him to let his senses judge, and he dodged the Manticore's attack. In a spectacular fashion, our boy let his instincts lead the way, and seeing an opening to strike, he wondered if he should throw a punch, and if so, how to pull it off. Seong-yu was the next to guide him, as he recalled the teaching that uprooting a mountain isn't just about raw power, but about aura. Kim Seo-jin believed he could do it, or rather, he had to do it, and he swung the iron bar down with resilience and absolute faith that it would land. That was the key to the mountain-moving technique forced to uproot mountains. Just then, Seo-yun rushed onto the scene, wondering what all the noise was about. Our guy stumbled as he realized it actually worked, and he had just soloed a Manticore. Meanwhile, the course progress for Karen, Sakia, and Seong-yu increased by 10, 2.6, and 13 respectively. Seo-jun arrived and witnessed the scene. Our boy, who isn't even a hunter yet, killed a monster using nothing but a steel rod. On the other hand, Seo-jin brushed past her toward Manion, anxiously asking if he was okay, while the gray-haired dude was still shook, not grasping how his friend pulled it off. Our guy admitted he was sweating bullets and urged him to go to the hospital since he might be hurt. The manager tried to cap about the situation in front of the Sword Star's granddaughter, claiming it was a misunderstanding, while all the workers were busy, hyping our boy up for that feat. That was when Seo-yun realized she had finally found the right student she needed. After work, everyone headed home, including Seo-jin, who kept reminding his friend to get checkup. Our guy glanced at his skyrocketing course progress, which was way higher than when he was just grinding theory. He admitted that real combat is indeed the best teacher. The catch was he needed to enroll in a Hunter Academy to get a temporary permit for dungeon raids, and Superhuman Academy didn't count. So he wondered if he should save up some cash to get into a real academy. While he was lost in thought, Seo-yoon called him back, asking if they could talk for a sec. Our guy gave her the side eye, recognizing her as the female hunter from earlier and wondering what she wanted with him. Seo-yoon decided to cut to the chase and asked if he wanted to meet her grandfather. To her surprise, Seo-jin curved her almost immediately, showing zero interest. Totally stunned, she tried to stop him while he just wanted to go home and do his homework. Park Seo-yoon had lived 31 years, and in all that time, no one had ever talked to her like that. Our awakener, after hearing her out, asked if she meant joining her mid-hunter academy that had 0 students. This made her wonder what the hell this guy's deal was. He does some weird-ass exercises, and even if that Manticore was weakened and barely a 2-star threat, it didn't change the fact that he still split it in half. He definitely looked down to become a hunter. Seo-yoon insisted they had everything, including great facilities and whatnot, but Seo-jin cut her off, stating he didn't need a hunter academy. Desperation rose in the B-rank hunter's heart. She offered to have her grandfather, the Sword Star, teach him. However, our guy ignored even this offer, even though pro hunters would literally kill for that chance. The desperate hunter was determined not to let it end like this and propose a written test, but Kim said he could handle that himself. Then she invited him on raids, believing he'd miss out if he didn't sign up, but our guy kept it real, saying temporary certs are only issued by government-approved academies. That's when she revealed she was government-approved and promised to set him up for raids as soon as he joined. This finally seemed to work as Seo-jin stopped. Seeing this, she declared she'd leave him alone if he didn't want guidance. And for the ultimate bait, she promised she'd never charge him a single cent. Our awakener believes in quid pro quo and asked what she wanted in return. Seo-yoon proposed that until the pro hunter exam, he must participate in all activities under her academy's name and represent her as her student wherever he goes. Park Seo-jin thought it was a pretty sweet deal. It solved all his problems at once, and the pros outweighed the cons, but he wondered why she cared so much. Park Seo-yoon admitted she saw potential in him, and for the first time he smiled, thinking they could use each other and both benefit. The two shook hands, feeling they could help each other out. The next day, Manion called our guy, asking if he'd said anything about the manager to anyone because they had a new manager now. Kim recalled yesterday's convo with Seo-yoon, when he asked her for a favor, to tell their company she didn't like that manager and didn't trust him with beast trading or whatever. He didn't think they'd fire him like that, but he lied to his friend saying he did nothing, suggesting the guy probably quit out of shame after the incident. Mansion seemed skeptical, but he noticed everyone was in higher spirits. He asked if Park was heading to a hunter academy just as he arrived. Our boy saw Seo-yoon waiting there with a temporary permit, and she handed it over to him. He had started to get anxious, but seeing that she actually pulled it off, he was totally relieved. He might not be a pro hunter yet, but it felt like he'd finally taken his first real step. With that, he asked Park to show him the ropes on how to raid a dungeon. But she decided to show him rather than just yapping and told him to pick out a weapon first. Turns out, she had already flexed and pre-booked a dungeon on her own. They reached the dungeon and headed inside. At this point, our awakener asked why she was tagging along since he thought she said she'd let him solo. Seo-yoon confessed that since he's her only student, she couldn't just let him wing it on his first raid. She told him to think of it as a one-on-one elite tutoring session. Since it was his first raid, she believed it was just a safety measure. Usually, this dungeon only has kobolds, but she warned him not to let his guard down. Kobolds are a 2-star threat. This was a perfect spot for a newbie to get their feet wet and stack some combat XP. Luckily, just like with the Manticore, Seo-yoon believed piercing their magic shields would be a breeze. Normally, physical attacks will be tanked by these transparent shields. But strangely enough, our guy's physical attacks were actually putting in work, as he used a spear to slash through the kobolds and saw his course progress ticking up. He felt absolutely hyped. Though it wasn't as much as the Manticore fight, for just 2 kobolds, this was a massive W. Best of all, he could actually make bank from dungeon raiding. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon watched him completely shook, when he suggested picking up the pace. Seo-yoon felt like this was just like power leveling in a game. Seo-yoon already knew her awakener was a bit quirky from the start, but ever since they got back from the raid, he'd just been staring into thin air at nothing. From her POV, the screen was blank, and she wondered how many hours he'd been staring at that thing. And that wasn't even the worst part. Despite having no formal training and being on his first raid, this dude was slaying kobolds like a 15-year veteran. He was lugging the monster carcasses himself to save on costs, and went right back to those weird-ass exercises. She realized it wouldn't be long before her grandfather found out she had a new student, and when he saw this scene, she had no clue what would go down. It was past midnight, and Seo-jin started throwing a fit because he hadn't learned a single lesson yet. This left Seo Yoon rethinking her life choices, wondering if she'd made the right call. Meanwhile, our guy was glowing after seeing his account balance hit 9,500,000. He made 7,001 in just one day. Hauling and processing the monster remains himself really paid off. He felt all that grinding was worth it. However, that took up too much time, meaning he couldn't finish his lessons yesterday. He decided to ask Mansion if he'd be down for this job, since he's reliable, and he wanted to stay in touch. He believed his friend might even start his own logistics company one day. Deciding to hit him up when the time was right, Seo Jin wondered what to do now that he finally had some bread in his pocket. Crossing the street, he weighed whether to save it or spend it on something more useful. Even though raiding and making money was great, our boy was let down because his course progress didn't jump as much as he expected. He figured there had to be a faster way to get swole, strong like the great sage, equal to heaven. Suddenly, he realized he'd only skimmed that course because he was broke before. Now that he had the funds, he decided to buy it without a second thought, smashing that buy button. The tuition for the course popped up, 27 billion won. This sent the poor guy into a mental breakdown right in the middle of the street, while passersby gave him the bombastic side eye. After sulking for a bit, he decided to deal with the course later and switched to looking for gear, mumbling to himself. He figured if he couldn't afford the course, he should at least get some decent drip. When he found and opened the superhuman market, he learned that the training gear here was crafted and sold by top-tier graduates. Our boy was shook to find they were only selling elixirs, Aegis shields, and the Spear of Longinus, all mythical items. Even if they were just replicas, they were all mythic grade and used just for training. Seo Jin wasn't an expert, but he knew damn well these items were cracked. He deduced that if they were graduates, it meant they were all transcendent beings. Since they were casually selling mythic items crafted by superhumans, he decided to just buy what he needed. Selecting the Spear of Longinus, he hit buy while the system calculated his karma to set a fair price. A moment later, seeing Seo Jin grinding through push-ups, Seo Yoon asked him what was up. Our guy kept counting his reps and faced the facts. Even if it's a replica, it's still priceless. He knew it'd be pricey, but at 100 million won, he knew damn well he'd never see that kind of money. Our awakener felt pretty down realizing that at the end of the day, it's all about the first thing first. Where the hell was he going to dig up 100 million won for a spear? He wondered how he'd ever make 27 billion won for the great sage equal to heaven's course, then sighed and slumped over. Seo Yoon called out to ask if he was okay, then told him about the academy tournament. Seo Jin seemed to have heard of it, but didn't know the tea. Turns out, it's a competition for hunter academies where countless schools battle it out to flex their status. The B-rank female hunter handed him some papers and said he could basically see this as a way to rank the academies. She revealed there are plenty of competitions like this, and the academy tournament is usually tier 4. If Seo Jin balls out, he'll have a shot at moving up to higher tiers. At the same time, it would boost the reputation and official recognition of the academy. The academies spare no expense to put forward their most promising faces. Our guy wondered if she was telling him all this because she wanted him to represent Dream Academy. She admitted that was the case, while he calculated that if he entered the tournament, his course progress could absolutely skyrocket. He saw this as another way to grind XP. So Seo Jin agreed, and seeing Seo Yoon looking surprised, he reminded her that was their deal from the jump. He then asked what the tournament would be like. She explained the specifics aren't public yet, but the score would be based on a mix of dungeon raids and PvP matches between contestants. And now thinking back, the rookie realized he'd only fought a Manticore and some kobolds. He'd never squared up against another student before. But if he was going to compete, he wanted to do it right, and wondered where he could find a sparring partner. Right then, he looked back and saw Park Se-yoon, and asked if she could spar with him. She finally agreed to the match, while our boy saw this as a golden opportunity since Seo Yoon is a B-rank hunter, and more importantly, a B-rank hunter trained by the legendary Sword Star. He didn't know where he stood yet, but deep down, he was dying to know how cracked she really was. Seo Yoon double-checked if he was sure, reminding him that she's a B-rank hunter. Seo Jin told her to go easy on him, and she decided she'd hold back her power. He charged at her, and just as the B-rank hunter predicted, his moves were way too telegraphed. He was fast, but his footwork was clumsy, and his eyes gave away every single attack. What Seo Yoon saw in the Kobold dungeon was definitely impressive, but she believed the student is still just a student. She didn't know what he was trying to pull with those attacks, but she decided to end the match. She countered, but surprisingly, our Awakener actually blocked the magic-enhanced strike. Even though his weapon should have been sent flying, her sword should have been at his throat, and it should have been game over. The boy panted and declared it was time to stop holding back. Seo Yoon was confused, not understanding what was happening as she felt Seo Jin's attacks become way faster and sharper. He was like a completely different warrior. Meanwhile, the course content flooded back into the Awakener's mind, guiding him to throw a telegraph strike, but mixed with a few feints. It pointed out that the goal of showing an opening isn't to lose, but to make the opponent lose by exploiting their overconfidence. Our guy threw an obvious strike to bait a standard defense, then used the recoil to launch his next move, catching Seo Yoon totally off guard, and creating an opening for him to lunge in for the finishing blow. The B-rank hunter watched in shock, and by pure reflex, she unleashed her full power to defend herself. She wondered what the hell just happened, then panicked when she saw the guy get blasted into the wall coughing up blood. Seo Jin reassured her he was fine, then laughed out loud, realizing he had lost. Seo Jin wondered why he was tripping, thinking he could win a match between a B-rank pro and a mere student. Meanwhile, our boy admitted that pros are on a whole different level. Fighting humans is worlds apart from fighting monsters, and he felt the road ahead was still long. Right then, he got a notification that his course progress had increased exactly as expected. This made him realize that the most important thing is still stacking experience. He wondered if they'd be free until the tournament started, and asked Soo-yoon if they could keep sparring between dungeon raids. He believed sparring with her was super helpful, while she hesitated because she almost seriously hurt him, yet he still wanted to keep going. He might be weird, but now she knew he was hungry to learn, so she was cool with it. Plus, she promised to do everything she could, so Seo Yoon agreed and declared that the prize money would be all his if he won. Seo Jin's jaw dropped when he heard about the prize money, and when she mentioned the exact prize was around 100 million won, the young man bolted upright immediately. Suddenly, a surge of hype rose within him. He became super energized and asked if they had weights around, or if he should just rip up a slab of concrete to train with. Seo Yoon was shook seeing her academy getting wrecked, while her guy started working out with a damn concrete block in his hands. The B-rank hunter wondered what the hell he was doing, but he reassured her everything was fine while thanking her. 2 weeks later, match day finally arrived. A massive crowd gathered as a teenager arrived at the arena. He saw the crowd was way bigger than he'd imagined. He muttered that awakeners were pretty common, but it was still rare to see hunters go head-to-head. He bet there were scouts from mercenary guilds and government agencies there. Meanwhile, people judging him thought he looked like a character who only exists to explain the plot and wondered if he'd just stand there monologuing forever. The teenager reached the contestants' room after asking for directions and felt intimidated by how many people were there, wondering if he'd have to squeeze past them. He glanced at the other contestants' weapons, all high-end gear, while they were huge and full of confidence. As he was busy observing everyone and realizing they were the best from each academy, he spotted Kim Seo Jin holding a piece of junk weapon, using a jacket as a strap and busy staring at his phone. He heard other contestants trash-talking our boy, wondering who that scrub was and what academy he came from. They believed he must be questioning the life choices that led him here, while our awakener thought they should at least whisper. Regardless, he decided to focus on his lessons. The contestants mocked him for staring at a blank screen and looked down on him. However, the teenager saw our boy as a kindred spirit. That vibe when you're the new kid and pretend to look at your phone just to have something to do. The teenager had felt that pain and figured Seo Jin was lonely just like him. His kindred soul told him to approach our guy, and he introduced himself as Lee Min-ji-ai. Min-ji-ai is a 19-year-old awakener. Seo Jin also introduced himself, and figured Min-ji-ai must be a high schooler since he looked so young. Min-ji-ai sat next to our boy and pointed out Jang Deok-chun, a rising star from Whale Academy with a typical power-type build, using an axe as his main weapon and currently busy arguing with Cheon-man. Min-ji-ai, locked in, switched to talking about Lee Cheon-man from Min Academy, who has a unique dual-blade fighting style. Our guy admitted he knew a fair bit about these people, and Lee revealed he'd done his homework, while Deok-chun and Cheon-man were busy bickering. Lee Jun-hwan from Raven Academy told them to shut their traps, saying their yapping was annoying. Everyone went dead silent, revealing that Jun-hwan was the top dog of his academy in this whole tournament. Turns out he's the favorite to win. And even though he planned not to compete because he thought it was beneath him, Min-ji-ai guessed something must have happened. He then asked Seo Jin if he'd heard of the Sword Star and revealed there were rumors his granddaughter tried to scout him. Our guy was stunned to hear that, as Min-ji-ai continued, saying Jun-hwan had rejected her, the Sword Star's granddaughter. Our guy could totally picture that scene. Meanwhile, Jun-hwan was salty about being stuck with these lowlives and kicked the trash can in anger. If it wasn't for his uncle's request to get promoted, he wouldn't be here. He wondered what the point of being king of this trash heap was, knowing no one cared if he won. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he'd rather have taken Seo Yoon's offer. A worthless academy, but at least she's the Sword Star's granddaughter. He figured he could have gained something and then dipped once she was no longer useful. Suddenly, he saw Kim Seo-jin staring at him and wondered what that trash was looking at. Min-hyan informed our boy that Jun-hwan was looking their way, while Seo-jin was busy thinking that if that guy was good enough for Seo-yun to scout, he wondered how much his course progress would jump by fighting him. An announcement blared that the first round was about to start, and all contestants were told to get ready. Seo-jin had spent the last 2 weeks trying to hit 30 in Karen's and Seonyu's courses. It's not like it made him OP instantly, but he could feel the difference in every step he took. Others might have more experience, but he was closing the gap. He was confident he could take down any monster or opponent. The first round was revealed to be a dungeon maze, which totally killed our boy's vibe. Round 1 of the tournament kicked off with the crowd's hype reaching a fever pitch. A dude bumped into Seo-yun, who was low-key incognito in a baseball cap, but the guy still thought she looked familiar. The rules were announced. Round 1 is a dungeon maze where attacking other players is banned, and the only goal is to escape. Basically, it's an NAV test, but the audience believed it wouldn't be that simple, even for an unofficial tournament. Defeating monsters would probably drop hints or items to help escape. So this was a classic test of dungeon rating skills. They saw that everyone looked pretty high level. But when they saw Jun-hwan, they were completely floored. One person remarked that he wasn't just a student, but on a whole different level. While the other didn't know who he was, they were certain Jun-hwan would sweep the entire tournament. Seo-yun was busy wondering why he was even here when that guy turned back around. She quickly looked away and covered her face with her hand, knowing that if she got spotted, she wouldn't be able to watch in peace. She hoped Seo-jin would be okay, while he was busy poking his spear at a wall, only to realize he couldn't just walk through it. Our guy guessed there was no choice but to solve the maze and slid his hand along the wall as he walked. If he'd known this would happen, he would have looked up a lesson on Theseus, because he bet there were definitely some maze-solving hacks from the mythic hero who killed the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth. As he was walking, he hit a fork in the road. And remember people saying you'll find the exit if you just keep one hand on the maze wall. Seo-jin decided to turn left, but felt a strange gut feeling telling him to go the opposite way. Our awakener pondered if this was the 6th sense Chiron had mentioned. Instinct. He nervously stepped in that direction, hoping this instinct knew what it was doing. He found it weird, but got distracted by an announcement that Cho Shin-man from Soc Academy had been eliminated. The young man wondered why he hadn't run into any monsters yet, while according to the announcements, everyone else was busy throwing hands with them. Suddenly, it clicked, and he pondered if his instinct was also shielding him from monsters. He wondered if reaching 100 progress in shape-shifting would let him predict the future or see enemies coming before they even moved. Seo-jin felt hyped just thinking about it when Lee Min-ji called out to him, warning him to be more careful because monsters could be anywhere. All the hype in our boy vanished after seeing Min-ji, wondering where the heck he crawled out from. Min-ji mentioned how confidently he was moving, worried if he knew something he didn't. Our awakener revealed he was just following his gut, which stunned the mid-hunter, seeing him wander around without a game plan. Knowing it was dangerous, he claimed he had a great method and demonstrated that if our boy just kept one hand on the wall and followed it, he could escape any maze. Seo-jin, already knowing that, argued it was too time-consuming and declared he'd keep doing it his way. Min-ji tried to look out for him by saying he'd get lost, while Kim hinted that he didn't need to follow him, which made the guy wonder why he was following him in the first place. The average hunter revealed it was because he thought they were the same, since he was a loner and saw Kim was solo too. Seo-jin suddenly realized and understood why he had approached him earlier. While Min-ji believed that underdogs should stick together to be smarter, our guy couldn't believe he was being called an underdog and guessed he must look totally plain. Lee decided to show him what kept him motivated during hard times, and it turned out to be a photo of his cute little sister. Our awakener agreed with him and was about to dip, but that clinger grabbed his leg and begged to go together. Even after being rejected, Kim saw he was way too persistent and guessed that at his age, it really was scary, even as an awakener. Min-ji warned that it was dangerous while our guy was having an internal struggle, weighing whether to bring him along or not. Seo-jin asked why he was here alone when he had a sister and family. And Lee let him know his parents were gone, and it was just the two of them now. This reminded our guy of his own childhood, and he went silent. While the mid-hunter regretted sharing that, thinking he'd made it awkward, he tried to reassure Kim that they were fine and it was a long time ago. When Seo-jin admitted he was right and they were alike, he declared they could roll together for now. But the prize money was all his. Therefore, after this round, they'd go their separate ways. Min-ji kept asking doubtful questions while our guy reminded him that his only job was to keep up. Finally, they reached what looked like a dead end, just as the mid-hunter finally caught up. Seo-jin slid his hand across the wall and pushed it, only to be greeted by roaring cheers. The announcement blared that the first contestant had escaped the maze, and a new record had been set. The audience couldn't believe it, wondering who that guy was, while Seo Yoon realized it was none other than Seo Jin, who walked out totally chill without having fought a single monster. Min-hyan had zero clue what was even going on. He bumped into Seo Jin. They agreed to team up for a bit, and then the results for round 1 were announced. With our Awakener taking first place, Min-hyan in second, Junhwan in third, and so on. Chaos spread through the crowd as they witnessed the winner finish the maze in 27 minutes. They whispered about whether that was even possible, wondering what academy that guy was from and whatnot. What was even more shocking was that Lee Junhwan was a lock for first place, so not even coming in second was absolutely insane. Junhwan approached Seo Jin, looming over him with a death stare, while our guy recognized the redhead, wondering what he wanted with him and what was up with that look. As Kim was about to say something, Junhwan cut him off, not caring what he thought, and declared that our boy just got lucky. Everyone laughed and clowned on Seo Jin, wishing they had that kind of luck. Our young man decided to get back to his lessons, ignoring everything people were saying about him. Later, everyone learned that Kim had to go up against the heavy hitter from Whale Academy, Jang Deok-shun, who declared he'd answer those fancy techniques with a brick wall. Deok-shun believed his opponent was just a fluke and guessed that luck had run out now that he was facing him. The match began as their names were called. Deok-shun charged at Seo Jin, declaring he'd show him where he could shove that luck, while Kim just smirked, ready to throw down. Meanwhile, Min-hyan was in the waiting room wondering if his friend was okay. But seeing his own opponent, he thought he'd better worry about himself instead. His opponent turned out to be Junhwan, and that fact made his whole body shake. He recalled the words asking if he was going to lose or quit before even fighting, or if he should just send it and see what happens. Lee clenched his fist as he realized it wasn't just Junhwan, but Deok-shun and Cheon-man too, all from prestigious academies. He believed nobodies like them didn't stand a chance. And, just as he was weighing if it was too late to forfeit, he witnessed something unbelievable. An announcement blared that a winner had been decided as soon as the match started. And it was Kim Seo Jin from Dream Academy. In the waiting room, we see Junhwan and Min-hyan, who was fidgeting in his seat before jumping up and declaring he was ready, while the redhead gnashed his teeth in anger. In a transition, the referee stepped out and announced the details for round 2, revealing it would be a 1v1 single elimination bracket. And since this was a Tier 4 competition, magic weapons were banned, but buffing spells were allowed. The referee also had the power to stop the match if a contestant couldn't continue. Seo Jin calculated there would be 16 matches since 32 people passed round 1. While he was wondering how the bracket would look, a competitor called the ref and asked to forfeit, leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon breathed a sigh of relief because she almost got outed when she called our guy earlier. She was so shocked she forgot to stay low-key, because it would have thought he'd take first. Therefore, the B-rank hunter decided to head back until things cooled down. Overhearing a conversation at the betting counter, they thought there were 32 people in round 2, so they wondered why it was already the semifinals. Turns out everyone else had forfeited. The bald guy believed it was pointless since Lee Junhwan was going to win anyway, wondering who'd be stupid enough to bet on anyone else. When a man appeared with a briefcase of cash and declared a 1 billion won bet on Kim Seo Jin, everyone there was shook to the core. Wondering if this guy was for real, they tried to explain to him that our boy was just lucky and came from some unknown school called Dream Academy. Seo Jin looked at the man and wondered who the heck he was. On the other hand, in the waiting room, we see the competitors forfeiting one by one. Min-hyan whispered that this was actually pretty common in Tier 4 because students from big-name academies always dominate. There were even rumors Junhwan wouldn't pull his punches. Whether it's a match or not, Min-hyan thought this was just a Tier 4 tournament and not worth getting seriously mangled for. With so many powerhouses here, he believed they were probably just fodder for the big academy's victory. So forfeiting was the better play. And just like that, only 5 people were left. With the first match between Seo Jin and Deok-shun, the second between Junhwan and Lee Min-hyan, while Cheon-man got a bye because his opponent quit. Kim had taken first in round 1, so he wondered if winning one more match would just wrap up the whole tournament. Right then, he saw Min-hyan shaking with fear, and when he asked why, Min-hyan asked our Awakener back why he wasn't nervous with the match starting soon and Junhwan as his opponent. Seo Jin blurted out that he hadn't even fought him yet, so why was he already planning to lose? Min-hyan said it was almost a given he'd lose, while our guy told him to just forfeit then. The mid-hunter said he couldn't do that either. Then the referee appeared and called Seo Jin and Deok-shun to the floor for the first match. Our boy stood up and advised Min-hyan to either forfeit or go all out. Who knows what might happen? Lee grabbed him, asking if he was nervous, and Kim revealed that he was just wondering how much XP he'd grind from this. The host announced round 2 of the 63rd Academy Tournament. and introduced the competitors. The new dungeon maze record holder and mysterious rookie, Kim Seo-jin, our guy. He felt like they were glazing him way too hard. Deok-chun aggressively charged at Seo-jin, launching a powerful attack. But our boy dodged it with ease. The host declared it seemed like it wasn't just luck that got him here. Deok-chun was tripping, not understanding what was wrong with this guy, as he was going full tilt with his attacks, but none of them landed. Infuriated, he pulled out a magic-infused axe and challenged him to see if he could dodge that. To his surprise, our Awakener swatted the axe away with his spear. Deok-chun trembled and then plopped onto the ground. The host believed the unthinkable had happened as a winner was decided. The big guy couldn't believe he was overpowered by Seo-jin and caught the L, while the winner was named Kim Seo-jin of Dream Academy. Our guy was let down by the course progress, wondering if that was really it. The whole point of this was to speedrun the course, but with everyone forfeiting, he only got 2 matches. As the course's free pass timer kept ticking away, the guy realized he wouldn't have enough cash to buy weapons and renew the pass. Now the only option was to secure the prize money. Min-hyan's voice cut through his thoughts. He was hyped because Seo-jin was so cracked. Seo-jin told him he never said he was weak, and right then the ref stepped in, calling the competitors Jun-hwan and Lee Min-hyan up for match 2. The arrogant prick shouldered past the mid-hunter on his way out. He called out to Kim and brought up how he said they were alike. He revealed he felt a vibe from him instantly, like they were kin or something, and seeing him beat Deok-chun, Min-hyan confessed it made him as happy as if he'd won himself. He admitted things never really went his way, and he wasn't skilled or strong like Seo-jin. But he wanted to be someone his sister could look up to. The ref called his name, and Kim wished him luck, saying he'd see him in the finals. On the field, Min-hyan tried to gas himself up, saying he could do this. He took a deep breath, but Jun-hwan told him to shut it. He found everything about this guy pathetic, and even more pathetic that he had to be in this joke of a tournament. The referee announced the rules again before the match started, while Jun-hwan death-stared the trembling mid-hunter. The redhead could tell, just by looking, that he was just prey waiting to be devoured, and for an apex predator like him, this was total overkill. He believed Min-hyan didn't know how lucky he was to face him, and thought he should have been declared the winner already instead of humbling himself to fight this despicable trash. The arrogant brat saw Min-hyan take a sword stance, and was shocked he even dared to try. He wondered if the guy actually thought he had a chance, and asked the ref why they hadn't started. The ref said they'd announce it soon, and then the host asked the fighters if they were ready. The match began with Jun-hwan rushing Min-hyan relentlessly like a wild beast, while he tried to hold off the attacks. Jun-hwan used the flat of his blade to pummel the mid-guy, hissing that pests like him should know their place. Min-hyan dropped to his knees, coughing up blood, wondering if it was game over. He realized he was completely outclassed, let alone winning or losing. He wanted to make his sister proud, but he just wasn't good enough. Even so, Min-hyan stood back up, determined to land at least one hit, to prove to himself that he could, finally. Lee Jun-hwan from Revenant Academy is the winner, which comes as no surprise. People are whispering about him while he stands there with a blank expression and a cut on his cheek. The redhead can't believe a loser actually landed a hit on him. He hears people saying he should have won more easily against someone like that, and guessing that Lee isn't all that impressive after all. Jun-hwan is livid at being looked down upon and declares he's forfeiting, saying that he hits Min-hyan and blushes with rage, stating that being here is a total insult. Being at this trash tournament in a category full of freaking losers. The referee tries to stop him and warns that the match is over, so if he doesn't stop, he'll be disqualified. Jun-hwan reminds him that he already quit and wonders if he's the only one disgusted by these fakes acting like hunters. He stomps on Min-hyan's head and grinds his foot down, when Seo-jin appears in front of him, aiming to strike with his spear. Our boy intended to wait until the finals, but he thinks he can't wait any longer because Jun-hwan needs a reality check. Seo-jin tells Jun-hwan to get his foot off Min-hyan's head, but he just grinds harder and asks, "What if I don't?" Our Awakener swings his spear, forcing him back instantly while he checks on Min-ni. Jun-hwan mocks them for being 2 peas in a pod and acts all dramatic. Kim says his life must have some serious issues if he thinks stomping on people is normal. Jun-hwan realizes he doesn't get it and makes it clear he doesn't belong here. Neither of them do, and finds it insulting. Our guy declares they have as much right to be here as he does, but the arrogant brat thinks equality and a fair life are just BS. He asks if he really thinks just trying your best is enough, then sarcastically asks if he wants a participation trophy for it. The audience is clueless about what's happening and why the ref or anyone else isn't stopping this. Meanwhile, one referee argues they have to stop them, but the other says higher-ups ordered them not to interfere. Seo Yun looks worried for Seo Jin, while Jun Hwan laughs out loud and asks if he really doesn't know how the world works. He declares that if he's walking and Kim blocks his path, he'll get crushed. That's just natural law. He believes that's the fate of pests. And this leaves our awakener shaken because he used to think the exact same way. 9 long years of preparing to be a pro hunter only to hit dead ends. No money, nothing. No matter how hard Seo Jin tried, his efforts were only enough to scrape by, going nowhere. To him, nothing was more pathetic than clinging to delusional dreams. Countless times he told himself to quit while he still could, wondering if he'd ever make it. He was delusional because facing reality was too terrifying, but then he was told this. Seo Jin doesn't give a damn where Jun Hwan thinks his place is and charges straight at him. The referee tries to intervene, but it's too late, and the redhead sighs, thinking he's truly lost his mind. A fierce battle breaks out between them, and Kim realizes he's strong. Now he understands why everyone was glazing him so hard. He never doubted he'd beat Deok-chun, but now he's feeling hesitant. Our awakener brushes off the negative thoughts, knowing he can't overthink and waste time worrying. So, he decides to go with the flow and follow his instincts. As a result, Seo Jin lands a hit on Jun Hwan with a spear. While the ref tries to stop them, the arrogant prick knows he's a predator. They rule over all prey, but when he sees Seo Jin's gaze piercing through him, he scoffed. He wondered how this weakling could have the eyes of a predator. But then he guessed anyone could fake that look. Our boy managed to block Jun Hwan's attack, and it seems like the more he fights, the better he gets. The redhead wonders if he's imagining things, or if he's actually getting stronger. It's like wrestling a cub and watching it turn into a full-grown lion. The straw that broke the camel's back for Jun Hwan was the fact that Seo Jin had pushed him back. So, losing his cool, he unleashed his sword chi. Seeing the sword chi, our boy knew he couldn't block this hit without magic. The referees sternly warned Jun Hwan to stop as everyone rushed toward them. While Seo Jin knew he had to go full throttle to dodge this. Even though his brain said dodge, he didn't want to. It felt like dodging would mean throwing away everything he had grinded for. At that exact moment, our awakener heard Xiang Yu's words echoing in his head. He said one of his students once asked why he charged into the enemy camp alone when the battle was already decided. Everything was over and there was no way out. That was the first time he felt true fear, knowing he'd be defeated. Yet, he still fought simply because he had to. He advised his students to attack with everything they had, even when all hope was lost. He believed they could have the power to move mountains. But without this, they'd eventually take the L. Finally, he declared that an insane fighting will is essential. That is the power of force to uproot mountains. Seo Jin realized Xiang Yu fought, lost, and fought again, and that's why he became the conqueror. Jun Hwan and Kim charged at each other with max power, and the collision left the entire stadium clouded in dust. Everyone was shook, wondering what the hell just happened. As the dust settled, an exhausted Seo Jin was revealed along with A. Knocked out, Jun Hwan slumped on the ground. The stadium erupted in applause and cheers from the audience. They chanted Seo Jin's name. Seo Yun couldn't believe her eyes. She recalled 2 weeks ago. Our boy was struggling to block a magic sword strike, and now he could stand his ground against sword chi. She was spiraling, trying to figure out how he got this cracked. Then she spotted the guy at the betting counter who had bet on Seo Jin. That dude was trembling in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Seo Yun wondered what his deal was. While she was surprised, that guy was completely devastated, like some core belief of his had just shattered. Suddenly, she remembered he had bet on our boy to win, and when she looked back, he had vanished in a thin air. Later, we see Kim dragging his tired feet along the sidewalk. He sighed, remembering that he had been disqualified. The official told him that Jun Hwan's behavior was way out of line, so he was handed a loss. However, since our guy interfered in a match, ignored multiple ref warnings, and completely broke the rules, Seo Jin admitted he wasn't wrong and was fine with it. But he was curious what would happen to Jun Hwan. The official revealed that he'd definitely be expelled because using sword chi meant he had intent to kill. He might dodge prosecution, but he'd be banned from the pro hunter exams for the next 5 years. In the end, Chio Man became the winner by default, Min-ji took second, and Deok-chun placed third. Our boy noticed that at least his course progress had jumped, especially thanks to the fight with Jun Hwan. He saw it as a huge gain, finally completing over 50 of Xiang Yu's course. Looking back, Seo Jin believed that explosive power during the fight was because he had crossed the halfway mark. He was busy thinking about whether he could start a new course when a pat on the shoulder startled him. It was Seo Yun. She was worried if he was okay or hurt. Our guy stretched nonchalantly and said he was pretty tanky, making the B-rank hunter feel relieved. Seo Jin apologized to her for not winning due to the interference, but she reassured him it was cool. And that he didn't need to apologize. Actually, she asked if he was okay because she knew he was really looking forward to that prize money. Right then, our boy finally remembered and started whining loudly. He had a mental breakdown thinking about the spear of Longinus and the fact that he still had to renew his courses. Seo Yoon was curious what he planned to do with that money, and Kim told her he had his eye on a certain weapon. Our awakener pulled himself together, thinking it was fine. Even though he was bummed, he would have regretted it more if he hadn't stepped in. He believed the money situation would eventually work itself out. Suddenly, Min-hyan appeared. He called out to Seo Jin as he was about to leave and asked if he was heading home. The B-rank female hunter pulled her cap down to hide her identity while Min-hyan gathered his courage and declared that he hoped to be like our guy one day. Kim froze for a second, but then blurted out that it would probably be very difficult. That left both of them surprised. Seo Jin knew Min-hyan didn't have the stats to be a pro hunter in this era. He believed nothing is impossible if you grind hard enough, but reality often gatekeeps those dreams. Our boy told him there were plenty of other things he could be good at since he was still young, and encouraged him not to lose heart. The mid-guy guessed Seo Jin was right, and explained he didn't mean to kill the vibe, just wanted to say goodbye after feeling the tension. Min-hyan thanked Seo Jin for everything, and as he turned to leave, our guy told him not to listen to anyone's advice about what he can or can't do, including Seo Jin's own words. He told him that he lacked the skills, and that was the hard truth. Everyone would tell him he couldn't do it, that it just wouldn't happen. But Kim reminded him that it was his life, not anyone else's, and if he wanted to do it, then just doing it was enough. Min-hyan turned around and started bawling like a baby. After he left, Seo Yoon admitted that our guy is full of surprises and thought he just gained a new fan. However, our awakener reminded her that what they need is more students, not fans, and regretted not telling Min-hyan about Dream Academy. On the other hand, Seo Yoon's eyes lit up when she realized he said we and offered to buy Seo Jin a weapon to make up for his trouble. He couldn't believe his ears. She told him to think of it as a scholarship and revealed she knew a good spot thanks to her grandfather. Our guy agreed, but warned her that his taste is pretty expensive. Meanwhile, a guy came stomping in, asking if the master was in. They told him not to disturb him while he was meditating, but the guy said it was urgent and barged in anyway, ignoring everyone trying to stop him. Manion, the Sword Star's assistant, walked in and reported his presence to the master, who reminded him that he had clearly said not to disturb him, and asked if he dared to defy him. The master's aura was so terrifying that Manion couldn't even flinch while breaking the news that this involved Seo Yoon. He revealed that she had entered the academy tournament, and they were still digging for the deets. However, it was clear she had a new student, and Manion assured him he could handle it. But the master refused and declared he'd see for himself who this student was. The master turned out to be none other than the Sword Star, Park Min-jae. We see Seo Jin, who had almost finished his daily quest. When Seo Yoon walked in his area, she glared at him while his back was turned. And when her guy turned around and saw her, he blurted out that it felt like she was burning a hole in the back of his neck. Seo Yoon wondered why he'd think that, and brought up how hyped he was about the new weapon, being all picky at the forge, only to decide not to take anything in the end. Our guy pleaded that he didn't want to bother her, but that was hard for the B-rank hunter to swallow, because it didn't sound like him at all. Seo Jin realized she knew him too well, while the real reason he didn't pick a weapon was simply because he couldn't get those transcendent weapons. Out of his head, he cursed the karma system, remembering he had planned to ask Seo Yoon for cash to save up for the spear of Longinus, but the price had spiked again. It seemed the karma calculation shifted every time he tried to take a shortcut. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon apologized for trying to do something for him and declared she'd never make that mistake again. Seeing him sulking, she asked what kind of magic he used. Our awakener looked totally clueless. When she told him that to use magic, he had to learn magic circuits, and seeing him raid dungeons, she was sure he knew how to use them. Plus, that tournament was no joke. But she said he had never used it in front of her. Seo Jin realized he hadn't learned a lick of magic yet. Magic circuits are a set of techniques on how to use mana. Everyone has their own method, from beginner to advanced. Every Hunter Academy teaches their own exclusive magic circuits. Our boy remembered this was one of the reasons he was stacking cash to get into a famous academy. He asked Seo Yoon if she'd teach the Sword Star's magic here, but she shut him down instantly, declaring it was strictly forbidden. Seo Jin guessed if it were taught, the line would be out the door. Regardless, the B-rank hunter offered to teach him the magic circuit she created herself. The guy was shocked to hear that, while Seo Yoon said she was always interested in teaching methods, wondering why he was so surprised. Kim stammered that it would be great, but deep down, he knew it definitely wouldn't be on the Sword Star's level. Still, he was aware that magic circuits are vital for hunters, and the fight with Junhwan made it clear how much of a disadvantage it was not knowing magic. Our boy weighed whether to sign up for a magic course right now and calculated if he could handle the load. Seo Yoon frowned, wondering if having her own method was really that shocking. Finally, she figured he wasn't interested and decided to let him train alone. Seo Jin asked where she was going, and she said she had a lot of work to do. But the guy knew damn well she wasn't busy and teased her. The B-rank hunter got annoyed and told him to remember to lock the door after she left. Our awakener told her not to worry, and went back to thinking about which course to take after she dipped. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon stomped out of the academy, embarrassed because she really had nothing to do. Seo Jin eventually chose the magic course by instructor Merlin, where he revealed there are strict laws of causality controlling the world, but methods still exist to flip and distort those rules, and that is magic. Our guy nodded along, trying to grasp what Merlin was saying, but he was totally lost. He found it almost as confusing as Siddhartha's course. When Merlin stopped lecturing and encouraged the students to try for themselves, suddenly the daily quest notification popped up, and Seo Jin decided to give it a shot. He felt it was doable thanks to Chiron's lessons. The guy could feel the mana, but didn't know how to shape it, wondering if he was going the wrong way. He recalled Merlin's words, saying that magic is connecting the real world with the imagination. The instructor told him to look with his mind's eye. He had to pull it out into the external world and impose his will onto reality itself. That is the incredible power of something born from nothing, the embodiment of magic itself. Aura. Seo Jin saw a manosphere appear and realized that was it. Even though it was tiny, he wondered if it still counted. But Merlin shut him down. Our boy was sure he'd do better next time when he heard someone calling him. Turned out to be the Sword Star, whom Kim didn't recognize at first. But then it clicked. The Sword Star had come to see the guy called Seo Yoon's student, and found him just chilling, there with what was clearly a manosphere. He thought the kid looked like a dork, but an average student could never pull off something this extraordinary. In his experience, a guy like this only came to Dream Academy for one reason, to clout chase and use his granddaughter. Min-jae grilled Seo Jin on what he was doing there, while our boy jumped and blurted out that it was an honor to meet him and introduced himself. Our awakener never expected the Sword Star to just spawn out of nowhere and was honored to meet him, so he gave a respectful bow. He asked Min-jae if he was looking for Seo Yoon and broke the bad news that he'd just missed her. The old man couldn't believe the young punk in front of him was calling his teacher by her first name so casually. He wondered how the kid was tanking the pressure he was radiating, since no one besides S-rank hunters could stand it. Our guy didn't feel any pressure at all, wondering if his immovable mind training was putting in work. Min-jae warned him to spill the real reason he was there, because with skills like his, he could go anywhere, so why come to his granddaughter's place? The old man stomped toward him, demanding the truth. While Seo Jin tried to explain, accidentally saying he seemed to be tripping, but Mr. Park didn't want to hear it. He declared he'd forced the truth out of him and swung his blade. With terrifying power, Seo Jin rolled away to save his life, completely shook and confused. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon found out her grandfather had gone out when she went to see him. She asked when he'd be back, but it seemed no one knew except Butler Seo, since he hadn't said a word. The B-rank hunter intended to tell her grandfather about Seo Jin and wondered where he'd gone. On the other hand, Min-jae approached Seo Jin again, asking why he was there. Seo Yoon had planned to keep the new student low-key, but after the tournament, there was no hiding it anymore. She wanted to get ahead of any drama, but didn't know what to do. Right then, Mr. Seo appeared and called out to Seo Yoon. He said it was rare to see her there, while she was also about to ask for him. The B-rank hunter said she came to see her grandfather. This startled Mr. Seo. He revealed that the head of the family had gone to visit her academy. Hearing that, she rushed off. The staff, they were curious where she was going in such a hurry. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon realized she had miscalculated. She knew he'd come eventually, but didn't expect it this soon. She ran like her life depended on it back to the academy, knowing the situation was cooked, and it would be a disaster if she wasn't there to stop Min-jae. Back at the academy, Seo Jin wondered what the hell was going on. Seeing the scabbard in the Sword Star's hand, he realized the attacks were only with the scabbard and guessed he wasn't trying to kill him. The old man called our boy a scoundrel and asked what game he was playing. Kim tried to explain it was all a misunderstanding, but Min-jae asked if he thought he was some kind of idiot. Witnessing Seo Jin, a mere student, manifest mana and nonchalantly dodge his strikes, the Sword Star attacked again, and our boy dodged once more. He tried to get the man to listen, but it seemed he didn't want to hear any of it, and called him shady punk. Our guy felt insulted hearing that, and couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. Min-jae declared he'd make him cough up the truth. This left Kim in disbelief, since the man wasn't listening to a single word he said. Our awakener swallowed hard, and gave up hope that the Sword Star would listen. He saw this as an opportunity, since he knew the old man wasn't using lethal moves. If he were, he'd have been dead long ago. There's always a bigger fish, no matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger, and that's the Sword Star. He was the closest thing to an ideal hunter, and now was Seo Jin's chance to see what level he was actually at. The boy felt hyped as he gripped his spear, while Min-jae glared at him. He realized something had shifted. For decades, many hunters had faced the Sword Star, but no one ever dared to look him dead in the eye until now. He found Kim formidable and wondered what he wanted from Seo Yun. The clash continued as Seo Jin struggled, trying to tank Min-jae's attacks. He couldn't even feel the strikes, let alone see them. Our boy froze up when he realized every attack was way beyond his perception. He didn't know how long he could hold out and got set. Flying into the wall behind him, the old man told him to just answer the question and be done with it. But Seo Jin refused to quit. He couldn't let it end like this. He believed he could do more, but his tricks were useless against the Sword Star, and he kept getting pushed back. Kim thought he saw an opening since the old man was holding back and tried to surge forward, only to find Min-jae already right in his face. The Awakener craved a chance to end the match and wondered how to pull it off. He dodged the old man's strike as Merlin's words flashed through his mind. With every ounce of strength, he swung his spear with terrifying power, but the Sword Star still dodged it. Seo Jin plopped onto the ground as the old man scolded him for finally showing his true colors. Our boy felt majorly insulted since he was only acting in self-defense. In too much pain to even speak, he wondered where the hell Seo Yun was. Hearing her name again, whatever patience Min-jae had left just snapped. He figured Kim was looking for a death wish. The crazy old man stepped closer, deciding to grant that wish. And right as he was about to deliver the blow, Seo Yun appeared. She grilled her grandfather on what the hell he thought he was doing. Seo Yun showed up just in time to save Seo Jin's, but from a beating. He whined about the pain while his grandfather mocked him, saying a real man wouldn't make a scene over a few scratches. Annoyed, Seo Jin snarked back at the old geezer, saying a real man would be more reasonable and that he'd met hunting dogs with better manners. The grandfather lunged again to give him another round, but our guy hid behind Seo Yun, acting all flustered, while grumbling about the old man attacking him for no reason just because he's the Sword Star. Feeling guilty, Seo Yun held her grandfather back and apologized to Kim for putting him through that, but our guy told her to forget it since it was just a few bruises. Poor Seo Yun. She bowed to him because she felt so embarrassed. The vibe got a bit awkward, so Seo Jin decided to let the two of them settle it themselves. The teacher even told him to send her all the medical bills. After he left, Seo Yun gave her grandfather a death stare and declared that they needed to talk. Now standing face to face, the words felt stuck in Seo Yun's throat. Suddenly, her train of thought was cut off by her grandfather, who warned her to stay away from the Seo Jin kid, claiming he was super shady. This took her by surprise, and once again, she struggled to make him understand. Memories flashed before her eyes as she remembered how her grandfather had never listened to her, not even once. Every time Seo Yun barely managed to open a hunter academy, he would ruin it. Even if it seemed like he was being overprotective, the old man would come by and bully every student who enrolled, so they all dipped. She understood why he acted like that, because those students might have had ulterior motives, and for that reason, she never tried to make them stay. But this time, she decided to stand her ground right when her grandfather ordered that she had to kick Seo Jin out immediately. However, she pushed back and refused instantly because, deep down, she was certain Seo Jin was different. And she wasn't about to let him go. She argued with her grandfather, making it clear that this was her academy and she wouldn't follow his orders anymore. Plus, she reflected that it had only been a month since meeting Seo Jin, not long enough to be significant, yet there was something very special about it. She couldn't help but admit that every time she looked at Kim, she felt something different, and she felt like she wanted to keep riding with him. Meanwhile, the grandfather called Seo Jin a bastard and tried to make Seo Yun realize that she didn't know anything, but she firmly declared she wanted to find out for herself, making it clear she couldn't live in his shadow forever. Silence filled the room, and Seo Yun suddenly realized she had said too much. She apologized for raising her voice and left after asserting that this time she wouldn't listen to him. With eyes wide open, the grandfather was speechless because Seo Yun had never raised her voice or stood her ground like this before. The scene takes us back to a flashback in a city where a dungeon break occurred and chaos erupted. In the midst of it, the grandfather received news that his son had lost his life that day. Seo Yun, his granddaughter, had lost both parents and looked at him with innocent, lost, and lonely eyes. That was the day he promised himself he would make her strong enough to stand on her own 2 feet. He gave her the toughest tough love, insisting she learn swordsmanship at any cost. He tried to turn Seo Yun into a hunter who would carry on his legacy. But somehow, his dream became too selfish, and he never truly cared about what Seo Yun actually wanted to do. Before long, Seo Yun expressed her wish to be a teacher, and her grandfather scolded her, believing all that training would go down the drain. He forced his decisions on Seo-yoon and dragged her along for 30 years, knowing it was pushing her away from him, back to the present. The grandfather is left alone in the room, letting out a long sigh and realizing this is the result of his own decisions. Then the scene cuts to Kim Seo-jin as he's walking to the academy. Our boy remembers Seo-yoon's savage grandfather because he almost caught a beatdown yesterday. Just as he's thinking about it, he suddenly remembers what she said would happen. That's when we learned that last night. He got a call from her, and she explained everything to Kim about her situation, her relationship with her grandfather, and what had happened to the former students. Our young man understood what she had to go through and why the Sword Star acted that way. But Kim is still salty about the Sword Star beating him to a pulp like that, thinking the old geezer owes him an apology. Seo-jin is determined that this won't happen again and checks his course progress after landing a few hits on the Sword Star. The guy is satisfied with his progress. And as soon as he enters the room, he's greeted by the Sword Star waiting there, ready to scrap with him again. Kim freezes, totally caught off guard. Our young man then spills everything about the deal with the old man. But the Sword Star still gives him a suspicious side eye, asking if Kim is hiding something. The old man can't believe Seo-yoon wasn't lying, but the boy's hidden power is completely nonsensical. For an average student, setting aside the suspicion, the old man feels annoyed by his presence in an unexplainable way. Regardless, the boy asks for permission to leave if they're done, saying he needs to start his daily grind. At that moment, the Sword Star figures he'll see what Kim is hiding if he watches him train. Time passes, and the Sword Star finds himself awkwardly staring at Seo-jin, who is completely immersed in his phone, especially since the screen is blank. He's convinced this kid has a screw loose. The old man finally loses his patience and asks Kim if he's meditating. Our guy replies that it's basically meditation, and the Sword Star starts yapping, lecturing that it's a discipline of the mind. But the boy cold shoulders the old man, making him question his own existence. To get Seo-jin's attention, the Sword Star offers to personally teach him a few moves. Unsurprisingly, this works instantly. But just as the Sword Star is getting hyped to teach him something, the young guy flat out refuses. Crushing the old man's ego, Seo-jin bluntly tells him he can't focus on training. Right then, Seo-yoon bursts into the room. She panics seeing her grandfather, who is impatiently whispering that there's something wrong with the Seo-jin kid and that he even offered to train him. The old man rants about how he just stares at his phone like a psycho in the name of training. Well, Seo-yoon doesn't seem surprised and gently confesses that Kim is always like that. The Sword Star is stunned to learn that Kim's abnormality is actually his normal. Afterward, Seo-yoon greets her student, and the two start chatting. The old man gives Kim a look that could kill. Because he's talking nonsense, yet his granddaughter is taking in every word with a smile on her face. He can't help but notice that Seo-yoon has never looked this happy, wondering if Kim is the one making her vibe like that. The old man remembers how gloomy Seo-yoon had been her whole life, and now he can't stand the sight of Kim getting all lovey-dovey with his precious granddaughter, just as he's about to explode. The Sword Star's subordinate rushes into the room to report an emergency. The partner informs the old man that the Truth Guild has requested a meeting. With a cold snort, the arrogant Sword Star says that if it's important, they can come see him themselves. But his partner revealed that Saintess Kalia herself was the one who made the request, leaving the old man jaw-dropped in shock. The partner worriedly added that Saintess Kalia specifically requested Seo-jin's presence, which caught everyone off guard. The old man suspected Seo-jin, thinking he'd been low-key collabing with the Truth Guild this whole time, because there was no way someone like Saintess Kalia would know him. Our boy was annoyed by the personal attack, and snapped back that he didn't know anything either. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon recalled seeing a suspicious hooded man at the tournament, and speculated that he might be involved. Still, the old man couldn't wrap his head around why. The Saintess would intervene personally, and Seo-yoon double-checked with Seo-jin to see if there were any clues about a guild member at the tournament. In the corner, Seo-jin scratched his head, confused, and asked if it was really necessary to go, since it seemed like such a drag. But Seo-yoon yelled at him, revealing that the Truth Guild, especially the Seven Apostles, is highly respected nationwide. Saintess Kalia is expected to become the next apostle of purity. Being summoned by someone of her status is unheard of. But that idiot Kim hesitated because he didn't want to meet a total stranger he'd never heard of, wanting to use that time for grinding instead. That's when the partner muttered that Saintess Kalia is actually pretty incredible. The Sword Star asked why, and the partner revealed she had predicted Seo-jin would decline the invite, so she had an offer ready just in case. The juicy offer was that the Saintess decided to give Kim Seo-jin 100 million won, just for showing up. Internally, our guy felt like he'd hit the jackpot, because that was the exact amount he needed. We then learned that the Truth Guild is a religious group that literally worships the truth, led by a mysterious man called the Supreme Voice. The guild consists of the 7 apostles: humility, charity, temperance, diligence, kindness, purity, and patience. Their word is truth, and therefore the word of God. 100 years ago, this group was basically a cult. That era was known as the Great Disaster, when countless heroes joined forces with them. Their influence grew as they brought peace to humanity, especially with their legendary feat of defeating the brutal Berserk. Berserk was a monster that appeared during the final days of the Great Disaster. It was finally defeated by the Supreme Voice and the 7 apostles, the key figures who ended the catastrophe. The scene then cuts back to the present at a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. Our boy felt the place was a bit mid compared to such mysterious religious figures. Regardless, the Sword Star made their purpose clear, and the hooded man instantly recognized Seojin. He wondered if the hooded guy he saw at the tournament was connected. They must be offering a bounty or picking a huge number to bait him. But it still didn't explain what he was called here for. Speculations grew as Kim figured they knew something about him or the Transcendent Academy, and he was restless to meet Saintess Kalia to see what the deal was. They were then escorted into a room and told that the Saintess would arrive shortly. The old man hated waiting, knowing full well this would happen, while our guy assumed the Sword Star must be tight with the Saintess. Even though it seemed the old man and the lady had a history, the truth was he'd never actually met her. This left Seojin's mouth hanging open when the Sword Star admitted they'd been in contact but never met face to face. He revealed he'd met the Apostle of Purity during the Cataclysm, but never the successors. Our boy was shocked to find out the old man had been active since the Cataclysm. Kim expressed his curiosity and asked the Sword Star if he'd ever met the Supreme One. The old man revealed that the only time the Supreme One showed his face was during the battle with Berserk, but he never met him personally, only saw him from a distance. Suddenly, they were interrupted as the doors swung open, and the Sword Star greeted the Apostle of Purity, the radiant Lady Kalia. The Sword Star complained about her summoning him only to make him wait. Min-jae grumbled about being kept waiting, while Kalia believed that purifying the mind and body while waiting for gods will take time, hoping he didn't mind. This annoyed him. He wondered how she could say that with such a straight face. Kalia bowed and introduced herself as a faithful follower of the Truth Guild, revealing her mission is to spread God's word and walk the path of purity. Seojin stood up to introduce himself, but she cut him off because she already knew his name. She thanked him for coming all this way, while the young man wondered how she knew him. Kalia realized there was a misunderstanding and decided to clear it up. She mentioned his participation in the Academy tournament and said one of their followers saw him and couldn't stop praising him, so she thought she'd bother him for a bit. Our Awakener suspected that wasn't the whole story and felt it was unnecessary to call him here just for that. The lady said she was about to explain the details and sat down before starting the conversation. It turned out they had to join her in investigating a specific dungeon, which made the short-tempered Min-jae wonder why he had to do that. Kalia said he knew better than her that things weren't over yet, leaving the Sword Star confused about what she meant. When she revealed that an anomaly was found in a dungeon in Korea, Min-jae thought it was ridiculous because he was sure they had settled everything. He was interrupted when she declared that the Truth Guild felt it was necessary to investigate. The Sword Star frowned, realizing that was the reason she came to Korea, and wondered if this was to solidify her position as the successor. Kalia smiled and admitted nothing gets past him, while he reminded her this was no joke. The lady got straight to the point and asked if he would help, while the old man asked what was in it for him. She thought it would be rude to make any offers since the Sword Star lacked nothing. However, she mentioned hearing his granddaughter was running a hunter academy and suggested the Truth Guild could help out. However, her words were cut short when Min-jae radiated an overwhelming aura toward them. Seojin felt his body go numb, realizing that the man could literally kill someone with just this pressure. The Sword Star warned that if his granddaughter was dragged into this again, he wouldn't let it slide. The lady apologized for acting out of pocket after seeing the old man's blood boil, confessing she had nothing else left to offer him. So she decided to settle it this way, promising to grant any request of his in the future, no matter what. The old man found it laughable to believe she'd keep her word, so Kalia suggested she could swear on the name of the Truth Guild if he wanted. Min-jae expressed doubt if that was enough to guarantee her spot as the next apostle, but to her, that didn't matter. If she was right about the danger, she knew he couldn't just ignore it. Finally, he agreed to help her if she took the oath of truth. With that settled, Kalia turned to Seojin and decided to get down to business. She announced that the Truth Guild wanted to sponsor him, but he revealed he was already affiliated with an academy. He was then told he didn't need to leave his academy, but he'd find there are things an academy can't handle that the Truth Guild can. Kim wondered what he had to do in return, but she said there were no strings attached. They just wanted to start a relationship with him. Our guy asked what would happen if he declined, and the lady said it couldn't be helped. Seo-jin couldn't believe there were no conditions because there's always a catch. He admitted he wasn't sold yet and declared that if she answered one question honestly, he'd consider it. After she agreed, he was about to ask if she'd heard of Transcendent, but he stopped mid-sentence. He realized asking this was useless since he couldn't know if she was capping or not, but he had to test her somehow. So he pulled out his phone and shoved it right in front of her face. The young man asked her what she saw on the phone screen right now. Siddhartha's image was likely on screen, but Kalia didn't understand what he was asking. He repeated the question while she found it totally bizarre. Finally, Seo-jin said it was fine if she didn't want to answer, but Kalia spoke up. She insisted the screen was blank. She declared the screen was just white and wondered if that answered his question. He agreed, and she asked if he'd consider their sponsorship. Kim declined and said he wasn't interested. Later, we see Kalia standing alone when Kankas walks in and reports they found no anomalies. She asked if he was sure about what he saw, and he swore on the oath of truth that he was certain. The lady was busy thinking about Seo-jin. She didn't see anything special in him, other than maybe looking slightly better than an average student. She was caught off guard when he shoved the screen at her, but she didn't know what it was that bothered her about it. Kankas asked if they should report this to the other apostles, and she declined, suggesting they wait and see since they needed to find out about the dungeon anomaly. She wondered what happened to the other heroes. Kankas revealed he'd contacted everyone except Spirit Star and Dark Star, as they were still MIA. Meanwhile, Min-jae asked him why he turned down Kalia's offer. Our guy simply said it fell off to him. He didn't know about the Truth Guild, but it was clear this lady had zero connection to the Transcendent Academy. He didn't feel comfortable owing anyone anything, especially when it wasn't clear what they gained from it. The Sword Star wondered why his deal with Seo-yoon didn't bother him, and he said no one was as honest as her. However, Seo-jin was curious about what a dungeon anomaly was, so he asked him. It turned out it meant the magic field was distorted. If the waves in a dungeon's magic field get twisted, it changes the dungeon from its original state. These distortions cause various spreading effects and can lead to the dungeon's danger level skyrocketing or creating a rift that lets everything spill out. Kim didn't even know that could happen. And Min-jae told him it's rare nowadays, but during the Cataclysm, it was an everyday thing. This made him worried as he recalled Lady Kalia saying things were over. However, the Sword Star cut him off and told him not to worry about it, confident she was wrong and the Cataclysm was truly over. Seeing him walk in a different direction, Seo-jin asked where he was going as they approached the academy, but was told it was none of his business. The old man, before leaving, declared he was entrusting So-yoon to him for now and warned that if he pulled anything, he'd regret it. Kim wondered if he was starting to warm up to him, but was told he was still being watched. The young man chuckled and told the old man that being dishonest with his feelings was exactly what kept him and Seo-yoon apart. This ticked Min-jae off while Seo-jin quickly made his escape. He told himself he had to get stronger in case they clashed again as he entered the academy. When Seo-yoon saw him, she immediately asked where her grandfather was as she thought they were together. Our awakener told her he had already left, but she was worried if he had left any message. He reassured her that he didn't say anything concerning. However, she still wasn't at ease and apologized, knowing her grandfather could be a real pain sometimes. She should have warned him beforehand. Kim helped her realize he meant well, but just didn't know how to show it, and confessed they had to help him together. At most, he'd take a few more hits for her sake. This made Seo-yoon blush. She thanked him while the atmosphere between them turned awkward. The B-rank hunter asked if he needed money, and he agreed, wondering how she knew. Thinking back, money was indeed a tough problem. He had used Kalia's cash to pay off his debts, but the free pass was about to expire, and he needed weapons as well as more courses. Seo-yoon revealed she had done some digging while he was away, and informed him about the Dungeon Suite competition. Seo-jin wondered what the Dungeon Suite competition was, and learned it was a contest to clear out unconquered dungeons. The goal was to encourage people to clear dungeons that weren't considered profitable. This made sense to our guy, because during the Cataclysm, many Awakeners fought out of duty or faith. But pro hunters nowadays are driven way more by profit. Seo-yoon told him that abandoned dungeons are usually low tier and a pain to clear, and those dungeons eventually create rifts that let monsters spill out into the world. Even low-tier monsters are dangerous enough for the public. Previously, a civilian team handled these dungeons. But sending high-rank pros to deal with that was a total waste of resources. So the government cooked up the Dungeon Suite competition to handle it at the trainee level. There are more than enough students for the job, plus it adds a competitive element between academies. Our boy thought the idea was genius, while she asked what he thought of it, keeping in mind the 300 million prize for first place. Since it involved clearing dungeons, Kim realized he could also level up his courses, making a win-win. He agreed to do it, and Seo-yoon was hyped he was interested, so she decided to sign him up right away. The guy admitted she knew exactly what he needed without him even asking, and it was clear she put a lot of thought into finding this. He suddenly realized that since this was a competition, anything could happen, so he shouldn't sleep on it. As he started his courses immediately, Seo-yoon noticed he'd dived into training hard, doing God knows what. Seo-yoon was determined to secure the W this time and wondered what the rules were. The announcement stated the competition would last for 1 week. At the start, the government would announce the designated dungeons. Then contestants would book the dungeons they wanted to clear through the app. Booked dungeons had to be cleared within 10 hours, and they could only book one at a time, otherwise they'd be auto-canceled. After determining the goal was to clear as many as possible as fast as possible. He figured speed was the key. He saw this as a bit of a dilemma, and while the B-rank hunter was curious why, Kim explained that they clear the dungeon and then haul the monster corpses, but speed is the main factor. Seo-yoon cut him off, reminding him they wouldn't be hauling corpses because she already told him these clears weren't profitable. Suddenly it clicked for her, and she wondered if he was actually planning to make bank off the monster remains again. Seo-jin asked if the rules banned that, while she found it ridiculous since she knew it wasn't worth much. But our Awakener believed that every penny counts and you can't just throw money away. The B-rank hunter hinted that he should stay focused on the prize money. And he agreed the prize was huge, so he wouldn't sweat the small stuff unless he had an idea. Our guy took a close look at exactly what the rules specified. A few days later, the day of the competition arrived, and Kim's hard work paid off. His progress had jumped a lot, though not as much with Chiron's and Merlin's courses. Big changes happened every 10 or so he wondered if he needed a different approach. Seo-yoon asked if he'd installed the app, and he told her he'd double-checked everything since yesterday. However, she was worried if he'd called anyone for help and asked if he was sure they'd be okay. Seo-jin reassured her that the person he asked to help has top-tier navigation skills. He claimed the guy was basically a sword star when it came to finding directions and was much nicer than he looked. Right then, Manion arrived, and our guy called his name out loud while he told him to pipe down before the whole neighborhood heard. Kim was scared he'd be late, but it turned out he was early. The buff man asked if he really thought he'd give him a chance to nag about being late, and asked what he wanted him to do now. A few days prior, our boy had called Mantion and suggested a collab. He said he wanted him to process the monster corpses for the competition and also act as his driver. Seo-jin, of course, promised to pay him and said he'd haul the corpses out, but the guy would be the one to prep them since that part takes forever. Mantion didn't think it was a bad idea, but he was worried he'd just get in the way. Kim appreciated the thought, but guaranteed he'd be a huge help. Prepping monster corpses to make a profit takes skill. If he didn't join, Seo-jin wouldn't even bother with it. Anyway, the Dungeon Suite competition began as they said goodbye to Seo-yoon. Our guy asked his buddy if he'd heard the rules, and he assured him he remembered everything he'd explained. In the truck, Seo-jin revealed the key to winning was clearing the most dungeons, and since it all depended on speed, there were 2 factors to keep in mind. First was how fast he could finish the clear, and second was how fast they could get to the dungeons. And since most dungeons were only 1 or 2 star danger levels, Kim wasn't too worried, even though the internal structures could vary a lot. So the only issue left was how fast they could get to the locations. He handed the phone to Manion and showed him all the dungeons in the competition and their locations, wanting him to find the fastest route between each spot. The big guy was surprised, but was told he was faster and more accurate than any GPS. So he told him to buckle up and floor it. The truck sped off. Meanwhile, Soo-jin Go, a dungeon supervisor, was waiting for a contestant. Kim Seo-jin from Dream Academy was there to clear the dungeon. Thinking he was just some random student from a nobody academy, she believed it would probably take him an hour. Soo-jin looked at the man accompanying the contestant, afraid they might break the rules, but she figured someone waiting outside was probably fine. The gate opened and, when Ms. Go stood up to check what was going on, Soo-jin poked her head out of the gate and informed Manion that he was ready. Soo-jin cut him off, reminding him that outside assistance is strictly prohibited during the clearing process. He informed her that he was already done, and since the supervisor didn't buy it, she stepped inside only to find out he was telling the truth. It had only been 10 minutes since he entered the dungeon. When she saw him hauling a monster corpse, she asked what the hell he was doing. Kim reassured her not to worry about it, and started his daily workout. Once finished, he asked Manion how long he thought it would take. And considering there wasn't much worth salvaging, he estimated about 15 seconds. He told him to go for it, while he continued hauling corpses out. Soo-jin stopped them and asked if he was actually butchering monsters, while Seo-jin wondered if there was a problem with that. She found it totally problematic, admitting it was bizarre, even though she knew there wasn't an actual rule against it. He kept hauling corpses while Mantian prepped them. They dipped as soon as they were done, heading to the next spot. It was a bit far, but it put them in a better position for the next one. Soo-jin Go just stood there dazed, not grasping what just happened, while they drove off happy to have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. We see another supervisor enjoying sitting in the sun instead of being stuck in front of a computer all day. He wished it could stay like this forever, wondering when the next contestant would show up. Right then, Seojin and Mantion's truck surged forward and slammed on the brakes. Like clockwork, both moved with lightning speed, while our boy took down the monsters in one go. The supervisor witnessed Mantion butchering monsters while Kim exercised with a pile of corpses. And as soon as they were finished, they left for the next dungeon. They sped off in the truck. Meanwhile, the supervisor just sat there, having no clue what was going on. At the dungeon management team of the Public Safety and Administration Bureau, a report on the dungeon sweep competition was completed for the day. A staff member decided to look over the report and saw the comparison online. Academy X's So-yeon had cleared 16 dungeons, which left him shook. He believed 16 dungeons would definitely put her in the lead. However, he was confused to see she was only in second place with 16 dungeons and wondered if someone had actually hit 17. He saw player Kim Seojin at the top with 32 dungeons. He was speechless. He called Mr. Kim, the one who wrote the report, believing there was a mistake, pointing out the first-place spot. With 32 clears, he insisted it was impossible in a single day. Mr. Kim revealed he also thought it was SUS, but he had checked with everyone, and it was all legit. The guy was still trying to digest the info when he learned they moved between dungeons with insane precision. And furthermore, the supervisors reported each clear took only 10 minutes. This left him completely spiraling, wondering if he heard wrong. He admitted they might be low-tier dungeons, but any student should take at least 30 minutes. Therefore, he reached a conclusion and asked his subordinate if they were sure it was a student or if they were getting help. But someone had investigated, and it seemed there was zero cheating. He asked which academy the student was from. Mr. Kim said it was Dream Academy, a small academy in the Eonbine district. Right then, Mr. Kim realized it was the academy run by the Sword Star's granddaughter. And with that, they connected the dots, wondering if the Sword Star was involved. So Mr. Kim decided to investigate. Meanwhile, So-yeon from Academy X was informed she wasn't in first place. She apologized, but Min Chul, a former A-rank hunter, So-yeon's father, and the head of Academy X, didn't think an apology was enough. If she didn't take first, the Academy's image would be trashed. So-yeon promised to try harder, but he asked if she could even reach 32 dungeons. Min Chul calculated that if she cleared each dungeon in under 10 minutes, she might have a chance, but even then, including travel time, it was impossible. He believed it was only doable if someone gave her a hand, and when she tried to say something, he told her to just keep doing her thing and he'd handle the rest. So-yeon saw he looked satisfied and wondered if he was looking for an excuse to cheat. He asked if something was bothering her and advised her not to overthink it, because moving forward was the only thing that mattered. To him, in this world, his only goal was to win and get ahead. How he did it didn't matter. Min Chul asked his daughter if she was thinking about Jin-soo, and though she denied it, he reminded her that he was a fool, but she wasn't. After reassuring her father, memories of conversations with her brother flashed through her mind. He once told her that to be a pro hunter, her heart had to be pure and she couldn't compromise. While she told him no one thought like that anymore, and people only became hunters for the bag, he insisted on becoming a real hunter who inspires people. And she warned him not to say things like that out loud, or she'd die of embarrassment. Embarrassed, she brushed those memories aside. So-yeon reminded herself that he was dead and bitterly told his ghost to get lost. Later, we see Seojin and Mantion finally finishing up for the day. Our guy praised his buddy for doing a great job, while the big man asked if they had to keep this up for a whole week. Kim didn't expect him to be such a winner, and Mantion defended himself, saying how hard it was to drive and plan the route at the same time. Seojin admitted that was fair, but told him he wouldn't mind so much once he heard how much bank they made. Turns out, after fees and taxes, they pulled in about 7,800,000 won. With a 50-50 split, they'd each get 3,900,000 won. Mantion argued they should do a 70-30th split instead, with 70 going to Seojin since he was doing the raiding and hauling. Kim reminded him that he was doing all the processing plus finding the fastest routes, and asked if he realized how crucial that was. The big guy suggested maybe an 80-20th split was better, but he ultimately decided to take 30, making it clear he wouldn't show up tomorrow unless they locked in that deal. Seojin accepted and calculated that 30 of 7,800,000 won was 2,340,000 won, then rounded it up to 2,500,000 won, just to keep it clean. Mantion started to protest breaking the agreement like that, but Seojin insisted he take it, saying he couldn't have done it without him and to consider it gas money. Our Awakener wondered why he didn't seem surprised at all by the dungeon raids. While he didn't seem shocked by the sweet progress, the big guy confessed that he had seen him fight in the tournament. This confession left Seojin absolutely shook. He couldn't believe it, and asked why he didn't mention he was there. However, Mantion just thought it would have distracted him. Kim admired him, knowing he'd always been like this, acting tough on the outside, but actually being a total softie. Back when Seojin was all alone after his parents passed and struggling with debt, Mantian looked out for him and became his biggest supporter. Seojin suggested he should open his own collection company and promised he'd give him all his contracts. The big guy asked where the money for that would come from, and if he even had that much work yet. Our guy said he meant in the future, not now, making his buddy grumble about getting his hopes up for nothing and telling him to talk when he's actually successful. It's been 2 days since the dungeon sweep competition started. Seojin has been raiding and hauling monster corpses like a machine, leading one supervisor to call them dungeon drainers. Mantian wondered if that was a bad thing, but the supervisor explained that's just what people were calling them. He said the two weren't just raiding dungeons, they were vacuuming them clean. The supervisor admitted he didn't believe it at first until he saw it with his own eyes. He was truly stunned, but regardless, he told them he didn't mean anything by it and to just keep doing their thing. The results showed Seojin in first place with 73 dungeons, and he believed that at this rate, the win was in the bag. Meanwhile, Mantian was stressing out because he thought the competition must be rigged if this much work still wasn't enough to secure the win. Kim knew calling him was a good move and tried to motivate him, saying there were only 5 days left and they could pull it off. The big guy wondered if he ever took a break, swearing that if they won, they'd go out for a massive celebration and the treat was on him. Mantian agreed and declared the place had to be super pricey. Seojin told him to make sure to bring his daughter, Ryan, along since he hadn't seen her in forever. Both were vibing with the victory as Seojin had a good feeling about it, certain that at this pace, they couldn't lose. By the 3rd day of the competition, Mantian showed Kim his phone, showing that all the dungeons near them were already booked. There wasn't a single open dungeon nearby. The closest one was an hour's drive away. Seojin found it suspiciously coincidental that only the dungeons around him were being snatched up. Mantian smelled something fishy and felt like someone was pulling strings to interfere. Seojin wasn't 100% sure, so he decided to just clear whatever dungeons they could get. But the same thing happened with the next dungeon and the ones after that. By the end, they were only exactly 10 dungeons ahead of second place. Kim found the situation bizarre, while Mantian thought it was obviously So-Yun's doing. Since she was in second, Seojin suggested checking the app to see who booked which dungeons, but that wasn't enough to prove they were cheating. Regardless, he decided to file a complaint with the organizers first. He was still in the lead, but it had only been 3 days, and if this kept up, he figured he'd lose. So he apologized to Manion and guessed they'd have to stop the side hustle until they widened the gap, but the big guy reassured him that winning was more important. However, he told Kim that no matter how fast he cleared, the travel distance would be a problem. He was doing his best, but with this interference, things were looking grim. Right then, an idea popped into Seojin's head as he wondered what would happen if they tried this. Next, we see a group of people gathered near a dungeon. A guy was directing them to book every dungeon surrounding Kim Seojin as soon as he booked one. The crew grumbled, telling him they were already on it, knowing they just had to do exactly what they did yesterday. The others gossiped about our guy, wondering how he could clear dungeons like that, while some didn't care as long as they got paid. Just then, that guy called them all over and announced that Kim had just booked a dungeon. He reminded everyone to book all dungeons within an hour's drive, just like yesterday. He directed them to spread out the bookings over 10 minutes, because doing it all at once would look sus. Everyone got to work, but something seemed off as they started whispering, not sure if this was a good idea anymore. Turns out Seojin had booked a dungeon right next to So-Yun. They realized if they booked up all the dungeons in the area, So-Yun wouldn't be able to clear anything either. Some suggested canceling the bookings after she finished her sweep, but the rules said you can't cancel for 10 hours after booking a dungeon. They were forced to actually complete the clears, but they never intended to clear those dungeons in the first place. Meanwhile, So-Yun finished her dungeon clear and stepped out. She told her driver to move to the next location. The driver was stunned that she was already done since only 15 minutes had passed. So-Yun wondered why he wasn't starting the car. And that's when she found out that all the nearby dungeons were fully booked, so he had nowhere to go. The leaderboard on day 4 showed Kim Seojin in first place with 98 dungeons, while So-Yun was in second with 73. Suk-min realized that the protagonist had them cornered. At first, he wasn't sure if it was a coincidence, but now it's clear Seojin is booking dungeons right next to theirs. Blocking the dungeons around him was backfiring. He understood that at this rate, So-Yun would never overtake him. He figured Seojin would catch on, but didn't expect such a savage countermove. Still, he told his daughter not to sweat it, because he had another trick up his sleeve and told her to just keep doing her thing. It was day 5 of the competition, and it looked like Seojin finally ran into So-Yun. The supervisor warned the contestants that fighting was prohibited and any violation meant instant disqualification. Kim assured him he wasn't there to scrap, but to clear the dungeon he had booked over there. So-yun realized who the man was, and he asked her if wouldn't it be better to just compete fairly. Seo-jin admitted the reality that they were competing, but thought they should do it with good vibes. So-yun asked if he was implying she was being shady. He just laughed it off, saying she didn't have to take it that way. Our boy left. So-yun became bitter as memories of her brother came flooding back. She was certain there was no such thing as goodwill, at least not in this world. In her eyes, humans were inherently selfish beasts, always looking for a payout. They act for profit and only for their own gain. There's no room for goodwill in that process. Thinking that, she decided to speedrun the dungeon, and as she stepped outside after finishing the clear, she was hit with the sight of Seo-jin working out while Manion was butchering monsters. The supervisor looked at them in total shock, realizing the rumors were actually true. When Kim saw So-yun, he couldn't help but notice she cleared the dungeon faster than he expected. He asked if she planned on taking the monster corpses, and, if not, if she'd mind if they took them instead. So-yun told him to do whatever he wanted, and he thanked her. Seeing him exercise with a pile of monster carcasses, she asked why he was doing that, and he wondered if she was asking about the workout or the corpse processing. Regardless, he revealed that it was obviously for the money. So-yun turned and walked away, feeling like she was wasting her time. She reminded herself that there's no room for goodwill in this world, and no hunter works out of the kindness of their heart. In this day and age, she believed anyone could be a hunter, it's just a job. Meanwhile, the Sword Star was fighting monsters while grilling Kalia, who had told him this was a 6-star dungeon. He asked her why there was a 10-star monster here, and she said it was measured as 6-star and assumed this Drake appeared because of an anomaly. Min-jae smirked because he knew anomalies don't happen like this, and felt the Truth Guild was plotting something, just like 30 years ago. Kalia admitted she understood how he felt, and swore the Truth Guild had nothing to do with it. The old man still didn't buy it. Right then, Jimin Kong, the disciple of the Magic Star, advised them to stop fighting while she tried to figure out what happened. The Sword Star told her to shut it, and wondered why she was here and where the Magic Star was. Jimin called him Grandpa, revealing that her master's health wasn't doing too well. This offended the Sword Star. He asked who she was calling Grandpa, since he was pretty sure they were around the same age. The Magic Star's disciple was jaw-dropped, thinking how dare he say that while trying to keep her cool. However, she revealed that the Drake's mana wavelength was definitely off, but like the Sword Star said, this wasn't just a simple anomaly. Kong asked Min-jae if anything was weird when he fought the monster, but he denied it, saying nothing was special other than it being a typical 10-star beast. She asked if he was flexing, while he insisted it wasn't a simple anomaly. Jimin agreed this was no small matter because there hadn't been a monster like this since the fall of Berserk the Tyrant. Kalia asked her about the possibility of this happening in other dungeons, and although Jimin thought the chances were low, she couldn't be certain. She believed this definitely needed more investigation and decided to inform the association president to sweep the verified dungeons and recalibrate the lower levels. On the other hand, we see dungeon supervisor surprised to see all those dungeon gates. The guy said this was rare, but sometimes they find 2 dungeons right next to each other. However, he had never witnessed 3 at once until now. It turned out the Eastern Academy was playing dirty to win the competition. They had people pretend they had already booked the dungeon that Seo-jin was supposed to raid. The same thing had happened 3 times. This made both of our guys furious. They were making a scene at the academy, while Manion speculated how the same scenario kept repeating. He blurted out that the organizers must be in on it by now, while Seo-jin realized the opponents had found a new exploit since they bypassed the first plan. Our guy was still in first with 89 dungeons, but it looked like So-yun was catching up with 87. Seo-yun was fired up when she heard that and declared she wouldn't let this slide, even if she had to pull the grandpa card. Then an announcement was made that if a booked dungeon was raided by another contestant, the raid count could be transferred at the dungeon supervisor's discretion. Seeing that this worked, our team felt hyped, and Kim believed they could bounce back from yesterday's L. He was certain no one could stand in their way, until a broken car blocked the path. The owner insisted the car was dead, but when told to move it, he confessed he lost the keys. The leaderboard on day 4 showed Seo-jin had fallen behind So-yun, who had caught up to him with 111 dungeons. Seo-yun informed Kim and Manion that everyone denied knowing Sukmin. Although the dungeon management chief promised to investigate, our duo clearly didn't have time to spare. He's a retired A-rank hunter, one of the few people her grandfather actually kept an eye on. Manion figured he must be a big deal if the Sword Star respected him, while Seo-yun clarified that he didn't respect him. He just had to watch him because the guy was a smooth talker with deep connections. The big guy guessed he must have the resources to pull off these schemes, and Seo-yun suspected that even if an investigation happened, they wouldn't find anything until it was too late. She suggested getting her grandfather involved, but Seo-jin didn't think dragging him in was a good move. And she agreed, especially since she couldn't even reach him right now. Manion urged them to do something because they couldn't just let our boy take the L. Seo-yoon apologized to Seo-jin, confessing she really didn't know how to help him. However, Kim pointed out she'd already helped a ton and wondered why she'd say that, since they only got this far thanks to her. He admitted the fact that things probably would have been over a long time ago if it weren't for what she did. Manion totally agreed and told her she'd done everything she could. The rest was up to them. More specifically, he meant Seo-jin. Knowing he had a plan, he told Kim not to just sit there while Seo-yoon was worrying, and our guy just responded with a smirk. Later, we see Suk-min Lee yelling at his manager, demanding to know why they were losing. The terrified manager reported that Seo-jin now waits until he's right next to a dungeon to book it, so they have no way of knowing exactly where he's going. Desperate, Lee ordered him to stop him, get ahead, or do whatever it takes. But he was informed that our friend only takes 5 minutes to book and finish a raid. Suk-min urged him to bribe the supervisors, but the manager admitted that, whether it was due to that other academy's influence or not, the dungeon management team was now monitoring the supervisors. This left the Eastern Academy principal in total disbelief, wondering how some nobody academy got the dungeon management team to step in. Slamming the table, he demanded the academy's name, and the manager revealed the rumor that the academy belongs to the Sword Star's granddaughter. This left Suk-min shook, while the manager made it clear they couldn't do anything in this situation. The stubborn A-rank hunter scoffed, telling him to surpass them or do whatever. For him, Eastern Academy winning was all that mattered. He screamed that if they lost, everyone would be held responsible. The competition rankings then kept flipping, with first and second place belonging to Kim and So-yeon, and on the final day of the competition, both contestants had the exact same number of rated dungeons. In the competition organizers' meeting room, we see the administrator in shock while Seo-yoon and the Eastern Academy manager are busy arguing. She asked how a cheater could be declared the winner, while the opponent snapped back, asking how she dared accuse them of cheating. They claimed it wasn't their fault her contestant ran into unexpected issues. The administrator cut the argument short and announced they had decided there would be no tie, and since there was no proof of cheating, So-yeon would not be disqualified. Having said that, he stated they had a proposal. After that, Jang Suk-jin, the dungeon management team leader, saw the contestants Seo-jin and So-yeon arrive at the site. Jang Suk-jin decided to explain the rules of the tiebreaker to determine the ultimate winner. There are 3 dungeons, and the rules are supposedly very simple. The contestants must each pick one of these 3 dungeons. The one who finishes first gets the right to clear the 3rd dungeon and becomes the winner. Seo-jin was curious if just clearing the first dungeon was enough to win. Jang told him that. They checked to see if the dungeons were connected, but found nothing. However, they didn't want to leave any dungeon uncleared, and they felt it was reasonable for the winner to clear one more dungeon. He revealed that all the dungeons were 2-star, so there was no difference in difficulty. Therefore, they could decide which dungeon to raid first. Kim asked So-yeon if she minded him picking first, and she said it was no problem. So he chose the one on the right, while she took the one on the left. Before heading in, she told our guy not to be too disappointed. Seo-jin pondered what she meant. Then the administrator counted to 3 and declared the start of the raid. Our guy was confused about why she said that, but then he decided to stop caring because he had to win this. A moment later, we see him dazed, not understanding what was happening because he thought this was a kobold dungeon. But he hadn't seen, let alone heard, a single kobold. Even if it wasn't kobolds, he should have seen something by now. More than 5 minutes had already passed. Just then, he heard a terrifying sound and realized it wasn't a kobold, but a manticore charging at him. Out of nowhere, our awakener realized it was a 4-star monster, and wasn't sure if they had miscalculated the dungeon level. The monster lunged at him. He took it down and rushed toward the exit gate. He finished it off quickly, but he worried he was much slower than his normal clear time. Kim knew if So-yeon caught a regular 2-star dungeon, she would definitely be out already. Rushing out of the dungeon, he shouted that there was a manticore inside. The administrator was confused, wondering what a 4-star monster was doing in a 2-star dungeon. Seo-jin told him to go see for himself. Then Jang asked him if he meant he actually took down a manticore. Kim revealed that he did it and demanded a rematch because he felt the situation was unfair. Jang Suk-jin understood his request, but saw no need to change the competition at this point. Plus, the contestant Lee hadn't come out yet. Our boy was surprised to hear that, finding the whole thing incredibly sketchy. Meanwhile, So-yeon had entered long ago and still hadn't encountered anything. However, we see a terrifying monster right behind her that she's totally oblivious to. Jang revealed that So-yeon was still inside and asked if our guy was sure he wanted a rematch even though he'd already won. He stated he would look into it and informed Seo-jin that all he had to do was clear the final dungeon and he'd take the W. In the meantime, our guy felt like something was seriously off. He was positive that So-yeon was the one responsible for the dungeon level being wrong. But if it wasn't her doing, there was a chance her dungeon was glitched too. Right then, Kim panicked when he saw the magic wavelength reader acting up. It measured 3 stars and was now jumping to 4 stars. Jang asked if he was sure, wondering if the machine was busted. The conversation between Seo-jin and the Sword Star about dungeon anomalies came flooding back to his mind. Meanwhile, the competition administrators were stressing out because the wavelength reader hadn't glitched once in the 20 years they'd worked there. The boy recalled being told that dungeon anomalies don't happen anymore, even though they were common during the Great Disaster. The supervisors decided to call in pro hunters to investigate. And when they turned back to inform Kim that they'd have to postpone the competition, he had already ghosted them. Meanwhile, we see So-yeon remembering her brother, whom she considered weak, fragile, and foolish. She recalled putting a band-aid on Jin-soo's face while he cried in pain, asking him why he kept defying their father. He told her that he couldn't cheat to win, no matter what their father said. He just couldn't do it. And he advised her that to become a pro hunter, her heart had to be pure and uncompromising. So-yeon got heated and said everyone called him weak and stupid. She used to try to convince him to cheat like everyone else, trying to make him realize it's the era of pro hunters and that all his former heroes were phonies. Or dead. But he didn't budge, saying they were still around. And if they weren't, he declared he would become one himself. He knew it was hard for her to believe, but he guaranteed that one day she would find them, someone who doesn't act for profit or schemes, someone who moves for no reason at all. Later, So-yeon found her steadfast brother dead. Her father always thought he was a fool, but he never imagined he would go out like that just to protect a stranger. Suk-min advised his daughter never to be that stupid, and So-yeon never wanted to be like her brother. She didn't want to make the same mistakes he did. Back in the present, we see So-yeon in a bad way, as she faces the 6-star monster, Malakastra. She wondered if this was the battle between good and evil that Jin-soo always talked about. The monster roared, but she found it laughable, reminding herself that good and evil don't exist in this world. Muttering that at least she wouldn't die like a fool like her brother, she prepared to accept death. Right then, Seo-jin burst onto the scene, standing between her and the roaring monster. So-yeon asked what the hell he was doing while he struggled to hold off Malakastra. He told her to move or run if she could while he bought some time. However, she was in total disbelief, wondering why he was here. Like why though? Kim could barely land an attack, and jumped up, shouting to draw its attention. It attacked while he dodged. He knew that if he took just one hit, he was toast. Our young man sensed its attack patterns and figured if he kept attacking, he might be able to bait it into a trap. But the 6-star monster struck, piercing its horn through Seo-jin's shoulder. He realized this monster was smarter than he thought, and didn't know how much time they had left. Our awakener asked So-yeon if she could move yet, while she seemingly couldn't wrap her head around why he was doing this. She asked why he came to save her and what he'd gain, since this had nothing to do with him. Lee told him to just go finish the last dungeon and be done with it, telling him this wouldn't make him a hero, as she reminded him he was only doing it for the money too. Seo-jin agreed with her, because he didn't know about her, but he definitely needed the cash at this point. So-yeon told him to just go and take the win. She knew he realized what she'd done to win and asked if he thought she'd suddenly be grateful. Kim declined and said straight up that she was a cheater, and it definitely wasn't her first time. He wasn't forgetting that, but he figured that didn't mean she deserved to die. At that exact moment, Jin-soo's words echoed in So-yeon's head. That one day, someone would become her hero. And it turns out Kim was there to save her because, to him, saving a life was worth more than any prize money. Our guy faced off against the 6-star monster with his spear to protect So-yeon at that moment. Chiron's lessons flashed through his mind. The instructor who taught him that instinct lies within the scope of thought. It definitely includes judgment. Simply put, it's a process of perception followed by judgment. Waiting until the moment you move is already too late. But people misunderstand, thinking there's no need for thought or judgment at all, so they act prematurely. The young man remembered that instinct is actually a part of thinking. A powerful aura surged forth. Seo-jin recalled Master Chiron's teaching. Let your senses judge in a split second and unify your thoughts with your senses, because that is the true transcendent instinct. With that, power erupted within him as the monster attacked ferociously, and Kim was amazed to see that he could spot every opening. In that moment, he could feel every fiber of his muscles moving, a sudden peak state of euphoria. He believed he could hold the monster off until a pro hunter arrived, but glancing at So-yeon, he wondered how long she could actually hang on. Since she was in terrible shape, pressed for time, there seemed to be no other choice. He charged toward the monster with the intent to take it down instantly. He used a mountain-splitting force technique combined with his aura, and lunged with his spear, but deep down, he was certain he couldn't win with just these techniques. So Seo-jin activated a massive flow of demonic energy, coating his spear, and with a single slash, he impaled the goat-headed monster, annihilating it like a true beast. Blood splattered everywhere. So-yeon was completely floored by the sight, feeling like this was impossible. Meanwhile, our hero breathed a sigh of relief as all his core stats shot up. Afterward, Seo-jin carried So-yeon on his back, thinking it would be a total embarrassment if they died right now. Poor So-yeon looked half dead, having lost an arm, and he asked if she was still breathing because he was low-key worried all this effort was for nothing. The girl replied that she was still alive, and Kim felt a wave of relief. A while later, they made it out of the dungeon more dead than alive. He immediately demanded medical support since So-yeon was in critical condition, while the staff panicked and called an ambulance. So-yeon hoped this rescue didn't make Seo-jin think he was her life-saving benefactor. Hearing that, he looked at her with pure exhaustion because she still didn't get it. He concluded she could think whatever she wanted since he didn't expect anything from her anyway. Regardless, the medics arrived as news of the dungeon suite competition spread, and widespread panic set in. News of Malakastra, a 6-star monster appearing in a 2-star dungeon, made everyone hold their breath. Dungeon level readings had glitched before, but never this catastrophically. The incident became the talk of the town and hit the top of the internet trends. The public, the association, and the government were all obsessed with this disaster. And naturally, the incident turned everyone's eyes toward Kim Seo-jin. Everyone was hyped that a student from the no-name Dream Hunter Academy had soloed Malakastra. The scene then cuts to Lady Kalia, who had been summoned by the Apostle of Temperance regarding the recent anomaly in Korea. On the flip side, as Kim Seo-jin was breaking the internet, the news also reached the Sword Star. The old man's granddaughter excitedly announced that the student who handled the monster was from Seo-yoon's academy, but the Sword Star wasn't happy at all and called Seo-yoon a total brat. The scene shifts to the hospital where our guy is banging his head against the table, crying over the money he lost. Manion was shocked that Kim was still thinking about money while he was losing his mind, claiming it was total BS that he won the competition but was forced into a tie and even had to split the prize. His buddy snapped him back to reality, blaming Kim for getting involved in the first place. The kid came up with the idea to play rock, paper, scissors with So-yeon for the full prize, or maybe they could play the two-handed variation. Well, he was being sarcastic since Lee had lost an arm in the incident. Our greedy guy stared at Mantian weirdly, making him shiver at how twisted his face looked whenever he thought about cash. After Seo-jin thought of fair games to settle this, Seo-yoon burst in and saw the two bickering. Mantian wondered wearily why a money grubber like Kim went through the trouble of saving Lee if he was going to act like this. When Kim also expressed regret, Seo-yoon looked worried for him, but Mantian told her not to sweat it since he was just obsessed over losing half the prize money. That's when Seo-yoon revealed that Lee had forfeited and even confessed that she had cheated, not just in this competition, but in countless others. Not to mention, Lee exposed her own father, Min-shul Lee, the head of East Academy, and legal proceedings had already begun. Speechless, he recalled what Lee said about him being wrong, wondering what made her change her mind so suddenly. Seo-yoon forwarded a message that So-yeon had asked her to give him, saying she still thought Kim Seo-jin was in the wrong, but admitted she was also wrong herself. Anyway, Seo-yoon didn't quite get what she meant by that. But she was hyped that Kim was now the undisputed champion. But there's more. Seo-yoon announced that the government is providing Seo-jin with extra perks because of the incident, including tax exemptions and an additional 100 million won. Our guy was floored. An instructor Seo-yoon revealed they're calling it a bonus, but it's low-key just hush money to prevent a lawsuit. While Kim was over the moon about the news, he also learned that Dream Academy finally got promoted to Division 3. Thanks to Seo-jin, the academy met all the requirements, and most importantly, they can now enter 4-star dungeons. Seo-jin couldn't be happier. He felt bad about losing the prize money and the level-up opportunity earlier, but everything turned out clutch. Then Seo-yoon thanked Kim for making it happen, while Mantian joked that he didn't need to play any games anymore. Since so much had happened, Seo-yoon decided to treat them to a meal, and Mantian was surprised to see that the bonus actually cured his stinginess. However, once all the money talk was settled, Kim excitedly decided to go on a shopping spree in the Transcendent store. With nearly 300 million, our boy decided to snag the spear, Longinus, for 100 million. Kim didn't know how much a new free pass would cost, and any money he saved would only drive up future costs. He knew it'd go to waste if he just let it sit there. So he decided to just blow the cash and treat himself. With that in mind, he started browsing the shopping hall and bought Aphrodite's belt along with Gleipnir, the cord used to bind the mighty wolf Fenrir. He believed the Longinus spear was the best weapon for him. He scrolled through to buy more stuff since the prices were almost too tempting. Seojin recalled the wild adventures he'd had because of stupid karma calculations. In a flash, item prices spiked. Earlier, he'd used Kalia's money to pay off the rest of his debt. The worrying part was that now that Seojin actually had money, the price of every item shot up to several hundred million. Figuring there was no way they'd let these replicas stay cheap, our guy suspected the issue wasn't just the free pass. They adjusted the karma calculations the moment he bought anything, and all the prices shifted. Still, he decided to play it safe. Another problem Kim faced was that the item effects weren't clearly explained. He could only guess based on the original mythology of each item. He looked stressed because it would take a lifetime to research the myths of every single item, especially the obscure ones. That's when Seojin's mind turned to user reviews and the community for Transcendent trainees. But since our buddy didn't make an account, he couldn't post or reply, only lurk. Kim kicked himself for not making an account. Then suddenly, he stumbled upon a post saying they would review 100 Transcendent items and give personal recommendations. The post hit right on Seojin's pain point about messing up karma calculations. First was the Aegis shield with its monstrous Medusa face design. Totally trash because it petrifies enemies, meaning there's no way to control it, which means it could petrify the user too. Our guy was absolutely shook by this item, imagining that even looking at Medusa's face would turn him into stone. Seojin was loving the brutally honest reviews, convinced this user really knew their stuff. The next item was Kibisis, and the user revealed he wrote an entire post just to flex this thing. Kibisis is basically an expandable magic bag that doesn't get heavier, with image memory and time stasis capabilities. The user suggested buying it early before karma calculations made everything pricey, plus it's super useful and durable since it's made of adamantium. When a user rated it a 100 out of 10, it really caught Seojin's eye. He immediately recalled it was Hera's bag in Greek and Roman mythology. She gave it to the hero Perseus so he could safely store Medusa's head after chopping it off. Anyway, our guy looked at the karma calculations and saw he could buy Kibisis for 100 million, meaning he could actually afford it. Our guy jumped for joy, imagining stuffing all the corpses from dungeon raids into the bag. And if he ever became homeless, he could just carry everything inside. Although he thought it was a shame Kibisis didn't completely negate weight, he wondered if he could do squats with it. And that's when he knew Kibisis was convenient enough to hold everything, allowing him to work out without bulky weights. That was music to Seojin's ears, and he was hyped to get his hands on them. 3 days later, our boy finally received the items he bought. The spear looked even better in person, and the Kibisis radiated a unique aura. Even though these items wiped out his bank account and his 400 million was now just a memory, our guy could only hope for the best while low-key crying. But the price of Kibisis had skyrocketed from 100 million to 300 million. It seemed karma couldn't stand him owning anything for long, which made him determined to grind for more cash. Meanwhile, Seoyun was surprised to see our guy heading out for a raid, and he stated clearly that he needed to make money ASAP. Confused, Seoyun blurted out that he just got a 400 million won bonus, and our guy straight up confessed that it was already all gone. Right then, her eyes landed on the shiny, expensive-looking spear, and she guessed that. Seojin was itching to test it out. The instructor figured our hunter was very hesitant when she offered to buy him a weapon, but anyway, how he spent his money was none of her business. The scene then shifts to Seojin entering a 4-star dungeon. A deathly silence hung in the air, and the place was crawling with gargoyle statues. In terms of defense, they are top tier among 4-star monsters. Right then, our guy attacked the enemy to test out the Longina spear. He planned to start without using any magical aura. He believed that even with the gargoyle's defense, the Longina spear would still pack a punch. Just as the gargoyle let out a frantic scream, Seojin sliced through that monster with a single swing. Both of them were speechless because they didn't expect it to be a piece of cake. When this happened, Seoyun figured nothing could surprise her anymore when hanging with Seojin, or so she thought. Our guy was hacking through those gargoyles like a maniac, treating it like some kind of game. It looked more like a prank than actually killing monsters. Anyway, Kim managed to bag a decent pile of corpses, and now he stuffed them into his Kibisis. Right then, Seoyun's eyes were glued to his bag, wondering how the hell he fit those corpses in such a tiny pouch. But to her surprise, our guy shoved those massive monsters in like it was nothing. Kim felt the magic bag was heavier than he expected, even with the 70 weight reduction. Meanwhile, Seoyun looked stone-faced and asked him if he'd accidentally been paid in US dollars. She wondered how on earth he could afford these items and where he even bought them. Our guy told a straight-up lie and informed her he picked them up at some random hunter shop. He revealed it was a small shop near his house called the Transcendent Store. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and begged Seojin to take her there, because there was no way they'd sell him that spear for just 400 million. But since he was capping, our boy told her the shop was closed and the owner went on vacation. Seo Yoon analyzed his adorable face and was convinced that a face like that wouldn't lie to her. She believed him, while Seo Jin low-key felt bad for finessing her. Suddenly, the dungeon started shaking and danger struck. As Seo Jin stepped up to handle it, our guy took the lead. He asked her to let him try something. Our guy figured the Longina spear was stronger than he expected, just based on how it sliced through the gargoyles. Like they were nothing, he thought about testing a combo technique with Merlin's magic. Our boy then activated the mountain-splitting technique and channeled energy into the spear, manifesting it to pierce through the monster. A blue aura filled the room, and Seo Jin projected sword chi through his weapon. Just like that, an army of gargoyles charged out, and Seo Jin blocked the path with his spear, using a total annihilation strike. A moment later, a deadly burst of energy poured out from the spear and slammed into the monsters. That destructive aura actually made the ground crumble, leaving Seo Jin jaw-dropped. Later, we're told that the holy lance supposedly used to pierce Jesus on the cross was the Longina spear. Since Seo Jin bought a replica, he thought it'd have some flaws, but luckily, it was fire. Some say a true craftsman doesn't need special tools, but for our guy, he thought that was BS because he's forever Team Gearhead. Kim was itching to buy more gear now that he'd found reliable online reviews. But the problem was the more he bought, the higher the karma price went. And the more pressing issue was that he only had 25 days left on his free pass. Our friend made a weird face, thinking it was time to lock in. Just as the fire of determination ignited in Seo Jin, Seo Yoon interrupted and told him that Jimin wanted to see him. Kim assumed it was her younger sister. But the instructor clarified that Jimin was just an acquaintance, adding that he might know her as the Magic Star's disciple. Then we learned that the Magic Star had chosen a disciple in his final years, even admitting her genius had surpassed his own. Our guy found it interesting that Jimin was already known as the next-gen Magic Star, and was even more shocked that Seo Yoon knew her personally. But more importantly, Seo Jin was curious why the Magic Star's disciple wanted to meet him, and Seo Yoon revealed she seemed to have questions regarding the recent dungeon anomaly. The instructor mentioned Jimin wanted to come over immediately, which freaked our guy out even more, because he imagined Jimin was some obsessed psycho who'd tell him to stay away from Seo Yoon, but the instructor made it clear it wasn't like that at all. And once Kim agreed to meet the Magic Star's disciple, she immediately set the date. Right as Seo Yoon texted Jimin about our guy agreeing to meet, the very next moment, she had already arrived at the academy. Jimin locked eyes with Seo Jin, and finally saw the boy her grandpa Sword Star adored so much. After Jimin met our guy, she was in total disbelief because Seo Jin turned out to be just a high schooler. She spiraled and grilled him with questions, asking how the hell he got that back. She seemed to be pointing at the kibisis while our guy was annoyed, suggesting a greeting would be more polite. Kong reluctantly greeted him and cut straight to the chase. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon rushed over to see what the noise was about and grabbed Jimin, who was losing it, begging her to chill out. Meanwhile, our guy was speechless after learning that this psycho was actually Jimin, the disciple of the Magic Star. Seo Yoon apologized to Kim for the suddenness and explained that Jimin is pretty relentless. Once she sets her eyes on something, social etiquette goes right out the window. Even so, Seo Jin still couldn't fathom how a weirdo like Kong became the Magic Star's disciple. Well, it seems our boy was confused because he'd seen her pictures online, and she clearly looked at least 40 years old. That's when Seo Yoon revealed that Kong had changed her appearance. But overall, she still kept the features of her youth. Kim wondered how that was even possible. Jimin said only polymorphs can fully transform. This was just an impression her body remembered that she's simply awakened, and not everyone can pull it off. Putting that aside, Kong asked Seo Jin where the hell he got that spatial storage bag. Jimin's sparkling eyes showed she was obsessed with the kibisis, and she started grilling him about its functions. Our guy asked if she knew the bag was special, but she was clueless until he showed her. She wondered if it was really that big of a deal, while Seo Yoon replied lifelessly that it was great, but didn't know the details. Hearing that, Kong lost it and made it clear that this item was absolutely unbelievable. Then she started rambling nonstop about the bag. I mean, our guy looked like he was totally fed up with this crazy lady. He wondered how the Sword Star's blacksmith would react if he saw the Longina spear and went wild. Jimin begged Seo Jin to sell her the kibisis, but he flat out refused. But she even agreed to pay 1 billion won just for this one item. Seo Jin was speechless. His ears perked up the moment she mentioned money. He told Kong she was shouting too loud while looking a bit flustered. The Magic Star's disciple explained she wouldn't buy it with her own cash, but would go call for sponsors. But she confidently claimed she could easily raise 100 billion because this bag was worth even more than that. Our boy thought back and recalled that at auctions, even items smaller than the kibisis sold for 100 billion. And for someone like the Magic Star's disciple, making that kind of money was a walk in the park. While Kong looked very confident, Seojin calculated that 100 billion could solve all his problems at once. He could even buy the kibisis back later and sign up for all kinds of courses. With a gloomy face, he confessed that this item was not for sale. Seoyun blurted out suggestively that he needed money more than anything, while Kong panicked, thinking 100 billion was more than enough. She sighed. Kim took off the kibisis and handed it to Kong, who was dying to get her hands on it. However, the moment the kibisis touched her hand, it reacted by emitting a powerful surge of energy, and it dropped right out of her hand. Poor Kong got zapped, while Seojin confessed that this item could only be used by him. It seems that because it was specially crafted by the graduate trainees for trainee use only, reselling it was strictly forbidden. Therefore, no one else could touch the item, let alone buy it. He hoped Kong would give up, but she became even more persistent, fascinated that this kibisis even created a magic field. She was so desperate to buy it from Seojin that she screamed she'd give him 1 billion just to tell her who he bought it from. Our guy repeated the same old chorus, saying he bought it from someone near his house, and that person was now gone. But Kong immediately deduced that was a total lie, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Our guy mused that at least she backed off, unlike that certain someone, referring to the Sword Star. After arguing about this damn kibisis for a while, Kong insisted he let her study the item. She thought that would be fine since she'd only run a few tests, and she still agreed to pay. But not 1 billion, obviously. Seojin wondered if that was allowed. The item would probably still belong to him. Surely anyone else tried to use it would get zapped like before, but anyway, he thought about letting Kong study it since he'd get paid. It sounded like a fair trade, and Kong looked at him with puppy dog eyes. After some thought, he allowed her to study the item, making her jump for joy. Seojin asked Jimin if she wanted to start the research right away, but she declined because she didn't have her research gear. Kong announced she'd invite Kim to the lab soon, and then remembered she was in the middle of something. He reminded her that she came here to ask about the dungeon anomaly. Then Seojin recounted the incident to Kong, and she deduced the Malakastra had been in the dungeon all along, but the scanners didn't detect it until it suddenly appeared. She questioned him on how he killed a 6-star monster, and Kim said he just got lucky. But Kong didn't buy that BS, and made it clear you can't kill a 6-star monster with luck. If you can't control mana, you couldn't even give a niche. Our guy indifferently claimed that's exactly where his luck came in. Actually, Seojin knew his mountain-splitting force technique wasn't enough. If not for Merlin's magic course, he'd be a corpse by now. Right then, he suddenly realized something, and asked Kong if she wanted to hear a theory. He speculated that both chi and spells originate from magic. So using magic is about imposing one's will onto the world until it bends to one's desire, which is exactly the nature of a dungeon anomaly. Hearing that, Kong interrupted and asked him to be more specific. Our boy concluded that since all magic is essentially a twist and distortion of the world, a dungeon anomaly is basically the same thing. Merlin always talked about magic being the distortion of the world's laws according to one's will. Therefore, if applied to the current situation, a dungeon anomaly is the manifestation of someone's will. Simply put, instead of anomalies forming naturally by chance, someone is intentionally creating them. After this theory, our guy felt a bit awkward because he was basically preaching to the choir with a magic genius. But he confessed he was a pro hunter in training. This shocked Jimin even more, wondering how he knew the difference between spells and chi. Well, to be fair, it's not like Seojin came up with it, Merlin did. Right after, Kong, who was losing her cool, asked Seojin if he was the one who crafted the spatial bag, since he was both a pro hunter and a magic scholar. An awkward silence filled the room as they processed the nonsense Kong had just blurted out. Jimin was absolutely floored by Seojin's idea, wondering how on earth he could come up with something like that. As for our boy, he was just following the natural logic from what Merlin had taught him. He didn't expect her to react this strongly. Kim begged her to let him go. But she kept rambling, jumping to the next question about the foundation of magic and chi. Knowing that the Transcendent Academy lectures were meant to achieve transcendence, Seojin guessed they were way beyond the mindset and knowledge of normal people. He kept lecturing Jimin even though he knew damn well he was just a rookie trying to be a hunter, someone who only had a vague idea about the difference between magic and chi, while wondering if it was really okay to keep going like this. Right then, a thought flashed through his head. Maybe he should teach this to others and collect tuition. Kim quickly crunched the numbers, recalling how he agreed to rent out the kibisis for a fee, and wondered if he could monetize his knowledge too. Unlike the items in the Transcendent store, this knowledge was something he put in the work to learn, so he believed it wouldn't mess with his karma calculations. He realized he'd have to actually absorb and understand the lessons instead of just skimming them, because teaching isn't exactly a walk in the park. Plus, he didn't know who would even want to learn from a trainee like him. Jimin told him he clearly didn't understand much about the mechanics of magic, which she found a bit disappointing, though our guy had already called it since he'd only completed 17.9 of the course. However, the Magic Star's disciple declared that what he said earlier was spot on, and she'd have to look into it. At the same time, Seo-yoon walked into the room to find Jimin getting ready to head out. She said she bought some snack for them, but Jimin announced she was done and invited them to drop by the lab later before taking off. The B-rank hunter pouted because she'd bought a ton of food, all her favorites too. Seo-jin commented that the Magic Star's disciple was definitely a weirdo, totally different from what he'd imagined, and Seo-yoon admitted she'd heard that a lot. And even she often forgets that Jimin is the next Magic Star in line. Our friend found it insane that he'd already met the Sword Star, Kalia, and the Magic Star's disciple, while most people go their whole lives without meeting even one of them. Seo-yoon realized they have to finish the snacks themselves, declaring that the pastries were all hers. Kim thanked her while eating, wondering if he'd eventually run into the exalted voice too. Later, we see him worrying about not progressing fast enough. His assigned workouts were moving faster thanks to the kibisis, but he still wasn't making enough headway. Our boy hoped to finish at least one course before the free pass expired, and now he had two options. Either grind for cash to renew the pass or crank his progress up to the max. He went to find Seo-yoon to ask her something and found her muttering to herself. She was worried about not being able to teach all the new students alone, so she had to find an instructor. She kept mumbling until Seo-yoon called her name loudly, startling her out of her thoughts. Feeling flustered, she asked if he'd said something, and Kim was curious about what was on her mind. Seo-yoon said she was trying to recruit more students, but there were just too many things to worry about. Our guy agreed, realizing she was carrying a heavy load. The B-rank hunter asked if he needed anything, and he asked if there were any other competitions coming up, like an academy tournament or a dungeon sweep, within the next 3 weeks. After checking her phone, she found nothing except the mock exam at Hangar Mill next month. A mock exam, a practical version of the Pro Hunter exam. The actual one is only held once a year. If they fail, they have to wait another year, so the pressure is insane. That's why many academies hold mock exams for their students. Among them, the top 3 academies are Hangar, Mill, and the mock exams held by these 3 are massive and open to everyone. They're considered a precise benchmark for actual hunter exam results. Seo-jin got the idea that students even higher level than Lee Jun or HV King would participate, and there would be big scholarships on the line. This could be the fix for his financial stress and course progress. But the problem was it's next month, way too late for our guy's free pass deadline. He figured there was nothing he could do, but decided to see if there was any other way. After that, we see our awakener busy listening to a lecture by Chiron, who asserted that technique is never perfect. It can be distorted or go sideways at any moment in ever-changing circumstances. Chiron felt that techniques must evolve accordingly. And the most essential thing in those moments, according to him, is instinct. He called instinct a law unto itself. After hearing this, Seo-jin realized he'd never thought about it that way before and couldn't help but admire the transcendence. Right then, Chiron mentioned a transcendent mock exam and advised the student not to obsess over the score, reminding them it's just a practice run. Kim had no idea there was a transcendent mock exam, and at the same time, he received a notification from the academy with the details of this exam. He wondered if there was a certificate and realized that meant there must be a passing standard, just like the Pro Hunter exam with full-on judges. Looking back at that first ad he saw for people who passed the Level 5 Spirit Out and Level 9 Sword Master tests. Back then, Seo-jin thought it was a joke, but now he figured there was no reason for him to take a mock exam right now. He thought his level was way too low, and believed it was better to just focus on finishing the course. When he opened Seon Yu's lesson, he also mentioned a mock exam and advised him to give it a shot. He basically roasted Kim, telling him to go see for himself how much of a scrub he really is. The kid knew these lectures were pre-recorded, and found it weird how both Chiron and Seon Yu knew he had a mock exam coming up. So he decided to check if Buddha and Merlin knew too. And turns out they did, because everything right now was revolving around the mock exam. Seo-jin wondered why he was even surprised. After all, this is the Transcendent Academy. He didn't know if the mock exam was that big of a deal and decided to see what the message board was saying. After reading the posts, he saw many people were in the same boat, and it seemed everyone was waiting until they hit a certain level to take it. However, Kim caught a comment advising to just go for the mock exam, and even if a newbie might not get a high score, their course progress would skyrocket. That was enough to convince our guy to consider giving it a go. It looks like taking the Transcendent mock exam for the first time is free. This made him wonder if using his free attempt now would be a waste, but in the end, he decided to just go for it. Seo-jin chose combat as his field for transcendence, and while preparing, the system revealed that the first challenge would have 15 levels. Level 1 was being prepared while he observed his surroundings. He was low-key, clueless about how the test would go. Knowing there were 15 levels, he wondered what a Transcendent Level 1 would even be, a 5-star monster, a 6-star, or what. And if level 1 was already 5-star, he couldn't imagine how terrifying level 15 would be. Even so, he braced himself and witnessed something lunging out from a phone, only to realize that it was the first monster. The monster seemed to keep growing bigger and turn out to be a massive dragon. Level 1 was announced as the Destruction Dragon, Fafnir, and he had to defeat it within a time limit of 30 minutes. Seojin thought this was a joke. He was sure they couldn't be serious until the monster roared and breathed fire. It looked like Seojin had taken an L at level 1 in less than a minute. Realizing he'd been completely wrecked, he lost his cool, wondering how the hell anyone was supposed to beat that thing. The guy still couldn't believe level 1 was a dragon, and not just any dragon, the Destruction Dragon, Fafnir. He wondered if level 1 was Fafnir, would level 15 be an actual god? Min-hyan did it. If he'd have to fight gods, and questioned if Transcendence out, they're considered killing gods, just another Tuesday. Taking a deep breath, he locked back in and thought about what to do next. He thought the building had been destroyed, but it turned out it all happened inside his head. Our friend looked at his phone. It seemed he had 10 chances, though he wasn't sure if 10 would be enough. Regardless, he picked up his spear and decided to see what he was made of. A while later, Seojin had to face the facts. He couldn't win. He tried 5 times and failed all 5. He realized he was getting cooked over and over again. Our guy rolled on the floor in pain and gave up, certain that this was impossible. Sitting on the bench, he muttered to himself, wondering who he was kidding. Seojin thought he'd never even become a pro hunter, let alone a transcendent. He sat there brooding. He wanted to make at least some progress, but failing so fast meant he couldn't do anything, which felt totally pointless. He considered whether he should cancel this and try something else. Right then, our buddy got a notification that a tutorial course was ready. He wondered if they would suggest an attack pattern, and when he checked the details, it turned out to be another course by Sun Wukong. He was sure he could learn something from these tutorials. So he signed up for Sun Wukong's tutorial. The Great Sage confirmed level 1 was indeed a Destruction Dragon and admitted it was tough, almost like a filtering course. But he said once you get down to it, it's not all that. Sun Wukong is the victorious fighting Buddha, after all. Seojin realized it had been a minute since he'd seen Sun Wukong, and recalled how everything looked like a joke at the start. Meanwhile, the instructor mentioned the first attack, Fafnir's Dragon Breath, and revealed that's basically its only move. Therefore, he implied that if you dodge the fire, you're golden. Then he gave a demo and continued the instruction. He told them not to bother trying to block the attack. Instead, just dodging is the way to go. Turns out, after Fafnir breathes fire, it temporarily can't use that move again. So at that point, he claimed it's just like a lizard, and they could just go to town on it. Kim witnessed Sun Wukong using the Meteor Staff art. First form, Meteor Descent, as a finishing move. For him, it was a piece of cake. And even though he admitted this was a filtering test, it was still only level 1. Finally, Sun Wukong capped it off by saying, "The harder the problem, the simpler the solution." Seojin found this tutorial absolutely ridiculous. Tutorials are supposed to teach you something, not blow your mind. He wondered if they had transcended the concept of usefulness or if he had just hit a new rock bottom of uselessness. Trying another course to see if it was the same, the guy saw another dragon fighting Fafnir and complained that he wasn't a dragon. Kim wondered what the hell was going on. He'd already used his free attempt and realized he couldn't back out now. Right then, he saw a course by Siegfried, the hero of Norse mythology and the protagonist of the Nibelungenlied, owner of the legendary sword Balmung and the first dragon slayer. Called so because he killed the dragon known as the Destruction Dragon, Fafnir. At least our friend found the course name attractive and believed if anyone understood Fafnir, it was this guy. So he signed up and told himself if this didn't work, he was quitting. Siegfried mentioned the key to defeating Fafnir was its breath, and the main issue was how to dodge. So he advised the student to avoid the breath, and that was the whole strategy. However, the Dragon Slayer understood that the student came here because that part wasn't easy at all. That's why he declared he'd teach them 2 things based on Fafnir's specific traits. First, he revealed that its breath is concentrated in a single line, and when it fires, the stream of flames will shoot straight in the direction it's facing. Though it's a simple trick, just knowing it makes it possible to dodge his breath. Siegfried anticipated that some students would struggle with this, so he announced the second strategy was for them, and that secret is gold. Later, we see Seojin walking out of a jewelry store with gold bars in his hands. He wondered if this would actually work and recalled the words of the Dragon Slayer, who claimed Fafnir was incredibly greedy. Legend has it he was turned into a dragon because of his obsession with gold. It doesn't even have to be solid gold. Anything that looks like gold will do. When he charges his breath, throw the gold at him, and he'll hold his breath because he doesn't want to destroy the loot. Siegfried knew it was a cheap trick, but as long as it works, he believed nobody would care. Seojin figured it couldn't hurt to try and reminded himself to throw at the moment he charges his breath. Our guy threw the gold as Fafnir charged his breath. And it seemed to work as the greedy dragon lunged after the pile of gold. However, it didn't take long for him to realize it was just gold-plated junk, and he let out a roar of pure rage. Kim got wrecked hard, failing to last even a minute. He wondered how he could ever beat him, though he noticed his course progress was going up. He wondered if he should just make a suit of gold armor. Seojin struggled just to dodge Fafnir's attacks, let alone try to counterattack. Fafnir lunged toward him, and realizing he had no time to dodge, he pulled a gold bar from his Kabisis bag and hurled it at him. However, the Destruction Dragon realized it was just gold-plated faster than expected and dove straight for Kim. He whipped out countless gold bars and threw them into the air, distracting Fafnir. Taking that opening, Seojin used the mountain-splitting force technique to dominate the battlefield, landing a heavy blow on the dragon. Just when he was positive he had taken him down, he saw Fafnir staring right back at him. The reality hit Seojin like an arrow, and just like that, he failed level 1. Our boy collapsed to the ground, his whole body aching, even though he thought he had the win in the bag. He noticed the courses were progressing, especially Xiang Yu's course, thanks to the combat. He believed if he kept this up, he could finish one or even both combat courses before the free pass expired. Seojin pulled himself up and decided to keep grinding. Later, we see Seyun. She wondered why our guy hadn't been clearing dungeons lately. He told her he didn't have the time, because he was busy focusing on training. She looked confused, and Kim realized that in her eyes. He was just staring at his phone all day. Our Awakener checked his combat ability score. It was only a 4.2 out of 100. So his first mock exam ended in a total fail. To make matters worse, the course progress wasn't as much as he had hoped for. He realized he had to actually understand what he was learning before the practice would be effective. Only then would the progress jump. Knowing the Transcendent mock exams are held every 3 days, he vowed to use the downtime to study as many lectures as possible. 3 days later, we see the second mock exam subject, Stamina. For question 1, Kim was given a wish-granting Dragon Pearl, and it seemed he had to keep it away from Gankiori, the massive serpent within the time limit. Turns out the serpent was immune to all attacks, and the time limit was 1 hour. Seojin wasn't sure if this was really level 1 and stared at the roaring monster in front of him. He realized he was cooked. So he failed level 1 again, though the course progress still increased. The guy decided to try the third subject, adaptability, and at level 1 of that subject, he had to either kill the Sphinx or survive within the time limit while all 5 of his senses were sealed. Seeing the Sphinx start to speak, he wondered what language that was and just YOLO'd the answer human. After catching an L in that subject, Kim moved on to the fourth one, magic skills, where he had to control the appetite of a Bulgasari within the time limit. Seojin pumped enough mana into the starving Bulgasari, which looked ready to eat him alive if it didn't get its fill of mana. Next, he tried the fifth subject, mental strength, where he had to listen to the siren's song for 30 minutes. Our boy actually thought it was a bop and passed level 1 with flying colors. This gave him high hopes that maybe he could actually reach level 15 this time. Moving on to level 2, it turned out he had to listen to Helheim's Requiem for 30 minutes. Hearing that made his ears bleed, and he screamed in pure agony. Seojin's mock exam results were absolutely cooked. He failed combat, stamina, adaptability, magic skills, and mental strength, basically everything, while the 2 elective subjects remained unselected. However, the course progress for Chiron, Siddhartha, Xiangyu, and Merlin seemed to have spiked significantly. Kim saw that finishing 2 courses was finally within reach and wondered what those elective subjects were. He couldn't remember picking anything during the initial registration. The kid wondered if he should wait, or if they only open on certain days, but decided to just wing it. 3 days later, we see Seojin nervously biting his nails when Seoyun walks in and asks what's up. She noticed he'd been looking stressed lately. Our guy realized she was there and reassured her he was fine, nothing to worry about, while laughing it off. However, deep down, he felt desperate. 3 days had passed, and he hadn't heard a peep about the elective subjects. Plus, the free pass only had 5 days left. Knowing he was so close to finishing the courses, Kim wondered if he should go back to grinding dungeons. He figured that was better than doing nothing and vowed to work his tail off. Right then, Minter popped out from the phone, startling him half to death. Minter asked how he'd been lately, while he still couldn't believe his eyes. Seojin angrily asked Minter why he'd been ghosting him for so long, while Seoyun was confused, thinking he was talking to her. She asked if he just said something. Our guy awkwardly said it was nothing, while she wondered if she was just hearing things. Kim told her she was probably just tired, tried to laugh it off, and announced he was heading out for a bit. Minter was bombarded with questions and revealed he thought the kid would be fine without him. However, there seemed to be a catch, as Minter said he only intended to check his records and come right back. but the results were just too pathetic. Seojin didn't get what he meant, and it seemed he was talking about his level. The room went silent for a moment before Minter spoke up, saying there was really nothing he could do for him, at least not at his current level. He thought it was best to just focus on the 2 basic courses he'd recommended. Realizing the issue, our guy comforted himself with a quote. Minter reminded him that the initial free pass duration was too short, and he had to hit a certain level for any advice to actually be worth it. The guy knew he was right, so he couldn't really stay mad, but he still grumbled that he should have been told. Minter apologized and asked if he'd been training while he was gone. Kim revealed that he'd figured out a lot on his own through trial and error. The little assistant decided to check his progress, and his expression went from bored to totally shook. He confusedly wondered if there was a glitch. How could it be like this? While Seojin asked if something was wrong, Minter reassured him it was no biggie, but looked baffled seeing 4 active courses and such a skewed progress rate. That's when Seojin just dropped it that he was taking 4 courses. Minter was busy checking if the karma calculation was broken when he finally processed what Kim just said. He found it way too shocking and was certain it was impossible. He said his level being pathetic was an understatement, so he didn't believe our guy hit this progress in just 3 months. He understood he was taking the courses, but it should have taken 3 or 4 times longer. Kim claimed he was just going in normal pace, and guessed the Transcendent mock exam was what pushed it over the top. Minter's jaw dropped when he heard that. He didn't believe Seojin could even participate in the mock exam, but it turned out he actually did it. The little assistant believed the kid didn't even need him anymore, but then got called back. He signaled that he had a question about the exam. He asked how to pick the electives for the mock test. And it turned out he could pick whatever he wanted. However, seeing the electives unselected, Minter realized something was off since the exam had already started. Kim also mentioned he didn't have a login ID for the site and wondered why. Minter thought that was impossible since he assumed he'd created an account when signing up, but our guy denied it, saying he just skipped that part. The little guy figured he didn't get that it shouldn't work like that. And when he was shown, he couldn't make heads or tails of it because this had never happened before. He believed he'd have to ask the director about this and announced he'd be MIA for a bit. And until then, he suggested Seojin finish up his mock exams. Minter promised he'd be right back this time and decided to help him pick the electives so he could sign up right now. And in a flash, he dipped after declaring he'd be back before the free pass expired. Our Awakener was bummed out because he still had a ton of questions, so he had no choice but to check out his electives later. We see Kim's courses are progressing nicely while he's already mastered the mountain splitting force technique. Now he was fully certified to use his spear techniques. The guy couldn't believe he'd actually cleared the course and tried out the refined technique, only to realize how effortless the mountain splitting force had become. Right then, he got a notification asking if he wanted to join the course finale. Upon entering, he was greeted by Xiangyu, who never thought the day would come when his student would actually finish the course. He said that now that they've finished, they'll feel a bit different than when they started. Power and technique will flow naturally, revealing that the mountain splitting force was just the first step on the path of transcendence. He announced they were only just qualified to take that first step. He hoped that didn't mean they'd rest on their laurels and bitched about the fools who never bothered to keep learning. Therefore, he reminded them that they'd graduated from being total trash to recyclable trash. He believed that was worth celebrating and suggested they go study the spear path that suits them best, hone it, and dedicate themselves to the true path of transcendence. Finally, he told a student that the path would be rocky and they want to quit and doubt themselves every single second. But he advised them to remember there is no single right way to become a transcendent. Like everything in life, it's never that simple. Thus, he suggested that if they think they've picked the right direction, they should move with caution. Speed doesn't matter. And just like that, the course was complete. Then we see Seo Yoon, who seemed to be waiting for Seojin. She informed him that Hanger Mill is now taking application for the mock exam starting today and confirmed if he was down to join. The guy was stoked and agreed almost instantly. His Transcendent mock exam was as bad as it gets, but anyway, that was Transcendent level. He was sure the Hunter mock exam would be a different story. With full certification in Xiang Yu's mountain splitting force and the Longina spear, he wondered what he was truly capable of. After she signed him up, she revealed the exam would be in 10 days. Then she caught him staring at her and got all flustered. Kim wondered how he'd perform if he sparred with her now, but then he brushed the idea aside. He asked her how the student recruitment was going, and she revealed she was low-key stressed about it. She didn't know how her grandpa would react if she took on new students. Seojin agreed, knowing any student could get beaten within an inch of their life by the Sword Star. Seojin said she could handle her grandpa, but she didn't know what kind of instructors to hire. The guy was curious why she didn't just teach everyone herself, and she told him she would be part of the faculty. But she couldn't teach everything because every student is different and needs a personal approach. The B-rank hunter thought it best to have an instructor for each field, but she couldn't just ask anyone, and famous instructors would be crazy expensive. This made Seojin's ears perk up as he wondered exactly how much famous instructors made. He was told a really famous one could pull in hundreds of millions of one a month, while the top-tier ones make a cool billion. This made the guy go wild, and he declared he'd do whatever it takes to help out. 3 days later, Kim's total mock exam score was 29 out of 100, while Chiron's course progress was nearly finished. He'd cleared Seong-Yu's course, was about to finish Chiron's, and figured there was still a bit of time left on the free pass. Right then, Minter popped out his phone, and this time, Seojin wasn't surprised to see him. He reminded him that he'd said he'd be back before the free pass ended, and in that time, he revealed he'd finished a course, which was legit. Minter was speechless hearing that from him. When he asked about the stuff he was looking into, the little guy announced they had a major problem. Minter stated he'd looked deep into his info before going to see the director about the ID issue. And just as Seojin guessed, it must be a big deal. The little guy revealed that there was actually nothing. Turns out, they have nothing under the name Kim Seojin. This left our guy totally confused, wondering what the hell he meant. Minter clarified for him that no one named Kim had registered at the Transcendent Academy. The guy pondered if that meant he wasn't a member and was completely losing it, wondering how he could even take the courses, and that was exactly what Minter was getting at. He revealed that the Transcendent Academy is strictly members only. You can't join a course without registering or get service, but somehow Seojin could. The guy was curious about what the director said and asked if he'd mentioned all this to him. However, it seemed even the director didn't know what was going on. Kim didn't know who the director of the Transcendent Academy was, but considering everyone else, he figured he must be near godly. For someone like that not to know what was happening was mind-blowing. Our Awakener wondered if it was a system glitch, but Minter declared that without triggering the karma calculation system, that would be impossible. But the karma calculation system can't be tampered with. It seems the director said there were signs of interference, but who did it and how is still a mystery. Seojin asked him what would happen to him, worried if he'd be kicked out. The little guy reassured him he had it all wrong. He let him know that was their problem, not his. It didn't have much to do with him. Besides, they'd never kick anyone out because, as Minter said from the start, once a member, always a member. Our man breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the lack of an account ID was just a simple bug, but if that's impossible and someone interfered, it means all of this was done on purpose for some reason. He speculates about who could have done this and why target him. He feels like a total nobody, just a regular wannabe pro hunter trying to make ends meet. However, he double-checks with Minter to see if he should be worried, and he tells him to just keep doing what he's doing. He doesn't think they'll fix his ID issue anytime soon and apologizes for that. Seojin is cool with it, since it hasn't caused any problem so far. And with that, they decide to get back to the main business. Kim lets Minter know his free pass is about to expire and asks for suggestions on what to do next. First, the little assistant decides to give him a brief breakdown of the Transcendent Academy's curriculum. Turns out it's divided into 4 levels: introductory, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Seojin is about to finish the introductory phase. He's curious if one becomes a transcendent after finishing the advanced courses, but Minter denies it and reveals that there's still so much to learn even after the advanced levels. They stop at advanced because learning from them beyond that point is pointless. Finishing the advanced level means they've reached the point where it's better to forge their own path. And it seems those who have already transcended say that going from advanced to transcendent is much harder than finishing the entire curriculum from the start. Therefore, finishing the advanced program is just the beginning. Minter thinks it's time for Seojin to move up to the beginner level since he's certain he'll keep the spear as his main weapon. He advises him to renew when the free pass expires, then look into individual courses. He shows him 2 courses by instructors Heracles and Zhang Sanfeng. By completing them, he'll be certified with divine strength and ascension. Minter suggests he should sign up for these 2 courses. However, Kim wants to know more about magic and spearmanship. Those are intermediate level courses, which is why Minter advises taking them later. In the early stages, it's better to lay a solid foundation to grow from. Seeing him speak with such confidence, Seojin feels reassured. The tuition for the courses turns out to be 2 million and 25 million for the 2 respectively. Seojin almost has a heart attack, realizing he needs a ton of cash for all of this plus the free pass. Minter agrees that he'll really have to grind for karma. And that brings Kim to another question. He asks what exactly karma calculation is, and it's revealed to be the measure of the law of causality. The law of cause and effect. If the Transcendent Academy is the cause, then the student is the effect. You could say it's their source code. The guy wonders what the Transcendent Academy gets from this code, and the little guy tells him their role is simply to help students become transcendents. Seojin wonders why that is, and this time Minter confesses this is the limit. He can only reveal so much right now, regarding the results he can bring him and the full impact he can explain. So he tells him to just keep Transcendent, because the more he does, the easier everything will be to understand. The little assistant happily declares he'll give him full support, and the guy seems to have one more question if that's the case. He's curious if there are any other students besides himself, and the instructor confirms there are, wondering why he didn't notice from the message board. But what he really wants to know is if there are any students in real life. And though the answer is a bit hard to explain, he decides to try. He reveals that across the countless realities surrounding the Transcendent Academy, the maximum number of students in any single reality is only 4. South Korea's top hunter academies are Hunters, Mill, Aeon, and Zion, each specializing in different fields. People usually say if you want to learn magic, go to Aeon. If you want to master weapons, go to Zion. And if you're not sure, just go to Hunter's Mill, because it doesn't specialize in one thing but isn't lacking in any either. Breaking into the top 3 amidst the fierce competition between Zion and Aeon shows how respected Hunter's Mill is. Today is the opening day of Hunter's Mill's prestigious Pro Hunter mock exam. Seo-jin is surprised to see such a crowd, while Seo-yoon leads the way because it's about to get packed. So they decide to move fast. Our young man feels the atmosphere is totally different from the tournament. Seo-yoon hands the slip to the manager, while Kim realizes that tournament was just tier 4. The scale of this mock exam and the money involved are on a completely different level. The scholarship for the top scorer is 1.1 billion, and the prize for a new pass is 500 million. They only barely scraped together 30 million from dungeon rating. He'll take the courses the instructor suggested, but the biggest priority is getting that new pass. And to do that, he has no choice but to take first place in the mock exam. They hear a commotion, and that's when Seo-jin realizes this place is way more crowded than the tournament. Seo-yoon announces she's leaving right away and wishes her student luck as he thanks her. Kim stops when he sees a scuffle. Turns out it's Kang Cheon, Kim from Hunter's Mill Academy. That other guy is making a scene while the manager tries to stop him. And everyone around recognizes it's Kang Cheon. They're shocked to see him and think it makes sense. Bows and all sorts of other gear. Kim wonders what's up with all those weapons while the other guy demands the manager take his application, shoving it toward him. The manager tells him to get in line, but he questions why Kang Cheon got through, and he didn't. Everyone tries to de-escalate. But eventually, he gets dragged away by security while still screaming. The same manager leads the way for Seo-jin. He notices the staff here are very strict. He sees people from all over the country are here. It seems the mock exam has started as the candidates are running around. A guy named Park Da-sun, a student from a Tier 2 Hunter Academy, believes he's just as talented as anyone in the top academies like Hunter's Mill and Zion. The reason he only studied at a Tier 2 academy was simple. Annual tuition at the Big 3 easily exceeded 100 million won, so he had no choice but to go to a Tier 2 school on a scholarship. In the East, they say it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. But a dragon's tail can still land heavy hits on massive dragons, while snakes just crawl on the ground together. Dawson actually came here to join that tail-wagging contest, which is the true essence of this mock exam. He targeted guys like Seo-jin, assuming he was just a total rookie. Added to that were written tests, stamina, magic skills, and monster combat capability. Dungeon rating and head-to-head duels. The first subject was stamina, testing the candidate's endurance. The test consisted of running 3 kilometers in under 5 minutes, repeating if necessary. Each sub-5-minute run counted as 1 lap, repeated until they couldn't run anymore. Scores were based on laps completed. The guy running alongside our young man initially thought he was just some moron, but he'd already finished 15 laps, and now only the 2 of them were left. Dawson forced himself to run a bit more, because he just had to beat Kim and surpass the person he was low-key competing with. He felt like this was the whole point of it all, the satisfaction of fighting for every single breath. When the clock beeped, signaling over 5 minutes, he stopped running. The only thing that mattered to him was getting into the major leagues with the dragons, not the snakes. He saw Seo-jin running toward him after finishing another lap and assumed he was done too. Park reached out his hand, believing it was a good game. Between giants. Right then, that young man zoomed past him. To him, this challenge was a walk in the park, leaving Dawson frozen, hands still extended as if waiting for a high five that would never come. After that, we saw all the candidates terrified of none other than our boy, who was lifting weights like they were feathers. People couldn't believe their eyes seeing him squat heavy loads and felt it was straight up inhuman. Meanwhile, this test was also easier than Kim expected. Even compared to his daily workouts, he didn't expect to be this strong. He wondered if this was the result of finishing Xiang Yu's course, as he felt he could use the mountain-splitting force without even thinking. Our guy's jaw dropped, imagining what he'd be like after finishing Heracles' course, considering he's already like this just from Xiang Yu. that made him even hungrier for cash, while the proctor suggested he rest before the next subject. It seemed the mock exam wasn't too important for students who had already passed a certain level. Kang Cheon, Kim Jong-won, Lee Jong-min, and Jin. These three candidates joined the mock exam as a flex to show off the fame and status of their hunter academies. The whole exam was a matter of honor between academies. But it seemed the Truth Society had forced Kang Cheon to join just to monitor Seo Jin. The only thing he had to do was observe and see what he was up to. The Truth Society had never asked him to do anything before. Their sponsorship was unconditional, and if he needed anything, they would help. So he wondered what this sudden request was about, and who Kim Seo Jin even was. He'd heard the name briefly regarding a dungeon anomaly a month ago, but when he bumped into our guy in the hallway, he didn't see anything special. However, hearing the crowd whispering, he guessed the scores were out. And looking at the leaderboard, Kim Seo Jin was in first with a 100 average. Min-hyan Lee was second with 91, and Kang Cheon was third with 89. He was stunned seeing an 11-point gap and himself lagging in third. Kang Cheon wondered who this Min-hyan Lee was, because anyone good enough to push him down should be someone he'd heard of. He was pissed about falling behind, but reassured himself there was no need to worry, since there are always students who only specialize in one subject. He was sure they wouldn't easily pass the next one. Yet, in the second subject, monster combat capability, the results were identical except Min-hyan got 97 and Kang Cheon got 94. Witnessing the results, Kim remembered the order from the Truth Society and wondered if he should just stand by and do nothing. The third subject was announced as magic skills. It seemed they would use shield generators and measure the impact force of attacks. The goal was to use magic to try and break the shield. Seo Jin looked nervous because magic wasn't his forte. He had the basics down thanks to Merlin, but he'd never figured out how to control it properly and wondered if that would be enough. The next candidate called was Du Hei-an from Aeon Academy, amidst the cheers of the crowd. She used magic and her score shot up to 100. People whispered about how she could change the way magic manifested and claimed Aeon couldn't be beat in magic skills. Kim also witnessed her skill, and it looks like you're the next one up. Our guy weighed whether he should try to pull off the same move she did. He decided to give it a shot, knowing that since his mountain-splitting force was now on autopilot, he could focus more on what Merlin said about channeling and triggering magic. He lunged toward the magic shield and sliced it clean in half, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. With that one move, Seo Jin's score skyrocketed to 100, putting him in the top spot. To everyone's surprise, our boy impressively shattered the magic shield generator using his magic energy and his spear. Even Seo Jin stood frozen for a few seconds, trying to process what the hell just happened. After this incident, the exam was delayed while they looked for another shield generator. No one in their right mind thought the machine would be destroyed, so they didn't have a backup. But a moment later, the test resumed, while spectators of the magic exam started whispering about Kim Seo Jin because the big three academies were being totally overshadowed. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon, who happened to be there, had already predicted everyone would be floored when they saw Seo Jin. People started talking about our guy. They remembered he was the one who handled the dungeon Anomaly and took down the 6-star Nakura. They also knew Seo Jin came from Dream Hunter Academy. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon seemed pretty tense, and though she reassured herself that our hero could win, she didn't expect him to be leading by such an overwhelming margin. She wasn't sure how this would impact the actual Pro Hunter exam. People even started wondering why he was taking a mock exam, if he was just going to ace everything anyway. One spectator deduced that the students' levels were incredible, so they should adjust the difficulty of this year's pro exam. This person decided to arrange a meeting with the association president. People thought they should have sent Hyen Lee instead of Kim Kang Cheon, who was getting smoked in the mock exam. They expected Hyen would have done better, wondering if anyone at Hunter's Mill could even compete with Seo Jin. Seo Jin glanced at the scoreboard, and that other guy concluded that Seo Jin's score was truly on another level. The scene then cuts to our guy, who was still in shock. Man, he didn't intend for things to end up this way. He glanced at the shimmering Longinus spear. Jin guessed that this holy spear was once used to pierce Jesus on the cross, and since it had been passed down through generations, it might have special powers, but he was completely clueless about them because all he knew were stories and legends. He stood there pondering whether the Longinus spear had a special ability to pierce magic shields, or if it was just the raw power of the weapon. While deep in thought, he was about to buy another weapon for comparison when a melody reached his ears. Our guy noticed a kid running around, singing without a care in the world, and glanced at his weapon. Our friend remembered who he was. Then suddenly, that eccentric guy ran up to Seo Jin, calling him the superstar of the mock exam. He happily introduced himself as Min-hyan Lee, the one who took second place. Even though Min-hyan was a bit extra, he apologized for being weird. Kim guessed that. Min-hyan was pretty friendly and a bit overenthusiastic since he seemed that way. Then the dungeon raid began, and our guy finally got to see what an augmented reality dungeon was like. It was the fourth subject of the Hunter's Mill mock exam, Dungeon Raid, and the score would be determined by the completion time. Meanwhile, our guy was marveling at how real the place looked when he was ambushed by a monster. It looked like they needed to clear 10 Nakuras to finish the dungeon. Just like that, a one-sided massacre began as Seojin sliced through the giant monsters with the Longina spear like it was nothing since it was virtual. These monsters had stats 1 or 2 tiers lower than the real Nakura, and the guy wondered if they were even trying to kill him. After handling a few, another one attacked from behind. Man, everything had changed after the dungeon anomaly incident. Seojin's power was now on a different level, and he could feel it even without fighting a real Nakura. He recalled that just 3 months ago, he was a nobody, a nameless guy living day to day, just trying to survive. But now, his dream was becoming a reality. He had enrolled in the Transcendent Academy, met Seoyun, and his life had changed for the better. As the monsters were taken down one by one, our hero didn't mean to brag, but a thought crossed his mind. Maybe, even though the journey to becoming a transcendent would be long and grueling, he might just become the world's greatest hunter. Well, our protagonist will surely live up to that title soon. After getting a perfect score, the guy left the dungeon and saw everyone staring at him. Well, probably because Seojin had ranked first in every single test. The weird thing was that the two best hunters, Du Minjin who ranked 4th and Du Hae-and-I who ranked 5th, were scowling at Seojin with pure envy because they couldn't swallow the fact that he was the winner. The guy felt the malicious stares from their glares, but he understood they thought it looked like cheating since he knew he'd win the whole competition. Seojin decided to ignore those salty faces. But then he ran into Min-Yun Lee, whose reaction was even weirder. That ungrateful brat Min-Yun Lee took 2nd place, but still thought he could have done better. What a jerk. Min-Yun Lee was floored by how Seojin demolished him in the dungeon raid, while our guy was busy noticing Kim Kang-cheon, who was usually arrogant but was now strangely quiet. When Min-Yun got hyped up thinking they were besties, our guy curiously asked about the stash of weapons he was carrying, wondering if he actually used them all. Min-Yun Lee then revealed that since he never had any formal training, he just got used to handling every type of weapon. Seojin let out a gasp of disbelief because it was shocking to hear that Min-Yun was a self-taught hunter. Min-Yun admitted he was self-taught, and true to the name, he'd been grinding alone. Everyone knows self-taught trainees are usually those who never attended an academy and just wing it. Typically they lack cash and talent. But Min-Yun was an outlier, one of those rare goats that pop up once in a blue moon. He had enough skill from solo training to smoke the top prospects from the most prestigious academies. Our guy awkwardly asked why no academy had picked him up, but it seemed it was Min-Yun's choice because he didn't want to be tied down. He then said something very strange, confessing he had a master. But that person didn't even know he was their student. Suddenly, staff members rushed in and informed everyone about an unexpected problem, making everyone feel uneasy. Turns out the proctors couldn't make it due to unforeseen circumstances. The staff explained that instructors from Hunter's Mill were originally assigned to judge the individual combat exam, but on their way here, a dungeon crack appeared. To make matters worse, it was a 10-star dungeon, so the instructors had no choice but to intervene. The candidates panicked, worrying about how the exam would go, but they were told to sit tight, because the organizers were holding an emergency meeting about the issue. On the other hand, Kim Kang-cheon speculated that the Truth Society was behind the 10-star dungeon crack. He wasn't sure how they pulled it off. But one thing was clear, this was definitely within their power. With the mock exam postponed, Kang-cheon suspected that in this case, Kim Seojin would win based on current rankings and was convinced that was exactly what the Truth Society wanted. He was pretty salty, and to mess with the shady plot, he suggested changing the format. Since the last subject was individual combat, Kang-cheon thought they should settle it with a tournament. This idea was backed by the other candidates, but the staff stated it would be hard to pull off because there were too many people in the mock exam. A tournament for everyone would take way too long, plus it would cause issues with scores and rankings, so the decision was made to wait for replacement judges. But this didn't sit well with Kim Kang-cheon. He desperately yelled that they couldn't wait forever, and that finding A-rank hunters on such short notice was damn near impossible. Everyone agreed with that, and Kang implied they could hold it as an invitational and run the tournament with whoever wanted to join. Kang-cheon pressured everyone because Hunter's Mill is one of the big 3, and its reputation was on the line. The long delay already had people talking, and Kang-cheon blamed everything on Seojin. But from the audience's perspective, it looked like Hunter's Mill was just poorly prepared. Now was the time to put on a show to distract the crowd. Kang-cheon, in his delusional world, dreamed of stealing all of Seojin's glory after defeating him. This POS was plotting to hijack the spotlight from Seojin who already had the win in the bag for the mock exam. Meanwhile, Du-hye and Jong Min-jin agreed to join the tournament. As everyone started to catch on, Min-hyun got excited and asked for Seo-jin's take. All eyes were on our guy, whose mind was focused strictly on the bag. He asked if there was extra prize money for winning. A moment later, the urgent invitational tournament was announced with a total of 15 candidates, all the most promising trainees from the Hunter academies. The crowd was hyped because the big three, Hunter's Mill, Zion, and Aeon, would face off, featuring Kim Seo-jin and Min-hyun Lee. They had put the big academies to shame, and everyone was going wild over the drama. Anyway, the tournament kicked off, and in the first match, Dongmin from Zion Hunter Academy took the win. Just like that, the top hunters, Du-hye with her insane fire magic and Kong Cheon, who had no rival on his level, rose to the top. The top 3 hunters all had one common motive, to take down Kim Seo-jin, because he had bruised their egos. On the other hand, our guy was surprised to see the tournament prize money had doubled. Kim had already won the mock exam, and if he won this tournament, he'd hit the jackpot with a total prize of 2 billion won. He checked the courses at the Transcendent Academy. He calculated that if he got the 2 billion, even after buying the pass, he'd have 1.5 billion left. The problem was the courses suggested by the instructor cost 2 billion and 2.5 billion won, so he planned to grind for the full amount. Seo-jin already saw himself as the winner and wasn't worried at all about the elite trio chasing him. But there was one person who made our guy nervous, someone who could be a real challenge, and that was Min-hyun Lee. On stage, Min-hyun Lee deployed his weapons, while Seo-jin caught on to his gimmick and guessed most candidates only used a maximum of 3 types of weapons. In reality, most people can only focus on one. That's hard enough. Min-hyun made everyone's jaw drop when he unleashed all his weapons, and our guy counted at least 8 or more, wondering if this sly dog actually knew how to use them all. Just like that, Min-hyun impressively confused his opponent. The other guy thought a sword was his main weapon, but it was actually a bow. The opponent didn't fall for Min-hyun's cheap tricks and lunged at him with a sword, but that smirk said it all. Right then, Min-hyun pulled out dual swords, blowing his opponent away with raw strength. Seo-jin, witnessing the fight, deduced that Lee's combat style was crude and lacked the finesse of the top 3 hunters. The way he used his weapons wasn't bound by any form or framework. He was completely free. With Min-hyun's dangerous vibe and style, it looked more like a street brawl than a proper match. Precisely, it was the style of someone who hadn't received formal hunter training, just like our Seo-jin. That's when he low-key thought that maybe this Min-hyun guy was also a student at the Transcendent Academy. Later, we learned that the master once told Kim that among the infinite realities surrounding the Transcendent Academy, the maximum number of students in any single reality is 4. Seo-jin suspected Lee might be talking about the academy and recalled him mentioning his master didn't even know he was a student. Every piece of the puzzle fit perfectly. It was highly likely Min-hyun was learning through the video lectures, since instructors don't know who's watching their videos. With that result, Min-hyun Lee won the match, making Seo-jin believe his theory even more. The MC announced the winner and thought this would be an explosive tournament. The next contestant was the one everyone was waiting for, Kim Seo-jin, the top scorer of the mock exam. Kim's opponent turned out to be the brightest genius mage, who was also scouted by the Magic Star's disciple, Du-hye from Aeon Academy. The crowd went wild hearing her name. Du-hye, one of the top hunters known as a genius, and that wasn't an exaggeration. In fact, the word genius might not even be enough to describe her. At Aeon, which was already one of the top 3 hunter academies, she was one of the most outstanding students. Even Jimin Jang, the genius magic scholar and successor to the Magic Star, commented on her formidable talent. You could say nothing was impossible for Du-hye. Unfortunately, she dropped in rank only because mages were at a disadvantage in the Hunter's Mill mock exam. If it had been Aeon's mock exam, the story would have been completely different, or at least that's what she thought. Du-hye's arrogance was quickly shut down when she faced him. As soon as the match started, he dodged the fire attack aimed right at him. Poor Du-hye was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Even he was surprised and had no damn clue how he did it, while Du-hye screamed in disbelief, jaw-dropping at the impossible, because he had blocked a spell, which left Du-hye incredibly confused, as it could mean 2 things. She speculated that either Kim Seo-jin had summoned an overwhelming amount of mana to suppress it, or he knew exactly what kind of magic she used and neutralized it with a precise countermove. But she found it ridiculous that an untrained mage like him could understand high-level magic, and even if he did, there was no way he could dispel it that fast. On the contrary, he was amazed by the power of the spear. With just a light swing, it blew away the opponent's magic like a breeze. While Seo-jin realized the unique power of the spear and thought about buying something around the 1.5 range for testing. Duhei looked extremely salty. She frantically fired off a barrage of fire arrows. But he casually swatted them all away with the Longinus spear. Seojin was basically fighting in his sleep, and finally, poor Duhei had a mental breakdown, losing all hope. She lost her cool and realized she couldn't win. Meanwhile, he held the spear to her throat while Duhei tried to process what was happening and asked if she had won. But then reality slapped her in the face, and she called him a monster. Right then, the referee declared Kim Seojin the winner. After that, the match between Min-yoon Lee and Jong Min-jin continued, and the developments exceeded everyone's expectations. They seemed evenly matched, while the arrogant Jong Min thought he definitely had the upper hand. But the reality was the opposite of his expectations as Jong Min was pushed back by Min-hyan, who just flexed his secret weapon. Wolverine claws. Do-min went ballistic at his cheap tricks, but deep down, the guy was scared shitless because he didn't know what was coming next. Meanwhile, Jimin continued his weapon-switching flex and pulled out another item. The best part was that this guy was proficient with every single one. Jimin started to panic, wondering when the hell this jerk Lee would run out of weapons, as he couldn't keep up with that insane pace. Just like that, while the arrogant prick was busy overthinking, Min-hyan secured the win after a straight punch to Jong Min's gut. Jong Min started whining like a crybaby, blubbering that Min-hyan's dirty tricks were clearly cheating. He refused to take the L, crying that it was so unfair. Whispers in the crowd started to rise as some felt Min-hyan had crossed the line, while others argued that a win is a win. Dong Min's ego was deeply wounded after being labeled a loser, and he screamed like a madman. Our guy, watching this crybaby prick through the screen, deduced that the result would have been the same even if Min-hyan hadn't swapped weapons. That's when Kim Kang-cheon realized the Truth Society was behind this, because they weren't just keeping an eye on Seojin, but Min-yoon Lee as well. Kang-cheon finally realized that the Truth Society didn't actually need him, as their ultimate goal was to see Seojin and Min-yoon face off. It seemed the finals would have ended up this way regardless of Kang-cheon's interference. Right then, a thought flashed through his mind. He suspected Min-yoon was a plant for the Truth Society. Kang-cheon was convinced that was the case. It had to be, because there was no way a self-taught nobody could take down the top prospect from the elite academies. Now the tournament reaches its final match, a don't-blink showdown between the man with the iron skin and the pride of Hunters M. Y50 Illa. The match turned white-hot as Seojin threw everything back at him while Kim Kang-cheon was absolutely fuming. After realizing the Truth Society had been playing him from the jump, Kang-cheon's rage hit a boiling point. He craved to crush Seojin more than ever, refusing to be just another pawn in the Truth Society's game. With that, the match kicked off. Their weapons clashed with a deafening metallic ring. The ground cracked from the raw power they unleashed. As he was pushed back, Kang-cheon noticed Seojin's spear, and realized he hadn't even funneled sword aura into it yet. Still, it casually stonewalled every single attack. His own sword aura felt like it wasn't even touching the guy. His attacks were nothing compared to that spear. That's when the sharp-witted Kang-cheon caught onto the spear's hidden special power, but he calculated further. He was certain the kid's high scores were purely thanks to that weapon. The guy then planned to bypass the spear to level the playing field, driven by an intense thirst for victory. Kang attacked relentlessly, not giving Seojin a single second to recover. His speed was insane, moving a massive sword with such velocity and terrifying power. The judges seemed to be hyper-focused on Kang's flashy display of skill. Even our hero admitted his opponent was definitely on a higher tier than any other student he had faced. While Kim struggled to block the onslaught, Kang-cheon unleashed a massive amount of aura, shattering the ground beneath them. He managed to dodge it, but there was no denying that Kang-cheon was one of the absolute best at Hunters MI. That wasn't an exaggeration at all. After being challenged like that, Seojin locked in because he decided it was time to go all out. The spear radiated a powerful blue glow, sending a wave of panic through Kang-cheon. As he lunged toward his opponent, Kang's sword managed to parry the attack smoothly, even though he still felt the impact. Kang-cheon immediately realized something had shifted. The energy before felt like calm waves, but now it felt like a volcanic eruption. Suddenly, the Hunters MILL guy, who was aggressive just a minute ago, was sent flying back. Our boy took the upper hand, forcing his opponent to retreat. It was as if the spear's power had multiplied tenfold. Kang-cheon struggled to stay on his feet, feeling like the attacks were now crude and reckless. In other words, Kim Seojin was throwing out telegraphing attacks. Compared to the elegant swordsmanship and magic of Hunters MILL, this was just mindless hacking and slashing. He was simply charging in with obvious moves. However, That devastating blow was enough to make Kang Xion back down. Huffing and puffing, Kang was caught up in wondering why Seo Jin's moves were so simple yet so powerful. He deduced it wasn't just the spear. Seo Jin hadn't even tapped into his sword aura power yet. That's when it hit him. He thought about the possibility that our hero could actually use sword aura. The image of Seo Jin triggered a memory, and Kang Xion recalled it was exactly like before. We were taken back to Kang Xion's memory, where he was manipulated by a woman who provoked him into going all out just to make the top 3. His hand shook with fear as his sword snapped in half. This was the nightmare of his first encounter with Hyen Li, who looked down on him and called him the worst. A feeling of pathetic helplessness ran down his spine whenever he faced her. Breaking out of that feeling, a surge of fury took over, and Kang Xion went into a blind rage at the thought of the Truth Society. And Hyen Li mocked and trampled on his pride right then and there. A sudden surge of power coursed through Kang. He lunged frantically towards Seo Jin. However, in the blink of an eye, our main man countered and smashed his sword into a million pieces, forcing Kang to his knees. But it turned out that poor amateur just blacked out. And with that result, Seo Jin advanced straight to the finals. Min-hyan smirked because he finally got to face Kim. Everyone was obsessed with Seo Jin's weapon and hyped for the final match. The match between Kim Seo Jin and Min-hyan Lee, the long-awaited showdown that no one could have predicted. A dramatic clash between two superstars who blazed their own path to the top, surpassing the best hunters from Aeon, Zion, and Hunter's Mill. Min-hyan expressed that he'd been waiting for this and figured Kim had a lot on his mind. On the stage, our guy confirmed with Min-hyan that he'd never received formal training. Min-hyan nodded while Seo Jin reminded him that he once said he had a master. Playing dumb, Lee reasoned that masters don't know they're their students. Kim got curious and straight up asked who the master was, but Min-hyan didn't appreciate him being so nosy. Well, Seo Jin thought there was a chance he knew that master, which made Lee panic while Min-hyan called him a liar. He figured he could just ask him directly about the Transcendent Academy. Not to mention, there was a risk. If Min-hyan wasn't a student of the Transcendent Academy, it would all end in a misunderstanding. However, if this guy actually enrolled in the Transcendent Academy, just like him, everything would change. If that were true, it wouldn't make them colleagues as they are now. They were put in a direct confrontation. Seo Jin wasn't sure how Min-hyan would react, so he decided not to show his hand too early. He tried to think of another way to find out the truth and asked Min-hyan if his master was the one he was thinking of. He just needed to mention their power, like being beyond imagination. This made Min-hyan uneasy, and he agitatedly asked Seo Jin, "Who exactly are you?" While the inevitable match was about to begin, our hero confessed that he seemed to have that same question. He made it clear that their answers wouldn't be that simple. So, Seo Jin proposed a deal. The loser today must answer any question the winner asks. But Min-hyan was concerned, because it would be hard to tell if the other person was capping. Kim replied that they would just have to trust their gut. And with that, the long-awaited tournament final began. Strangely enough, after several seconds, neither of them moved from their spot, except for staring each other down, even though it looked like both were just standing still. The issue was that Min-hyan couldn't find a single opening to attack. Clearly, this was going to be a real challenge. Min-hyan drew his sword while Seo Jin got into a ready stance. Having seen his fighting style, he knew this wouldn't be easy. He started with everything he had as soon as Lee charged. He swung his spear and managed to destroy his dual swords. Seo Jin sent his opponent rolling like a rolling pin. He didn't give him a chance to breathe as Lee dropped his weapons and backed off. If Kim had waited just a bit longer, he could have ended the match right here, but Min-hyan is a tough nut to crack, because he immediately pulled out a bow. Arrows kept flying towards Seo Jin, but with the Longina's spear, every arrow was swatted away. Min-hyan seemed very curious about that weapon and demanded Kim tell him everything about it if he won. He agreed, but first, he'd have to beat him. Min-hyan kept switching weapons and looked like the happiest guy on earth. As the match went on, he felt a strange sensation. He noticed that even though Lee was trying every trick in the book and attacking by the rules, he didn't give off any killer instinct to win. The guy didn't care about the heckling when people called him a coward or said none of his tricks were working. However, Min-hyan looked like he didn't have a care in the world. Suddenly, he asked Min-hyan if he was even trying to win, and he agreed because he had a ton of questions he wanted to ask. Seo Jin said it seemed like he didn't really care, while Min-hyan looked confused and insisted he wanted to beat Seo Jin more than ever. But he also let it slip that it's no big deal even if he loses. He wondered why this prickly jerk was throwing out so many desperate moves. Lee, with a smug grin on his face, simply replied that he was trying his best to win. But he didn't get that while Min-hyan might think he's giving it his all, in everyone else's eyes, he's just a total clown. That's when Lee smiled and confessed that people looking down on him doesn't make him any less valuable. This left Seo-jin speechless. He lowered his spear and told Min-hyan not to mistake his actions for a sign of disrespect. The scene then cuts back to an earlier time when Seo-jin was receiving a weapon from Master Siddhartha. The Buddhist monk explained that in reality, the world isn't as pretty as they think. It's a jungle where only the strong survive. It's the law of nature. Natural selection picks the strong and weeds out the weak. That's just how the system works. And this is why humans are so hard on themselves. Because if they don't want to be eliminated or fall behind everyone else, they have to grind harder every single day in the arena. When Min-hyan said those words, it reminded Seo-jin of Siddhartha's lecture. In a lecture, the young monk wondered if he had ever escaped this mindset and looked at the world from a different perspective. The monk then recounted a story from back when he was a young monk traveling the world. The following story dates back to when the Buddha was still a young monk named Gautama Siddhartha, before he attained enlightenment and was still on the path to seeking it. One day, the monk saw some kids racing each other, and for some reason, they just kept racing over and over. And every single time, it was the same kid who finished dead last. But for some reason, that boy kept smiling no matter what. Witnessing this, Siddhartha got curious and approached the boy. He asked him why he was running. The kid replied that he just liked to run. The monk then asked the boy if he was tired of running, and the kid dropped some straight-up wisdom. He said if he's tired, he just walks for a bit. But if he walks, the monk reasoned that the other kids would beat him. The boy called that cap and revealed his finish line was different from everyone else's, so there was no way they could beat him. Siddhartha pointed at the finish line and asked if that wasn't it, but the kid said, that might be everyone else's finish line, but to him, it was just a checkpoint. This left the monk completely puzzled while the kid continued to finish last. Then, years later, a massive race was held on an unprecedented scale, and the story goes that the little kid set an incredible world record. Until that moment, the monk had thought of life like a tower built with hard work, stacking achievements one by one. So the young monk started building his own tower of effort. However, reflecting on the boy's words made him realize that finishing the tower wasn't necessary. In fact, it's okay to just let it all go. The monk wondered why he'd never realized that before, and that's how a small child helped the young monk reach deep enlightenment. The point is, they live in a cutthroat society. If they don't level up every day, they get phased out. If they lag behind, they vanish. It's all about survival of the fittest, and that's exactly why Kim Seo-jin had been hustling so hard. He wanted to grow up fast, and kept telling himself he wasn't falling behind. But the more our guy followed society's rules, the more anxious he became, and eventually, he found himself obsessed with the Transcendent Academy because he wanted to be OP. He was haunted by the thought of having to work hard just to stay in a race, not to feel left out or outclassed. He was hyper-focused on surviving the competition without having a meaningful purpose in life. When Min-hyan smiled and said he didn't care about people looking down on him because it didn't lower his self-worth, those words hit Seo-jin deep and reminded him of Siddhartha's lesson. At that moment, our boy finally understood the meaning of the lesson and wondered why he'd never thought of it that way. That's when he decided to put away the Longina spear and pulled out a regular spear, making Min-hyan wonder why the hell he was doing that. He warned Min-hyan not to mistake his actions for a sign of disrespect. Min-hyan Lee was baffled and asked why he'd put away that shiny spear when he could easily win with it. No doubt, if Seo-jin used the Longina spear, he could have deleted everything Min-hyan threw at him and secured an easy W. The protagonist still craved the win and understood that using the right weapon is also a skill. But for some reason in this match, Kim wants to do it on his own terms and craves finding his own self-worth. Just like how Min-hyan said he doesn't give a damn about what people think. Seo-jin also asserts that being hyped up by others doesn't actually make him any better. Min-hyan is speechless, looking totally floored, and he gives it up for Seo-jin, saying he's way more chill than he expected. That's when Min-hyan ditches all his weapons, keeping only a single dagger on him. He confesses this is the only thing he learned from his master, and it's what he's best at. The protagonist is glad to see they're on the same wavelength, and so they lunge at each other, shouting for the best man to win, with Seo-jin giving up the Longina spear. At first glance, it seemed like it would be way too easy, but immediately after, Min-hyan Lee overwhelms him with a non-stop barrage of attacks. A blade grazes his arm. The protagonist feels overwhelmed and knows that if he had the Longina spear in hand, this would be a piece of cake. But Lee strikes are a legit threat. Plus, Seo-jin is having a hard time keeping up with Min-hyan's unpredictable and flashy fighting style. The battle gets intense as Kim tries to block the incoming dagger with his bare hands. Right then, his hand bleeds, and he uses his strength to shove Min-hyan away. Even so, our hero has accepted the idea that he might lose. It feels like a weight has been lifted. He no longer has to stress about winning this match, because losing doesn't matter to him anymore. Seojin's main drive now is just to give it his all. Smiling, our boy suddenly realizes that fighting can actually be fun. As the sparring continues, Min-hyan sees clearly that Seojin has been trained with this weapon, but he warns that Seojin hasn't seen everything yet. Min-hyan pulls a backflip to ambush him, but the protagonist ducks just in time. Right after, the dust settles and Min-hyan vanishes right before Kim's eyes. The protagonist realizes it's a stealth technique, and this makes him wonder where Min-hyan learned such high-level techniques. He hasn't fully grasped this technique yet, and the protagonist goes on high alert. He intends to track him carefully, otherwise, Min-hyan will disappear from his sight. This makes Kim think this might be Lee's finishing move. And now that things are getting tough, he decides to use Merlin's magic. Just as he's about to use it, a flashback hits of when Seojin used Merlin's magic to beat Jong Min-jin earlier. He pauses for a second and questions his own move. Kim reflects that he believes in himself. But looking at Min-hyan's free-spirited fighting style, he suddenly realizes how stiff his own moves are. Our friend then remembers Merlin's lesson, who taught him that learning is indeed a great thing, but when learning becomes a habit, it can be a barrier to self-expression. Because to some extent, learning is just absorbing what others have already expressed. The instructor asks a rhetorical question. How long will he passively accept others' expressions and call them his own? At that moment, Seojin finally understands that he doesn't need to use Merlin's technique, but must summon his own magic. Because true essence lies in originality. At some point, one can't just be satisfied with learning. And that's what drives Seojin to find his own path, because learning must become a method. Creativity flows, and Seojin starts from scratch. He blends Merlin's knowledge, Karen's senses, Seongyu's strength, and the Buddha's unshakable mind. A brilliant aura bursts forth from Seojin himself, as if he's just reached enlightenment. He finally creates his own expression, to everyone's amazement. Kim Seojin has successfully manifested sword chi. The onlookers are jaw-dropped because it's nearly impossible to do what our hero just did. The crowd is in total shock because hunters who trained for 15 years still struggle to create it. They wonder how a trainee pulled it off. Seojin does something iconic, and his spear opens up in a radiant golden aura. With that, the protagonist attacks Min-hyan, who is standing there absolutely shell-shocked. That final blow snapped Lee's dagger, and Seojin's spearhead stopped right at Min-hyan's throat. And just like that, Min-hyan lost the match. The scene then cuts to the pure apostle, Dam Kalia. Having just heard that Kim Seojin finally took the championship, she asked her subordinate if they noticed any anomalies, and he replied that they saw something similar. But it couldn't exactly be called an anomaly. Kankas explained further that Seojin swapped weapons mid-fight, and, according to the crowd, summoned sword chi right in the middle of the match. Dam was startled to hear this. Thinking this wasn't part of her plan, she ordered Kankas to keep an eye on Seojin while she got up to report this to the apostle. The hooded boss anxiously asked Dam if all of this was really necessary. He let it slip that Seojin was the one they needed to monitor. However, with this 10-star dungeon crack, the association is launching a full-scale investigation. To put it bluntly, it's starting to wreck every plan they've laid out so far. The subordinate wondered if they really needed to go to these lengths when Seojin is just a trainee. He cut to the chase and skeptically asked Kalia what exactly the Temperance Apostle had told her. That's when the pure apostle lost her patience and screamed at her subordinate, Kankas. Kankas realized he had said too much in front of the apostle and quickly apologized. Then we're taken back to Kalia's memory of when she met the Temperance Apostle, who confirmed with her the dungeon anomaly that appeared in Korea. Knowing it had already been settled, the apostle asked Dam about the one who handled it, and she revealed it was Kim Seojin. However, a strange vibe lingered in the air. Dam felt suspicious since they already knew the dungeon anomaly was resolved, yet they still summoned her here for that. She curiously wondered why they were asking about the person who handled it. Right then, the Temperance Apostle ordered Kalia to keep eyes on Seojin. Shocked, she questioned his order, and in response, the apostle gave her a death stare. He radiated a terrifying energy that scared her. The Temperance Apostle reminded Kalia that she had indeed secured the position of pure apostle, but she seemed to forget she wasn't an actual apostle yet. Kalia knelt before the apostle and apologized for her oversight. That was when the Temperance Apostle revealed that it wasn't his own will. Leaving Dam stunned, she pondered that the Temperance Apostle was not only the most important member of the True Society, but also one of the 7 apostles, deeply respected by the whole world. Right after, the apostle said that Kalia had acted on her own without the elders' approval, which was understandable for a successor like her. However, he explicitly warned her to report everything regarding Kim Seojin directly to him. One thing became certain. Someone was using the Temperance Apostle as a messenger. In the present, Kalia bit her nails anxiously and came to the conclusion that there was only one person capable of doing this. The scene then takes us to Seo-yoon, who was being a bit extra after Seo-jin won the championship. She thought that even if today were her last day on Earth, she'd have no regrets, while the protagonist asked her when the pro hunter exam was. She went back to glazing him, exaggerating that she had created a monster. Even the protagonist thought calling him a monster was a bit much, but Seo-yoon admitted it was pretty accurate since Kim even summoned Sword Chi. She wondered where he learned that, and Seo-jin couldn't help but confess it was pure luck. But she caught him capping, which annoyed her. Anyway, Seo-yoon assumed Kim was going home, but the protagonist told her he wanted to talk to someone. When Seo-yoon asked who it was, suddenly Min-yoon, Lee appeared to be running away from someone. It looked like desperate recruiters were chasing him to scout him for their academies, while the poor guy was panicking and running for his life. While Seo-yoon and Seo-jin were confused by the chaotic scene, Min-yoon screamed at the recruiters and rejected their academies right to their faces. The protagonist noticed they were pressuring Min-yoon, and even though Lee lost the finals, this made Kim think that he had captured everyone's attention despite being self-taught and having no faction. So there was no doubt the academies were thirsty to get him. Poor Min-yoon was caught in the mess, and the recruiters seemed dead set on having him. Meanwhile, the protagonist didn't get why these people were swarming the poor guy. Lee escaped the clingy recruiters and hid behind Kim Seo-jin, announcing that he wanted to join Dream Academy. This left everyone speechless as all the recruiters went on guard, while Seo-jin, Min-yoon, and Seo-yoon found a way to dip from those stage 5 clingers. While Min-yoon breathed a sigh of relief, the protagonist snapped at him for saying something like that. Min-yoon argued that he panicked being surrounded and spoke without thinking, but he expressed that he really did want to join Dream Academy. The protagonist used to think Lee didn't want to join an academy at all, but Min-yoon made it clear he wanted to be in the same academy as Seo-jin. Silence filled the room, and the protagonist didn't know what to think. He figured if Min-yoon really wanted to join, he didn't have the final say, since he was just a trainee at Dream Academy. If he objected, Seo-yoon would definitely listen to him, but Seo-jin decided not to force Seo-yoon like her grandfather did. However, Seo-yoon muttered that they would talk about this later. At the same time, he reminded Min-yoon of the promise between them. Seo-jin got straight to the point to clear everything up and asked Lee who his master was. The guy put on a pretty serious face and answered that he didn't know. This made our guy absolutely livid, and he threatened Min-hyan not to lie, or he'd beat him within an inch of his life to drag the truth out. Poor Min-hyan panicked and tried to convince him he was being for real. He insisted his master didn't even know he was a disciple. But Seo-jin wasn't buying it and recalled Lee saying he learned dagger arts from his master. Min-hyan lost his cool and clarified that he only learned from them indirectly. It sounded pretty legit. He was right. He had never been formally trained by anyone, thus confirming Min-yoon Lee was a self-taught trainee. Usually, people who want to be hunters lack either the skills or the cash. But this guy was different because he had both. It's simple. He just didn't want to be tied down, so he taught himself. Min-hyan confessed he trained in the mountains. He had no one to guide him, but he liked it that way since he didn't have to follow a rigid academy curriculum. Then he recounted that one day, while training as usual, he felt someone's presence. He found a man lying unconscious on the grass. And that was the first time Lee met his master. Min-hyan saw the man was in terrible shape, and it looked like he was severely injured. He tried to help the man up to take him to the hospital, but he refused, saying he had to stay in the mountains. Lee tried to convince the man that he'd die if he didn't go to a hospital right away, but the injured man stood his ground. His resolve was so strong that Min-hyan had no choice but to give up on the hospital. He decided to treat him in an abandoned house he found, and at first, the situation was critical. He could have kicked the bucket right then, but as time passed, it seemed his strength was returning. Lee took care of the old man for a month, and that day he thought he might finally wake up, so he went back to the abandoned house, only to see the old man surrounded by armed men. One of them interrogated the old man, asking if anyone was helping him, and he refused to admit anyone was helping him in front of them. One of the thugs asked if he was sure it wasn't the kid hiding behind that tree, referring to Min-hyan. This caused the old man to go all out, decapitating that guy in one move, leaving everyone completely stunned. They all lunged at him to kill him. Lee's hands shook as he recalled that battle. He had never seen anyone fight like that in his entire life. Only one man survived, and he claimed this wasn't part of the plan. The old man called them idiots and ordered the guy to leave and never come back. Then he vanished too. Min-hyan had no clue what was going on, but he figured he should listen to the old man, so he packed his things to leave. That's when he found a book and thought the old man must have left it behind in a hurry. Lee intended to return it someday, but he never saw the man again. Seo-jin summarized. So, you mean that old man is your master, but it sounds like he never actually taught you anything. Min-hyan revealed the book turned out to be a secret manual for dagger techniques and stealth arts. He shyly admitted he had taken a little peek at it. Our guy re-emphasized Lee's claim that the man didn't know he was a disciple, and he clarified that after seeing the old man's fighting style, it was clearly his manual, but the old man didn't know he had it or that he'd even seen him. Min-hyan knew it sounded sus, but he swore it was the truth. Seo-yoon also guessed that wasn't the case and figured he wasn't a student of the Transcendent Academy after all. Kim-yan did it. If he really didn't know who the old man was, and it seemed he truly didn't. The reason he joined the mock exam was because of its massive scale. Lee thought maybe he'd find him there. After hearing the whole story, it felt like his master might be the Dark Star. The Dark Star, along with the Sword Star, is one of Korea's 5 great heroes and the most mysterious one. He's known as a master assassin and keeps such a low profile that there's barely any public info on him except for his name. But our guy believes Seo-yoon, being the Sword Star's granddaughter, might know something. Seo-jin curiously asked if she had ever met the Dark Star, and she admitted she had a few times. She revealed that when she was a kid, the Dark Star would occasionally visit her grandfather, though they did nothing but bicker. Kim suggested she ask the Sword Star about Min-hyan's manual, as he'd definitely know if it belonged to the Dark Star. Seo-yoon figured he might know if she asked, but she asked back if that was really okay. The next day, we see Seo-jin crying a river because the price of one piece of gear was 500 million won. The guy wondered what kind of academy this was because no matter how much bank he made, it was never enough. He gave up on buying it, convincing himself he didn't need another weapon for now anyway. The 1 billion won prize for the mock exam was deposited into his account within a day. As for Min-hyan, he was absolutely floored to find out this beautiful girl was the Sword Star's granddaughter. He begged her to help find his master, while she assured him she'd ask her grandfather. Our guy was a bit hesitant about sharing someone else's secret manual, but the Sword Star agreed to visit the academy today and share his own techniques. Kim wondered why Min-yoon acted so properly with Seo-yoon, but was so casual with him. However, he decided to renew his free pass in the meantime. Right then, a notification popped up saying his course progress had increased. It seemed the guy didn't realize he could make progress even without the free pass. Karen's course, which was already near the end, was now finished thanks to the progress boost. Seo-jin is now officially certified in metamorphosis, and his happiness was off the charts after receiving the completion notice. However, our awakened one didn't feel a thing. When he finished Seong-yu's course, he could feel mountain-moving strength flowing through him. But not this time. In martial arts magazines, they say metamorphosis helps realign shifted bones or flush toxins from the body, basically becoming a new person. Kim thought it was a bummer, but at least it was done. At that moment, he sensed a presence near him, and a chill ran down his spine. He felt as if someone was holding a blade to his throat. The guy heard a voice asking how he could sense him, even though Seo-jin couldn't seem to see him. The mysterious voice told him not to be on guard because he didn't come to hurt him. Seo-jin wondered who the hell he was, while the man believed he must be a terrifying opponent to the kid. Everything clicked in his head, and he asked if he was the Dark Star. The Dark Star, a master assassin proficient in stealth arts. Turns out it really was the Dark Star, who found Seo-jin very sharp. However, there was one thing he didn't get. How on earth could he sense his presence? It seemed our guy didn't know either. He wondered if it was because he finished Karen's course and got the metamorphosis certification, but this wasn't metamorphosis. It was more like a sixth sense. This made Kim ponder if he had other hidden abilities. Deciding to check during the course wrap-up, he asked the Dark Star if he came for Manion. The Dark Star admitted that in a way he did, and Kim realized that he had intentionally left the manual. The Master Assassin looked disappointed because he believed nothing good comes from people knowing about it. Our man assured him that Min-yoon really knew nothing about him, or that he left the manual on purpose. This annoyed the Dark Star, who called him an idiot. Seo-jin let him know Min-yoon was on his way and would be here any minute if he wanted to say hi. Knowing he was coming, the Dark Star revealed they didn't have much time. When Kim wondered what he meant and why there was no time, he revealed he couldn't meet Lee, and that was why he came to see him in the first place. Since time was tight, he cut to the chase and asked our boy about his relationship with the True Society. Seo-jin let him know he had no ties to them, even though he met Saintess Callie once. The Dark Star muttered about Callie, the next successor for the position of Pure Apostle, and revealed he was monitoring the True Society's activities because he didn't trust them. He knew most of the world saw them as the heroes who ended the Great Catastrophe, but that wasn't the whole story. He mentioned the terrible Berserk, who was supposed to have been destroyed by the True Society. When Kim wondered why he brought that up, the Dark Star declared that Berserk isn't dead. Berserk, a monster so terrifying it was like a second Great Catastrophe. The catastrophe only ended when Berserk was defeated by the Supreme Voice and the 7 Apostles. Our guy was quite confused. by his words, and the old man revealed that Berserk cannot be killed. He made Seo-jin second guess, asking if he didn't find it strange that such a monster was defeated without leaving a corpse. No photos, no videos, no footage at all. No matter how chaotic the Great Catastrophe was, this was completely nonsensical to him. The Dark Star asserted that Berserk simply vanished. Kim wondered why everyone thought the Truth Society saved humanity if Berserk wasn't killed. Turns out they did do something, especially the Noble Voice, but they definitely didn't kill Berserk. Initially, the Master Assassin only had suspicions, but an incident a few years ago confirmed it. He asked if Kim ever wondered why the position of Pure Apostle remained vacant. The Truth Society claimed he passed away from natural causes. Our Awakened One tried to process his point, but was interrupted. He insisted the Pure Apostle vanished exactly like that terrible Berserk. He called that natural death a joke. The 7 Apostles had existed since before the Great Catastrophe, but only the Pure Apostle died of natural causes. The Dark Star wondered if this made sense to him, and revealed he always thought there was a link between the two events. So he started investigating the Truth Society to find out, and he discovered 2 things. 1, the Truth Society tried to kill him, and 2, the recent 10-star dungeon crack was their handiwork, and it had something to do with Seo-jin. Kim asked why the Truth Society was targeting him, but it seemed he didn't know the exact reason, only that they were watching him very closely. Our friend wondered why he was telling him all this, and that's when the Dark Star declared he had a favor to ask. He asked Seo-jin to look after Manion for him. Although he'd rather do it himself, it was impossible with the Truth Society breathing down his neck. It seemed the Truth Society had their own method of surveillance. He wasn't sure, but when they track someone, it's like they can see the consequences of any action that person takes. They call it vision. Since the Dark Star is one of those being watched, anyone he interacts with leaves a trace. That's why he wanted Kim to act as a middleman for him. Our guy was worried, calculating if that meant he was leaving a trace on him. However, the old man revealed he was an outlier. He told him the Truth Society was watching him, but unlike himself, it seemed vision didn't work on our guy. Even if they interacted, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. Anything he does through Kim would simply appear as your own actions. Our guy was puzzled, not understanding why vision was ineffective against him. But the Dark Star didn't have the answer either. He could use the Inata technique to escape vision, but he didn't understand how you were doing it. This raised countless questions in Seo-jin's head. He wondered if it had something to do with the Transcendent Academy having no info on him. The old man figured they were out of time and pulled out a manual. Handing it to our guy, he told him to give it to the kid. He confessed he had scribbled. In a rush, he could only record dagger skills and stealth arts in that one, but this manual was a more detailed record of his techniques. Kim was surprised, asking how he could trust him with this, while the old man threatened that vision might not work on him, but his blade sure would. The Dark Star knew it was a burden, but still asked him to take it. Passing the manual to him, he revealed it contained his personal secret arts, and believed it would be useful for him too. Seo-jin let him know he didn't want it, and hinted that there was something else he could give him. The old man froze, wondering what the hell was wrong with this guy. Even S-rank hunters would break down doors to get his secret arts. However, he still asked what the something else was, and Kim suggested there should be a babysitting fee. This made the Dark Star doubt his own hearing, thinking there was no way a request to one of the 5 great heroes could be for money. Instead of the manual, Kim straight up said he wouldn't do it if he didn't get paid, and only then did the old man realize he was dead serious. He asked how much he wanted, and our guy happily implied that if they closed the deal right now, he'd do it for just 3 billion won. One of the 5 great heroes was about to lose it, and angrily asked if he'd lost his mind. Seo-jin told him to chill and proposed a deal. Knowing he was the only one who could do this, he reminded the old man that he himself said it had to be someone vision couldn't track, and someone close to Min-hyan. So he told him to think about it. If a random stranger handed him his master's top secret manual, did he think the kid would just believe it without suspicion? Seo-jin continued to spice things up to back his negotiation. And finally, he confessed that he was the one taking the risk here. He knew the Truth Society would still see the result of the actions and suspect him, so he believed 3 billion was a total steal. Finally, the Dark Star agreed and asked if 3 billion was enough. Kim agreed, though he low-key regretted not asking for 10 billion, seeing how easy it was. The old man confirmed he'd transfer the money and, to be sure, asked if he meant 3 billion a month. Seo-jin declined, saying he had a conscience after all. But then he remembered taxes and made sure the old man would cover all of that. The Dark Star believed his conscience had reached the realm of Inata already. Before leaving, he let him know the money would be sent through the association. Kim asked if he should tell Min-hyan about him. The old man didn't care because, as he said, the Truth Society's vision didn't work on him. However, he told him to remind Lee to be careful about who he mentioned him to. Right as he left, Min-hyan arrived. Our guy briefed him on his master and what he knew about the true society. But he guessed discovering his master's identity was still a shock to Min-hyan. However, he didn't mention the babysitting fee or any of that. He told Min-hyan the Dark Star had to leave suddenly, and handed him the manual. Seo-jin felt relieved to have handled that, and decided he'd buy the necessary weapons and sign up for more courses as soon as the money hit. Lee asked why he was giving this to him, and Kim said it was because the Dark Star asked him to. Min-hyun figured he could have just kept it for himself, which made our guy realize the kid was wondering why he didn't swipe it. He didn't know how to answer, because saying he wasn't interested would look weird, and he couldn't tell him about the Transcendent Academy. So he confessed that doing so just wouldn't be right. And that seemed to be enough for Lee to make up his mind, as he declared with sparkling eyes that he wanted to join Dream Academy with him starting today. It seemed Kim's words deeply moved him because he saw Kim was even kinder than he'd imagined. On the other hand, our guy was confused about what was wrong with this dude. Min-hyun asked if he'd let him join, while he realized he'd totally misread the situation. It looked like Min-hyun became a part of Dream Academy today, and Seo-yoon was thrilled to have him, while Seo-jin, who predicted she wouldn't reject the application, was completely drained. At first, he was a bit taken aback, but then he realized this was actually good for him. For instance, training Min-hyun would just be a matter of having him follow the Dark Star's manual, and in the future, whenever the Dark Star asked for help, Kim wouldn't have to go running around looking for Lee anymore. In fact, the guy realized that by keeping him close, he'd have more chances to squeeze money out of the old man. So, he viewed Min-hyun as his golden goose. Seo-yoon announced that they could now enter team competitions. Apparently, there are competitions for students from the same academy, and since there are more participants, the prize money is bigger. Kim's ears perked up at the mention of bigger prize money, while the B-rank hunter believed that if the two of them teamed up, they could sweep the competition. Our friend looked at his golden goose with sparkling eyes, welcoming him to the academy more warmly than ever. 3 days after Min-hyun joined Dream Academy, Seo-jin received the 1 billion prize from the tournament, as well as the 3 billion from the Dark Star. Even so, with just 2 taps, 4.5 billion vanished from his bank account. He had bought the courses from Akin and Zhang Sanfeng. In Heracles' first lesson, we see him training and lifting a massive pillar. He finds introductions boring, but since it's the first lecture, he promises to keep it brief. Heracles, also known as the greatest hero of Greek and Roman mythology. He assumed his students had already cleared Chiron's course, but if not, he recommended taking that first. It turned out he was one of Chiron's students as well. The muscle-bound giant tells the student that the body is the most essential thing for a transcendent specializing in combat. Strength, agility, reflexes, and everything else are intertwined. Flexing his muscles, he explains he'll teach them to train strength, specifically how to develop explosive muscle power. He seems aware of what they might hear or think. What's the point of being big and strong if you just tire yourself out? Or the bigger you are, the slower you get. But according to Heracles, that's a total myth. The opposite is true. He asserts that strength, agility, and reflexes all come from muscle. Witnessing his rippling muscles and power, Seo-jin is floored. It looks like he's not even trying. But his muscles have already doubled in size. Plus, reflexes that track right with thought and instinct, along with endless stamina. It all comes from perfect muscle mass, forming the entire body. With that, he flexes his whole physique, leaving our boy stunned. Finally, Heracles expresses that strength is the foundation of transcendence, while Kim guesses this is what happens when a bodybuilder becomes a transcendent. Right then, a notification for his new daily workout is sent to him. Seo-jin had feared Heracles' course would be way harder, but the routine is no different from Karen's. Still a 30 kilometers walk, 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. However, it notes the workout only counts if the weight is over 1 ton. Our guy stares at the 1-ton figure, rubs his eyes, and looks again, wondering if they're trolling him. Kim absolutely cannot believe it, convinced there's no way they expect him to lift a total of 500 tons literally. Aggressively tapping his phone, he checks Zhang Sanfeng's course to see if it's the same. Zhang states that when practicing swordsmanship and other techniques, footwork itself becomes its own art. Usually, this is called bo beep, but it's actually a technique encompassing the movement of the whole body, not just the feet. Sanfeng is a non-sectarian Taoist, known as the founder of Tai Chi. Seo-jin realizes Heracles is like a gym rat, while this guy seems like one of those hermits who go up a mountain and never come down. Zhang shows the students a demo of what they'll learn, the void walking technique, or simply how to move through the air. He advises them to channel internal energy through a single point at the very center of the soul. With that, they'll be able to step on thin air. That's the concept they'll grasp in the course, but for now, they just need to memorize it. Kim is amazed. realizing if he can move through the air like that, the sky will no longer be the limit for him. Then, the daily workout is sent. He hopes it's not something impossible like Heracles. Turns out he needs to maintain a speed of 30 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds and freefall 30 m in the air 20 times. Our friend looks over the workout and feels it's doable. He can't believe he finds it so chill and guesses he's lost touch with reality. Right then, someone comes looking for him, and it turns out to be Su Ryan, the daughter of Manticore. Kim wonders what brings her here so suddenly and how she knew he was here. She reveals that back when he competed against her dad, she asked him about him and wondered if he had talked to Manticore lately. Seojin tells her he spoke to him a bit before the Hunter's Mill exam and asks what's up. Su Ryan confesses she can't get a hold of her dad and hopes he might know where he is. He's surprised and asks how long it's been since they lost contact. Oh says since yesterday, after he went to work. Kim suggests maybe he went out for drinks and crashed near work. And Su Ryan really hopes that's the case. Finally, she admits they had a fight yesterday because she said she wanted to be a pro hunter. Seojin reminds her she hasn't awakened and wonders if she's planning on an artificial awakening. That's when Su Ryan reveals she actually awakened about a month ago. She told Manticore she wanted to go to a hunter academy instead of college, but he was dead set against it. Still, she shrugs it off and guesses her dad is probably just sleeping off a night out. Our guy gets where she's coming from, knowing she wants to help her dad financially. These days, even with a good degree and a steady job, being a pro hunter still makes way more bank. But he also gets that no parent wants their kid in such a dangerous line of work. Especially Manticore, who knows exactly how sketchy it is. So he tells her get home safe and hit him up if she needs anything. Su Ryan wishes him luck and says she's always rooting for him. After she leaves, Kim tries calling Manticore, but he doesn't pick up. He starts to get worried. But then he guesses a day or two isn't the end of the world and decides to wait one more day before truly catching feelings of panic. On the other hand, Kankas reports to Dam Kalia that the Demon Star has taken notice. Dam asks him about Kim Seojin's situation and is told that the website still hasn't had any effect on him. She warned Kankas that the truth about the 10-star dungeon crack must not be revealed under any circumstances, and ordered him to execute the plan. Seojin didn't know this daily workout was coming. He should have kept a few monster carcasses around because now he couldn't even go on a raid. He added more weights into the Kibby 6-bag, even though this wasn't what he planned. And as he tried to lift it, he estimated the weight to be about 1 ton. The bag hit the floor with a massive thud. And even with the Bashanjing technique, this was still too much for Kim. He believed he'd have to use magic if he wanted to pull this off. Regardless, our guy decided to give it a real shot and channeled his magic. Next, we see Seoyun looking down at Kim, who was lying face down on the ground with the Kibby 6-bag on his back. He asked Seoyun to help take the bag off because he was about to die right there. The B-rank hunter sighed, leaned down, and tried to lift the Kibby 6-bag, wondering how much stuff he had shoved inside. However, the bag didn't budge even when she used all her strength. So she channeled her magic to lift the bag off and succeeded. She noticed her hands were throbbing while Seojin jumped up, guessing he almost died like that, and thanked her. Then he asked how high this building was, and was told it was 5 stories, which is 15 meters. Our friend thought it was too low, and when she wondered why he asked, he confessed he planned to jump off. He kept muttering to himself, calculating if 15 meters from the roof was enough, though he wasn't sure he could do it in this state, and told her he'd do a quick experiment and be right back. Seoyun, who didn't even have a chance to say a word or object, just stood there shell-shocked as she heard the sound of Kim falling. Thud after thud, accompanied by screaming over and over again. The B-rank hunter was convinced he had gone crazy, and worried about what the new trainees would think when they saw him. She was busy wondering if she could even recruit new students in this state when she heard another thud and pretended she didn't know what that was anymore. Min-hyan, witnessing Seojin training with the Kibby 6-bag, remarked that he had just finished class. After settling in and seeing our guy not acting normal, he wondered what was going on. Meanwhile, Seoyun hoped she wouldn't be asked about it because she never understood why he was like that. Lee wondered if she meant he was always like this and it wasn't a reaction to some bunk meds, and she whispered to him that that was her first reaction too. On the other hand, Kim started getting anxious about Manticore because 4 days had passed. In 15 years of knowing him, he had never lost contact for this long. Our guy believed something was definitely wrong and decided to investigate. He announced he was heading out for a bit, and Seoyun panicked, thinking he was going to jump off the building again. She revealed they had received complaints about it because someone reported a zombie jumping off the roof. They thought it was a dungeon crack. Seojin felt a bit embarrassed and reassured her he was just going to look for Manticore. Park was worried about what happened to him, and our friend let her know he wasn't sure what was going on, but promised to return once he had more details. Our guy arrived at the construction site, where everyone treated him like a celebrity. One person said he looked great during the Hunter's Mill exam, while another thought 9 years of grinding finally paid off. They wondered what brought him here, and asked if he came to give them a contract to transport his monster carcasses. Seojin let them know he just came to say hi and see how everyone was doing. They revealed that nothing had changed here, although they felt things were much better since he got rid of that supervisor. It seemed Manticore had told them that Kim got him fired, and he realized that was the first thing he asked Seoyun to help with. It felt kind of funny. He asked if anyone had seen Manticore, and they started talking among themselves until one person stated that no one had seen him since he went with that guy. Kim wondered who that guy was, and it turned out 3 or 4 days ago, a guy came by asking for help transporting monsters, and Manticore went somewhere with him. The others were called and mentioned that he made a lucrative offer, and it seemed O was the only one who followed. Everyone thought it was suspicious because there were no official ties or personal requests. Therefore, it was very shady. They believed stuff like that was always dangerous or sketchy. No matter how much money it wasn't worth risking a life. Seojin was skeptical about why that big man would do such a thing, and his colleagues mentioned his daughter entering a hunter academy, revealing he was hustling for cash. Our guys suddenly realized the problem, and asked if they knew which dungeon he had gone to, but it seemed he never told them. However, they figured the association would know since they require reporting everything from raids to transportation or whatever. Kim thanked them and ran straight to the association, where the manager told him that they couldn't share personal information with outsiders. He tried to make him understand that someone was missing, but it seemed that without a confirmed missing person report, they couldn't reveal any more info. They couldn't share it with just anyone. The guy apologized, while Seojin slammed the table in desperation, not knowing what to do now. He knew Mantion's disappearance 4 days ago after being seen with a suspicious person was a bad omen, but as the guy at the association said, he couldn't confirm anything. He felt sick to his stomach thinking about it. Seojin recalled the darkest moment of his life when an accident wiped out 9 years of savings. During that bleak period, it was Mantion who came to check on Han. He made sure he was doing okay, even though he was struggling himself. He handed him 3 million and won without a second thought. That 3 million won got him into the Transcendent Academy, and that's what made him the person he is today. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't let this slide. He called Seoyun, asking her to set up a meeting with the Sword Star immediately. The next thing we know, our guy is standing face-to-face with the Sword Star. He seemed to already know the situation and turned to CEO Jean to confirm if he needed his help. However, our awakened one declined, implying that he wanted to duel him instead. Everyone was floored by that proposal. Kim insisted that if he won, he didn't just want a favor. He wanted his full-scale involvement. Conversely, if he lost, he declared he'd leave Dream Academy. Seoyun was absolutely stunned and tried to talk him out of it loudly. But he calmly continued, clarifying he never said he could actually beat him. He just wanted to prove a point. He declared that if he could land even a single scratch, they'd count it as a win. He was aware something was fishy. Mantion had vanished after being seen with a suspicious character, and the association wouldn't provide any details due to security reasons. But he believed if the Sword Star, one of the 5 greatest heroes, intervened, the tables would turn completely. COG knew damn well it was a huge risk, but to him, this was the only way to save his friend. Min-chai thought he had some serious balls and just let him inside. Seoyun tried to stop her grandfather. But as he stepped into the room and kicked the door open, he grabbed the Blue Dragon Sword. The Blue Dragon Sword, the legendary General Kim Yu-sin of the Silla dynasty, used to train on Mount Waryong. There, he met Master Nansung, who gave him the book of military strategy and the mythical sword. This was just a replica of the real Blue Dragon Sword, but it was still a masterpiece crafted by Korea's most famous blacksmith. The assistant's jaw dropped seeing the master grab the sword he had only drawn once before. It only came out when facing an enemy that needed to be annihilated. The Sword Star hadn't unsheathed it since the great catastrophe ended, so he couldn't help but ask what the master planned to do with the kid. Before he could say another word, Min-chai cut him off, saying that no matter how well the kid jumps, crawls, or flies, he's still just a trainee, and to dare challenge him, he was sure the kid must have an ace up his sleeve. Therefore, he believed if he wanted to play, he should give him a real run for his money. Meanwhile, Seoyun tried to convince Seojin to back down, telling him this was unnecessary. She promised she'd ask for her grandfather's help and was sure he'd agree, but Kim refused. And while he appreciated what she was trying to do, he had to do it this way for the sake of the future. He figured there was no guarantee this wouldn't happen again. He didn't know why Mantion disappeared, but it might be related to him, and if so, he believed it would keep happening. Knowing he wasn't strong enough yet to protect those around him, he saw this as a reason to show everyone that if they messed with him, they'd be messing with the Sword Star. He declared he'd be back after winning, while Seoyun couldn't keep him in the room. We see the Sword Star and Seojin standing opposite each other at a distance. Min-hyan suggested he should stop now if he thought he'd pull his punches because of his granddaughter. Our guy, though a bit nervous, was determined it wasn't the case and just hoped he'd keep his promise. The Sword Star drew his sword, admitting he had guts, and pointed the blade at him, signaling it was his turn to make a move. Seojin figured at his current level, he could hang for a few moves, even against the Sword Star, and he lunged at him, knowing he had to go all out from the jump. His attack was parried by Min-hyan's sword. He glared at him and then swung a counter. Attack! Kim was violently pushed back, and before he could even catch his breath, the Sword Star swung his blade toward him. A fierce battle broke out between them, and the boy realized his opponent was dead serious. Every attack and movement, they were all lethal blows. And that's when Min-hyan unleashed his ultimate technique, Golden Rain, with power radiating so intensely it reached Seoyun, and the assistant standing nearby. The B-rank hunter, worried sick about her student, screamed his name. Seojin suddenly realized the opponent before him was none other than an S-rank hero of the Great Catastrophe. Among S-ranks, there's always a bigger fish, no matter how high you climb. There's always someone standing higher, and that's exactly what our guy was witnessing right now as the battle raged on frantically. The Sword Star recalled that Kim was a total nobody just a few months ago. He knew damn well that Seojin had massive potential, but he never expected him to surpass what you'd find in a talented trainee. But now, as the old man looked at Seojin, he noticed that as they fought, the kid's power was actually ramping up by the second. Even so, the grandfather was still on a level far beyond him, and with just one strike, he pushed it back with raw, brute force. But he was also a bit shocked to see Kim was completely unfazed. Right then, his eyes locked onto the Longina spear, and the old man speculated that the weapon was somehow neutralizing the energy from his sword. He realized that if it weren't for Seojin's weapon, this match would have been over a long time ago. The old man had tried his best not to go full throttle, but Kim's power had provoked him, making him even more determined to crush him. The Sword Star muttered that it was time to get dead serious. Suddenly, his blue dragon sword erupted with destructive energy, making Seojin tremble to his core. Our friend was badly hurt, and realized he had been way too cocky. He was shaking, but he still struggled to get back on his feet. Meanwhile, the Sword Star was convinced that Seojin was no different from any other trainee. Even the strongest among them were no match for him. Thinking he could challenge him was just straight up foolish. He figured that, at the end of the day, these trainees had never faced the real world. The old man approached Seojin as he knelt, wondering how far this would go. Worse yet, this wasn't even the old man's full power. Suddenly, the Sword Star swung his sword down, but in a split second, Seojin dodged and leaped away. It was a hairbreadth escape. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Their weapons clashed with a loud clang, and while the boy was clearly struggling to keep up with that power, he had to admit the Sword Star's confidence was admirable, something that no one around him could ever match. And what the boy truly wanted from the Sword Star was to become someone like him. He craved being like him because of the respect he had for the old man's strength, not just the power itself, but the grind he went through to achieve it. Seojin self-reflected on his actions. He knew he'd been arrogant, deluding himself into thinking he was transcendent, that he was somehow above him. He realized just in time that he was infinitely weaker than the Sword Star. Our hero now saw exactly where he stood, and as he lunged forward, he desired not just to be like the Sword Star, but to surpass him, just as Seojin was charging at him. He suddenly lost all feeling in his hands gripping the spear. He went numb, and a wave of terror surged through his entire body. A strange sensation crept deep into his veins, but he kept taking forced, awkward steps, and just like that, the boy managed to scratch his opponent, even if it was just a tiny mark. With that, the battle ended as Seoyun rushed toward Kim. Everyone was stunned that Seojin could make it that far against a master like the Sword Star. The boy reminded the old man to keep his promise, and right after that, he blacked out and collapsed on the floor. The scene then cuts to a dungeon where we see Manticore running and panting while carrying Ma-jin on his back. Ma-jin regretted coming to this dungeon, not knowing a crack would appear. If he'd known, he wouldn't have brought Manticore along again. But the big guy tried to reassure the old man and promised that backup was on the way. But Ma-jin was pretty sure that wouldn't happen, revealing that on the way here, he had specifically asked the association president not to disclose this. They intended to settle it in secret, never expecting to shoot themselves in the foot like this. The old man doubted if they'd survive this horror. However, Manticore smiled and believed that Kid would come to their rescue. He was certain that a real idiot would show up to save them. Then Seojin woke up with a start, panicking, asking how long he had been out. The young man was freaking out, because now was not the time to be resting. Meanwhile, the Sword Star entered the room, looking at him with a frown. But what happened next was something no one could believe. The Sword Star handed the Blue Dragon Sword to Seojin, leaving the boy wondering why on earth he'd given that. The Sword Star told him not to overthink it. He was just keeping his word. He explained that this dragon sword had his seal engraved on it. So if Kim showed it to people, they'd know he was acting on his behalf. The old man figured giving him a free pass was better than having him run around guessing his intentions. He authorized him to use the sword as he saw fit and return it when the job was done. Later, it was revealed that the Pro Hunter Association is a government agency managing hunters, while also being a for-profit organization founded by pro hunters to protect their interests. The first person Seojin showed the sword to was Tae-Byum Lee, the president of the Korea Pro Hunter Association. Even the president had to wonder what the hell the Sword Star's Blue Dragon Sword was doing here, while our guy was starstruck because he didn't expect the association president to actually meet him. He introduced himself and informed the president there were a few things he needed to find out. Tae-Byum Lee suddenly recalled that not long ago, the Dark Star himself had come by and requested a transfer of 3 billion. One into Kim's account. First the Dark Star, and now the Sword Star helping Seojin. It made the president curious as to who the hell this kid really was. Right after that, he mentioned that 4 days ago, a man named Manticore Suk followed someone into a dungeon and vanished. The issue was that entering any dungeon must be reported to the association, so he hoped to find out who Manticore followed and which dungeon it was. At that moment, the president froze at the sudden revelation, looking like he'd been caught red-handed despite hating the fact that he was involved in this mess. The president had no choice but to spill the beans. Before answering the questions, Tae-Byum declared he needed to verify if the Blue Dragon Sword was the real deal. The young man told him to do whatever he wanted because he wanted a quick answer. Tidom informed Seodvid. That authentication was the top priority, but Kim couldn't risk any more delays, because he was worried something bad was going down in the dungeon right then. The president inspected the dragon sword and confirmed it was authentic. Now he couldn't dodge Seojin's questions anymore since the Sword Star was backing him up. Immediately after, Kim learned that the Dark Star was the one who took Manticore into the dungeon, and Tae-Byum explained that the Dark Star was investigating the 10-star dungeon crack at his request, and to keep it on the down low, the investigation was being done in secret. Even though it seemed like the guy was telling the truth, Seojin was still skeptical since the Dark Star had mentioned that the 10-star crack was the Truth Society's handiwork. The boy got heated, convinced that something was off. He stood up and asked the president if he could use the dragon sword as collateral for a loan. Later, Kim received a call from Soo-Ryan. She asked if he had any news about Manticore. He let her know he'd figured out where her dad went, as poor Soo-Ryan was worried sick about her father. Seojin guessed that something must have happened in the dungeon Manticore entered, and he didn't know if he'd make it back alive. Then the truth was revealed. Soo-Ryan's mother had died in a dungeon crack incident 11 years ago. She had sacrificed her life to save Soo-Ryan. The poor girl burst into tears, and the guy finally understood why Soo-Ryan wanted to be a pro hunter. She didn't want to lose any more loved ones to monsters. Kim promised her he'd bring Manticore back, no matter what. So there was no time to wait. He recalled the president saying Ma-jin and Manticore had entered a 6-star Rias dungeon. Even though Ma-jin looked old and frail, he was actually one of the 5 great heroes. Kim figured there had to be a reason why he hadn't cleared a 6-star dungeon yet. Or in the worst-case scenario, it was a trap set by the Truth Society to eliminate the Demon Star. He knew damn well that if anyone interfered, the Truth Society would know instantly via vision and stop them. Perhaps no one could intervene or do anything except him. Right then, Kim received 500 million won. Turns out Kim tried to use the Blue Dragon Sword as collateral for a loan, but the president refused and told him to stop messing around. After the young man insisted he was dead serious and quickly drafted a contract, the president got flustered and urged him to take the sword back. The kid refused the loan and changed his mind, deciding to ditch the dragon sword for karmic reasons. Truly a greedy little hustler, he insisted the president buy the sword for 500 million won. Even the president freaked out, wondering why the Sword Star would hand his blade to a psycho like him. Even though that amount was just a fraction of the Blue Dragon Sword value, for Seojin, it was enough to buy something from the Transcendent shop. He believed whatever Ma-jin was facing was a tough nut to crack, so he'd better be well prepared. Meanwhile, Kim bought the legendary spear, Gungir, from the shop for 500 million. Right after, he reached the dungeon and was overwhelmed by the sheer number of trees there, feeling like he was in deep trouble. The Riat dungeon was filled with 6-star monsters that looked exactly like real trees, making them hard to spot. The young man became more cautious because one wrong step meant game over. Plus, he couldn't afford to get backstabbed by a tree. Seojin focused on sensing the 6-star tree monsters, and suddenly felt a slight but distinct dizziness. He knew it'd be hard to spot it, because it looked just like any other tree. He decided to test out his new weapon and hurled the spear at the tree. Monster as soon as the spear touched it. The tree shrieked frantically and dodged the blow. Gungir pulled a 360-degree turn to attack the monster again. And this time, it ripped the monster into pieces, leaving the boy absolutely amazed. Gungir is the spear that Odin used to tear apart the first giant, Ymir, to create the realm itself. He knew it was powerful, but he also realized this replica had its limits. He was convinced this spear was crafted by a transcendent to the point that the Longinus spear looked basic. Gungir completely obliterated the tree monsters. According to myth, Gungir doesn't just seek out targets on its own, but also returns to its owner. He wondered if he could recall the weapon, and after putting all his strength into it, the spear flew straight back into his hand. Kim's energy was drained. He found out he could summon the weapon back, but the mana cost was no joke. He calculated that he could only use this move once in a fierce battle. The myth says the spear returns on its own, but that's where this replica hits its limit. While Kim was certain he could use this weapon easily and carry the whole fight solo, suddenly a branch lunged at him from behind just as he was mumbling about selling the blue dragon sword and thinking it was the smartest move ever. He even considered throwing Gungir at the sword star if the old man tried to kill him. Suddenly, Seojin was attacked by several monster trees and immediately bolted before they could swallow him whole. In another development, Manticore was fighting for his life. Kering Majin, on his back with the monsters hot on his heels. Suddenly, Manticore tripped. Majin immediately cast a magic shield to save them both. However, that shield couldn't hold for long, but he still tried to gather his last bit of strength to hold off the monsters and ordered Manticore to run, reasoning that he was going to kick the bucket anyway. Right after that, Majin coughed up blood and the shield shattered, sending him flying. Manticore decided to stick by the old man and apologized to his daughter, Surian, for not being able to make it back, closing his eyes as death loomed right in front of him. At that exact moment, Kim Seojin appeared to the rescue with a shining spear and told Manticore that his daughter was worried sick about him. Manticore cried tears of joy, while our guy drew the monster's aggro and ordered him to take Majin and run. Kim focused his attacks on the monster tree trunks. However, no matter how many times he slashed them, they just grew back. Seojin dashed away. It was hard to get close this way, so he planned to use Gungir to snipe each trunk one by one while the monsters chased him relentlessly. He realized the spear had disappeared and looked back to see it lying on the ground. Feeling that he needed to get it back immediately, Seojin noticed Manticore and the old man were still in danger. As the monsters were about to catch Manticore, he blocked them with the Longinus spear, but it felt like he was going to be torn apart at any second. The pressure was so intense that Kim could hardly bear it, but he still tried to hold on until Manticore and Majin were out of the danger zone. Immediately after, he lunged at the monsters as they swarmed him like hungry leeches. That was the moment he summoned Gungir in an epic way. The tree monsters seemed terrified by Gungir's overwhelming power, but after a few hits, they knew this weapon was dangerous and tried to hide. Smirking, the tree monsters surrounded Seojin so he couldn't summon Gungir. The branches were the trickiest part to deal with, and now it was time to tear these trees to shreds. Because Gungir wasn't the only legendary weapon he had. With that said, he summoned the Longinus spear to end this once and for all. Afterward, he reunited with Manticore and Majin. Manticore called him a slowpoke, and Seojin had to say the exact same thing since he had vanished so abruptly, exposing the fact that Manticore came here to hustle for money to send Surian to the Hunter Academy. The boy gave him a piece of his mind, making poor Manticore turn red with embarrassment and tell him to mind his own business. Seojin then asked about Majin's condition, and Manticore said the old man was not okay at all because he was already frail and had overexerted himself trying to protect him earlier. The boy noticed the old man's condition was beyond terrible and used the emergency potion he had on him. It's just a temporary fix, but at least it got the old man talking. After Majin swallowed the potion, he looked at Seojin and asked Manticore if this was the kid from the Hunter Academy he'd mentioned. The old man peppered him with questions, wondering how the hell Kim found them, and came to the rescue. Majin then asked him what happened to the forest of ants. The guy shot back, asking Majin why he brought Manticore to a place like this. The old man explained they needed someone to transport the monster carcasses for research. He needed to do it alone, but with his age and declining strength, he couldn't hack it by himself. Seojin wondered why the old man didn't just hire a company, but he figured calling a firm would draw too much heat since they had to act on the down low. He needed a skeleton crew, so no one would notice. That's when the guy guessed Majin was acting shady because he was afraid of being spotted by the true society. The old man froze since that was info he'd even hidden from the president. Suddenly, the place started shaking violently like an earthquake. Manticore was scared spitless because he realized it was the monster that had put Majin in this state. The screeching roar struck terror into them, and they speculated that even if the Truth Society set a trap, what could possibly cage the Demon Star in this dungeon? The question remained, what was actually lurking in this dungeon that even the Demon Star couldn't handle? Right then, they witnessed a beast even larger than a mountain heading their way. While Seojin guessed it was a monster from Singularity, he wondered if it even qualified as a monster anymore. The old man confessed he'd never seen anything like it, and that it had mutated in some way. The guy agreed it had mutated, but only in size. Other than that, it looked just like any other ant. Luckily, the good news was that the big bastard didn't see them. Seojin immediately told Majin to hide and get out of the dungeon, but the old man told him about his failed escape attempts, and the reason behind it was even crazier. Every time they tried to bail, it could sense them and would lunge at them. That's why Majin ended up in such bad shape. The old man assessed that this wasn't a mere mutation. Its outer shell was so hard his magic couldn't pierce it. Even if he succeeded, it would just regenerate. Simply put, Majin couldn't handle it with his magic. It was as if it had evolved specifically to eliminate an ent's weaknesses and crank up its strengths. He admitted he wasn't what he used to be. He was old, sick, and just waiting to die. He thought it was embarrassing to still be called the Demon Star. Although he could use magic to weaken the shell and suppress the regeneration, if he were just 5 years younger, he probably could have beaten it. Hearing that, Seojin got pretty hyped because the old man only needed one strong opening. And if he could weaken the monster, Kim could deliver the finishing blow. The guy gloated while showing off his Gungir, but Majin threw cold water on him, telling him he could only make the monster weak, not helpless, and if they failed, they wouldn't get a second chance. Deep down, Majin knew he was only talking thanks to the meds, but he considered himself a dead man anyway. The old man suggested it was better for him to distract the monster while the other two escaped. The old man was curious about the weapon, while Seojin revealed it was what he'd used for the finisher. Seojin warned Majin to be careful, because if the weapon thought he was trying to steal it, it would reject him. The moment the old man touched Gungir, he went wild after sensing the intense magnetic fields coexisting without twisting. He screamed, wondering, what kind of crazy magic field is this? Manticore found it funny how much the old man was talking, while the guy was reminded of Jimin Zhang, who was just as much of a fanatic as the old man. He noticed the eerie similarity in how they both go into full otaku mode when they see unique items. Majin was totally obsessed with the spear and revealed that with Gungir, they wouldn't even need his magic. Majin's eyes lit up and he asked Seojin where the hell he bought it. The guy replied that the Sword Star bought it for him, and the old man couldn't believe it, surprised that the arrogant geezer was so generous. Seojin secretly panicked, thinking it would be fine even if the Sword Star found out he saved Majin by selling the Blue Dragon Sword. After that, they all moved out to face the final boss. A bit later, they sat down to talk strategy. The guy's plan was for Majin to weaken the monster while he used the spear for the kill. Seojin then asked Majin to show him the spell he planned to use, but even if it drained his life force, he'd do what was necessary. However, the guy thought that wasn't needed, and told the old man to just make sure he was ready to cast. So the final plan was for Kim Seojin to buy time and distract the monster. In the meantime, Majin would prep the strongest spell he could cast. When Majin launched the debuff, the guy would throw Gungir to destroy its core. However, the guy calculated that two main problems could arise. The first risk was him getting killed while trying to bait the monster, and the second was that when Majin cast the spell, the monster might detect and attack him instead of Seojin. While the guy could handle the first variable, the second was tricky since the Demon Star would be defenseless while chanting. Kim reassured Manticore he'd do his best to hold the monster back, but they couldn't know for sure how things would go if the worst-case scenario happened. It would all fall on Manticore, who assured Kim he didn't plan on dying and leaving Surian behind. Manticore joked with Majin, telling the old man he had to stick close to him if he wanted to live. Majin humbly entrusted his life to him, saying he'd never forget this debt. Then they moved to execute the plan and find the giant. Seojin told Majin and Manticore not to get any closer because the monster might detect Majin. While he was still prepping the spell, Majin worried for Seojin since he'd be the one in the most danger. But the guy believed that even if it was riskier for him, it was the only way because he was the only one agile enough to dodge the monster's attacks. The old man agreed to follow Seojin's lead, and the guy smiled, muttering that they were going ahead with the plan. And he figured it was high time to get out of here. Manticore told him to be careful as the guy bolted at light speed to face the giant tree monster. Seeing it with his own eyes, Kim realized this giant was even more massive than he'd imagined. And even more dangerous was the terrifying aura radiating from the beast. Kim finally understood why even Majin struggled against it. Seojin distracted the beast as it chased him, and luckily, it crushed everything it stepped on, so no other ends were left to block his path. Kim was locked in because one wrong move could cost him his life. So the guy bravely showed himself in front of the beast to draw its aggro. While our boy panicked, thinking this might have been a huge mistake, countless branches suddenly began to sprout and surround Seojin, leaving him no way out. He ran like hell because he didn't expect the attack to be this intense, and accidentally veered toward Manticore and Majin. As the branches chased him like crazy, Kim wondered if Majin's spell was done yet. He felt the fear and started using his spear to hack away at the branches. However, he was overwhelmed by the relentless pressure as even the surrounding air began to vibrate. At this rate, he hoped he could keep dodging, but it seemed he had no other choice now. Suddenly, a blinding light flared out, and Seojin got the signal that the spell was ready. Majin and Manticore arrived just in time, and Kim drew the big guy's attention. Kim baited the monster into chasing him, dodging attacks as he ran. The giant monster let out an ear-splitting shriek as it lunged at him ferociously, while Seojin led it toward the designated spot. Once it reached the mark, Majin's magic bound it tight with chains, preventing it from moving any further. The guy saw the plan working and noticed it had slowed down as its energy plummeted. It looked like the Demon Star's spell hit the mark, and now all Kim had to do was destroy its core. The monster groaned in pain, and the guy worried. If it could sense the source of the spell, he knew the Demon Star's mana would run dry, and Manticore was just a regular guy, not even an awakened one. And with the old man on his back, he figured he could only dodge a few times at most. After aiming Gungir at its core, thinking it was now or never, he poured every bit of his strength into it. Calm and steady, the guy hurled Gungir with everything he had, brutally destroying the monster's core. As it crashed to the ground with a massive thud, Kim slumped down, exhausted. Feeling dizzy, he guessed he'd put everything into that Gungir throw, which was why he had 0 energy left. Still, he felt lucky to have taken it down, though he wasn't sure if he had the strength to summon Gungir back. He ran toward Manticore and Majin to see if they were okay, and it looked like the big guy had been grazed by an attack. He anxiously checked his condition, realizing that even if the monster had weakened, it was still hard for a normal person to dodge completely. He breathed a sigh of relief, because the wound didn't look serious and believed they'd be fine after treatment, but they needed to check right away. Manticore reassured him it was just a scratch and laughed it off, claiming that if you're 5 years younger, he could have carried them both and run from that thing for days. Majin argued with that, and it seemed like being stuck here had made them bond. They decided to leave, and Seojin turned back to retrieve his spear. But the monster suddenly rose again. He was certain Gungir had pierced the core. He was confused as to why the core hadn't been destroyed. Shocked, he felt it was impossible for it to be alive. And then it hit him. It must have 2 cores. The monster roared violently as it attacked them. While Seojin and the others didn't know what to do, Majin stepped up and unleashed a spell at the monster, despite being in terrible shape. Kim knew he was drained and couldn't hold out much longer, so he had no choice but to destroy the second core. He looked around for Gungir, but the tangled mess of tree roots blocked his path, making the search feel hopeless. He wondered if the thing understood Gungir's importance and was intentionally hiding it. However, he still had the Longina spear and believed that if he could just land a direct hit, destroying the core was still doable. Seojin asked the Demon Star if he could cast the weakening spell one more time, and it seemed the old man was ready to give it everything he had left. He decided to bait it despite the old man's frantic warnings. Since there was no time to argue, he just lunged forward, doing whatever he could. With that, he charged toward the beast, staying alert. Dodging its attacks, he was fully aware that a single hit meant game over. Kim couldn't help but think of Majin, who had been fighting all of this at his age, even he had reached his breaking point. He believed everything now rested on his shoulders. He hacked through the branches, blocking his path as he drew closer. To destroy the core with the Longina spear, he needed to get up close and personal, but it seemed he couldn't get any nearer. He realized this was a whole different ballgame compared to just baiting it somewhere. Right then, his foot got snagged by a branch. Just as he was about to get wrecked, Majin's magic held it back. Taking this as his chance, Seojin charged straight for the core. Glancing at the magic chains from the Demon Star, he saw they were much smaller and thinner than before. Realizing his mana was totally spent after the last round, he knew the spell wouldn't be as effective this time. Kim seized the opening as he lunged, but right at that moment, Majin's magic chain snapped, leaving him to take a direct hit from the tree monster. He was slammed hard into the ground. He believed he should have been able to destroy the core with the Longina spear, which is why he tried to close the distance. However, he suddenly realized that was a massive fail. The monster shrieked mercilessly and prepared to finish off Seojin. He was helpless since his body wouldn't move. That's when Majin stepped in to protect him, standing in front of him like a human shield. The old man knew the kid was a trainee under 30, and the fact that he'd reached this level was unbelievable. It had been a long time since he'd been shook by someone's power. He was certain that within a year, everyone would know his name, and a year after that, he couldn't even imagine how far the kid would go. He believed this young man wouldn't just be a national hero, but the greatest hero of humanity. But he wasn't there yet, and that's why Majin felt Kim deserved to live, even at the cost of his own life. He screamed at Seojin to run right now, but Seojin refused to bail. The old man tried to convince him to leave, saying he had to survive since he didn't have much time left anyway. He told him not to be naive and just accept it. Kim couldn't help but wonder why he didn't just run back then, or why he didn't just leave them behind. He totally could have if he wanted to. That's why he was curious why, even in this moment, the old man was still trying to sacrifice himself. Seojin struggled to stand while his body was screaming in pain, but he slumped back down, having zero strength left. He knew Majin was right, and it would be better if he just dipped, leaving him behind, taking Manticore, and getting out of here. Staying to fight like this was a terrible idea, but he had already made up his mind. He didn't know what to do, but he didn't want to run away. That's when he suddenly remembered what Heracles said in the first lecture. Heracles, the greatest hero of Greek and Roman mythology, asked the students in the first lesson what they thought strength was. He emphasized the importance of muscle power, but that wasn't the kind of strength he was talking about. Heracles had become a worldwide legend. His name was synonymous with the word hero itself. He mentioned that strength is often seen as merely physical. But if that wasn't what he meant, he believed the students must be wondering what kind of strength he was hinting at. Then he went silent, and Seojin was confused if the lecture was over. That was when the greatest hero confessed he had committed an unforgivable sin. Cursed with madness by Hera, he had killed his beloved wife and children. In a guilt-ridden delirium, he thought about ending his own life, but his great friend Theseus convinced him to seek atonement by performing the 12 labors. The 12 labors were 12 impossible tasks, known as the labors of Heracles. The feats included killing the Nemean lion, slaying the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Ceryneian hind, and catching the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Augean stables, defeating the Stymphalian birds, capturing the Cretan bull, stealing the Mares of Diomedes, taking the belt of Hippolyta, seizing the cattle of the giant Geryon, stealing the golden apples of the Hesperides, and finally, capturing the three-headed dog Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, Hades. As Heracles completed each task, his fame soared, but there were still those who began to mock him. They called a joke, wondering how a man who killed his own wife and kids could ever be called a hero. They gave 1,000 reasons why he could never be the real deal. Facing the hate, he wondered if he'd be better off dead, but he grinded, dedicated his life to others, and sacrificed himself to an almost stupid degree, hoping that maybe one day in the far future, it would actually mean something. Perhaps he believed the day would come when he could finally forgive his former self, and thus Heracles completed the 12 labors and was widely hailed as a true hero. He went on to achieve greatness by saving Olympus during the Gigantomachy, the twilight of Greek and Roman myth. Heracles, the man cursed by Hera to kill his own family. After a long journey of atonement, he became the greatest hero of all time. He believed it was through that redemption that he found the strength to go this far. So he advised the students that if they want to be someone or do something, people will say it's impossible. They'll shake their heads and say no. They'll give countless reasons why you can't and won't make it. But he let them know that none of that crap matters. Endless reasons why they say you can't be someone, endless reasons why they say you can't do something. You don't need to overcome those reasons. Instead, you need to focus. If you want to be someone, you have to find your own why to do it. That is what makes a hero. Heracles' words echoed in Seojin's mind as he pulled himself together while Majin warned him to stop, saying he couldn't win, and he knew it. Not at this level, because he couldn't handle that monster, and he was more aware of that than anyone. And Kim didn't deny it. He couldn't. He knew better than anyone he couldn't win. He felt fear gripping him and hesitation whispering in his ear. Meanwhile, he heard Majin protesting, but Heracles' voice drowned everything else out. There were a million reasons why he couldn't win, a million reasons to bail. Majin had lived through so many lifetimes while he was only 28, and believing that what he was doing might look like reckless bravery, but what might be just 28 years to the Demon Star was an entire lifetime to him. Everything he had lived for, he decided he wouldn't throw it away over a minute of hesitation. A massive surge of power flowed through his body as he stepped toward the beast. An overwhelming force that crushed everything in its path. Kim hacked through the branches as he pressed forward, and that insane power even affected the environment around them. Majin, witnessing the scene with a look of pure horror, noticed he suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Using his magic, He got them out of there and reunited with Manticore. The big guy was worried, sick, seeing Seojin passed out, but the old man said his injuries were pretty bad, but not life-threatening. He revealed the kid had tapped into such a massive amount of power that he knocked himself out. That made total sense to Manticore after what they just saw, while Majin confessed that he had been terrified. The big guy was confused, not getting what he meant, assuming it was from fighting that giant tree. He was surprised because he didn't know. The demon star could feel fear. The old man laughed, believing it's normal for anyone to be scared since he'd been knocking on death's door for so long. However, that wasn't what he meant. He revealed he was actually afraid of what would happen to the world after he was gone. He told Manticore that the world isn't as safe as everyone thinks. So as death approached, he started getting anxious because the world needed him. The big guy finally understood why he chose a disciple, and Majin admitted that Jimin had done better than expected and was more brilliant than anyone. But he still couldn't shake the anxiety in his heart. It was only today that he realized his fear was pointless, because he knew that after he's gone, someone will continue to protect them. Witnessing Kim Seojin refuse to give up, Majin had seen a new generation of heroes, and admitted it had indeed been a very long time. Seojin woke up with a start, only to find Manticore and Majin greeting him. He saw he was in a hospital and realized they had escaped the dungeon. He asked how they were doing, and it seemed the big guy was fine despite a deep wound. They said he'd be okay after treatment. Meanwhile, Majin seemed alright too, thanks to Kim's emergency potion. Now he just needed rest. He was worrying about the old man when Manticore turned and asked if he was okay, since he'd been out for half a day. He was shocked to hear that, and wondered if he'd accidentally called Surian. The big guy shyly admitted that he was the one who called, and Kim felt a huge wave of relief, knowing at least that was settled. Manticore revealed he had also called Soo-yoon because she was really worried about him. Now Seojin remembered he told her he was going to find Manticore and then disappeared with her grandfather's sword. Majin remembered Seo-oke mentioning his daughter, and now he knew her name was Surian. Manticore confessed he was trying to make money to send her to the Hunter Academy before this happened. So he reminded the old man that he promised to pay 4 times the market rate, and made sure he didn't plan to flake. Majin promised to pay in full, but suggested, how about he personally mentors his daughter instead? Both of them were flabbergasted, while Manticore couldn't help but wonder if he was losing his marbles. The old man believed that even though he had 1 foot in the grave, his mind was still sharp as a tack. The big guy wondered if he had a head injury, but he denied that too. He was confused by the sudden proposal and asked the demon star if he wasn't busy with many things like he said. He admitted he used to be, but the old man thought that was no longer necessary, because it was time to give a youth a shot. He might only have a year left to live, but there wasn't much left to do anyway. That's why he thought it would be great to teach his daughter in his remaining time as a thank you for saving his life. Assuming she's actually into magic, of course, since he can't force her. The old man then called for Seojin since he had also saved his life and offered to teach him if he wanted. Our awakened one declined immediately and declared that if he wanted to give him something, just give him the cash. Majin burst out laughing when he heard that and agreed since he owed him his life. He asked how much he thought his life was worth, believing his market value was pretty high, and told Kim to name a price. He was excitedly about to highball him when the door swung open, revealing a frantic Seoyun trying to calm her grandfather down. Thinking there was some kind of misunderstanding, Seojin suddenly realized he almost forgot that contacting Seoyun meant the Sword Star was also on his way. Min-hyan was losing it, ready to kill the young man without listening to a word, while Seoyun screamed for him to run. Kim tried to explain it wasn't what he thought, while wondering what to do. Jump out the window? But then he realized he'd just jump after him and hunt him down. He thought about throwing Gungir at him and bolting, but then panicked realizing he'd left in the dungeon. Right then, Majin called the Sword Star's name, catching his attention and leaving the Sword Star shocked to see his old friend there. The old man wondered how many years had passed. It felt like yesterday, when all 5 of them were young and inseparable. Min-hyan agreed, and was curious how he ended up in such a state. That's when he confessed he tried to be a hero and almost kicked the bucket, which is why he's lying here now. The hospital staff were shook. The Sword Star knew everyone dies eventually, but he didn't expect it to feel so real. The old man admitted he was jealous of his friend for still being fit and asked what the secret was, urging him to share it with everyone. Meanwhile, Seojin whispered, asking where Surian was, and Seoyun revealed she was on her way, while she had to rush ahead to try and stop her grandfather. The Sword Star thought his friend was just exaggerating, while the old man tried to convince him he really did almost die. The Demon Star mentioned Kim, saying that without him, he'd definitely be dead. So Min-hyan turned back to look at him. He waved his hands frantically, trying to explain he had no choice, but he cut him off. He said he didn't hand over the sword just for it to be sold, adding that while he'd let many things slide before for Seojin, this time he'd gone too far. Majin intervened, saying he didn't know what was going on, but asked him to please forgive the young man. Min-chai told him to stay out of it, but he insisted that Kim must have had a reason to upset him. There surely was no other way. The Sword Star found it weird that his friend was being so lenient. The old man quoted a saying that for everything time takes away, it compensates just as much. Seeing that wasn't enough to convince the hot-tempered man, Majin was curious what the hell the young man did to make him so angry. That's when the truth came out. Seojin had sold his blue dragon sword. Though equally shocked, Majin still asked him about the part where he said Min-chai bought weapons for him, wondering if that was actually true. That was the moment Kim realized his life was over. And seeing the Sword Star's rage explode, he hurried to explain he didn't sell it. He just left it as collateral. He promised he could get it back because the amount wasn't that big and believed if they went to the association right now, they could get it back. Min-chai suppressed his anger and asked the Demon Star if he'd still forgive him after this. He said just as long as he didn't kill him, it was fine. Since he didn't technically sell the blue dragon sword and had his old friend vouching for him, the Sword Star declared he'd spare his life, but that was it. He was still going to give him a beatdown. He warned him to dodge or die. He didn't care, and even if it was just one hit, it looked like he planned to finish the kid off with a single punch. Seojin tried to stop him, saying he'd go get the sword right now, but he told him to take the punch first and then go. With that, the Sword Star threw a punch, and, surprisingly Kim, blocked it with his own fist. However, a blood-curdling scream rang out as he yelled in agony. The Sword Star was stunned to see him actually block that hit, believing his arm was fine, except for the fact the bone was pulverized. The kid jumped up, reminding him he said only one hit whether he dodged or died, and then bolted out of the room, saying he was going for a quick stroll. Manticore and Seoyun both chased after him. In the room, now only the Sword Star and Majin remained. The old man remarked he must be getting old and soft, unable to believe his eyes that the Sword Star actually pulled his punches like that. Min-chai thought if the kid died it would be a huge hassle, but he still couldn't believe he blocked that move. And it seemed the Demon Star was just as shocked. He knew his friend didn't actually hate the kid, and even if the Sword Star wouldn't admit it, it was still the truth. Majin knew he only did it because Seoyun likes the kid, while he just scoffed. Anyway, he changed the subject and asked what the hell actually happened back there. The Sword Star couldn't believe that traces of the Apostle of Temperance were found at the 10-star dungeon Anomaly, and, on top of that, Majin was investigating the Truth Society when he discovered a mutant monster in the dungeon. And that useless guy, otherwise known as Seojin, was the one who rescued everyone. Majin exclaimed that he should have seen it with his own eyes, while Min-chai was dead certain that the kid he faced a few days ago wasn't at that level yet. True, he refused to acknowledge the boy's skills, but no matter what his old friend said, he still found it hard to swallow. Majin thought it was because he inherently distrusted pro-hunters. In Min-chai's eyes, they were all useless, even the ones running around calling themselves S-rank, and the old man agreed. In fact, any hero from the Great Catastrophe era would feel the same. Times have changed, and so has the concept of a pro-hunter. Now it's just a job, a cash cow. Everyone's happy because it's peacetime, but the Sword Star believed the world isn't safe. Not as much as people think. When all the heroes are gone and the real threats emerge, he wondered if the world would have the guts to fight back. He guessed that might be the Truth Society's real endgame. However, Majin countered, letting him know that the very people they expect nothing from are the ones doing the unthinkable. Their era is fading, or perhaps it's already over. Min-chai wondered what he meant while he just laughed, realizing it had been a long time. Meanwhile, while Seoyun was busy chewing Seojin out, Surian arrived and lunged toward her father, hugging him tight, sobbing her eyes out. Manticore was also moved and thanked him for saving his life. Someone once said the most beautiful sight is seeing the world return to normal. Time passed, and all three of them were discharged from the hospital, and everyone was able to get back to their daily lives. However, a few things had changed. First, Surian became Majin's disciple, and second, the old man gave Kim 10 billion won as a thank you for saving his skin. The kid just threw out a random number, and he agreed instantly, insisting his life wasn't cheap. He used 500 million won to buy back the Blue Dragon Sword and return it to the Sword Star. Even though nearly dying in the process wasn't part of the plan, things worked out. Kim ended up with Gungir, a massive 9.5 billion won, and on top of that, he hit 47.3 progress in Heracles' course. Min-hyan was beaming with joy to finally see him back. When he asked if Min-hyan was worried because he never visited, he said he was worried sick, but Seoyun assured him he was fine, so it was like whatever, and declared that he had faith in his buddy, thinking he'd breeze through it like it was nothing. Seoyun was happy to see Kim back, and asked how he was. He assured her he was solid. Min-hyan showed her something, saying he needed this, and asked her to look into it. She thought it was a piece of cake and declared she'd get it right away. Seojin, busy training, watched them and realized a lot had changed. But the Dream Academy remained the same. Now, the place felt just like home. Later, we see our awakened guy listening to Heracles' lecture on the power of the gods. In the previous lecture, he mentioned some might have realized its true nature, no matter how tough it was. Occasionally, a few students could reach that realm. Mentioning those who did, he believed they were probably surprised by the sudden spike in progress. He told them not to be shocked, as this was the power of the gods course, after all. Simply put, they were finally getting what he was trying to teach, hence the progress. But he warned them not to think this meant they were done with the course. Quite the opposite. He declared the power of the gods is the source of all power, and to tap into that infinite energy, they needed a sturdy vessel. So if they hadn't trained to their absolute limit, they wouldn't be able to handle it. That's why he emphasized muscles in this course, to help turn their bodies into vessels capable of holding a god's power. In short, Seojin figured he could tap into god-tier power, but his body couldn't tank it yet. Now that his progress had jumped, he could finish his daily workout faster and had more free time. So, he planned to take another course since he had the cash now, or consider buying an elixir. That would restore his mana, so he'd have enough to summon Gungir. He figured he could literally be a one-man army. The Transcendent market was flooded with mana-restoring items like Void Milk, Peach of Immortality, elixirs, and nectar. Ultimately, Seojin dropped the idea of buying a weapon and thought taking a course was better, since he wasn't at a level to fully absorb an elixir yet. Although he'd started Merlin's course, it was more about magic theory than actual spells. If he wanted to make the most of an elixir, it was time to learn about magic formations. He figured he might as well do it now, since he had to learn it anyway. So he texted his master, asking for suggestions on any magic formation courses. Knowing his master usually took a week to reply, he decided to wait, but surprisingly, he replied instantly, stating there are two types of magic courses, internal arts and magic formations. If Kim wanted to develop control and stability, he should take internal arts. If he wanted efficiency and power, he should take magic formations. For internal arts, Master suggested Zhang Sanfeng or Lu Dongbin. For magic formations, he suggested Arthur or Siegfried. Kim realized everything changed depending on whether he chose control or efficiency. He decided to check the prices, certain he could afford something. Then we see Seoyun coldly asking the guy if he needed money again. And does he want her to look into upcoming competitions? Seojin was totally defeated and agreed. And that's when the B-rank hunter lost her cool. She chewed him out, asking where he spent all his money since it's always money with him. She wondered if he was some kind of money-grubbing goblin and was curious where it all went. The poor guy sighed, recalling that each course cost 10 billion won, but he was always 500 million won short no matter what. He admitted he didn't exactly want to live like this either. Right then, Seoyun informed him about an upcoming competition. What's more, the winner would pocket 3 billion won. Kim was on cloud 9, but the joy was short-lived when he found out it was a team competition. Disappointment was written all over Kim's face. He believed he was born to grind for cash. Each academy must have 3 students. And the problem was that Dream Academy currently only had 2, Kim Seojin and Min-hyan Lee. Min-hyan could hold his own, but because they needed 3 students, they couldn't enter. He hopefully asked Seoyun if anyone wanted to join the academy, but one look at her face told the story. Seojin knew damn well that even if he tried to recruit someone, nobody would believe in them. He racked his brain to find someone reliable to compete with who wasn't already registered with another hunter academy. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a single soul who'd join, but then Manchion's daughter, Su Ryan, popped into his head. But Seoyun asked in a panic if Kim wanted her to join. Just as he was about to call, Seoyun stopped him and said his daughter had decided to study under the Demon Star. She admitted she really wanted to take her in, but the reality was Su Ryan didn't need any academy, while Min-hyan wondered who this newbie was. He promised the coach that Su Ryan wouldn't just participate in this one competition. The scene then shifted to the Demon Star's residence. He went there to meet Ma Jin and still couldn't believe making a call. To set up a meeting with him was that easy. A moment later, Mr. Ma stepped out with a cane. He wondered if the old man was okay upon seeing him. The Demon Star asked sarcastically if Kim missed him already since it had only been a few days. He thanked him for meeting again so soon and asked how Su Ryan was doing. The old man proudly revealed he'd already taught her elemental magic, even though he was quite busy, muttering about how determined she was to learn. Hearing that, Kim was floored because she'd only just started 2 days ago. The reason he was shocked was that at the Hunter Academy, Magic 101 covers basic usage within magic formations, and just basic usage alone takes at least 2 to 3 weeks. Even the old man admitted he was shook and nearly fell over when he saw Su Ryan figure out how to use magic in less than a day. While Seojin stood there jaw-dropped, Mr. Ma bragged that even Jimin took a full day to grasp elemental magic. He wondered where Su Ryan had been hiding all this time and never thought teaching her would be this much fun. Meanwhile, our guy looked completely speechless. Finally, the Demon Star asked why he was here. Kim panicked, not knowing how to break the ice. He mentioned to Ma Jin that the Dark Star had a disciple named Min-hyan, and he was a student at Seo Yoon's academy. The old man found it hard to believe, so Seo Jin revealed that the Dark Star was avoiding contact with his disciple to prevent the Truth Society from using vision on him. Seo Jin also warned the Demon Star that the Truth Society had used vision on him, making Su Ryan a target as well. Furthermore, it wasn't just her. It was uncertain when the Truth Society would target the old man again. Therefore, he implied that since they couldn't use vision on him, they could use that to make it harder for the Truth Society to target them. Old Man Ma sighed and concluded that Kim wanted Su Ryan to join the same academy so they could act together. Seo Jin nodded and said his time teaching Su Ryan would be cut short, but for the safety of the Demon Star and Su Ryan, they had to consider it. The old man thought it over. While Kim viewed Su Ryan like a little sister, plus he was already planning on asking her to join the academy. A moment later, the Demon Star replied that if the Dark Star had done that, there was no need to rush his schedule, and thus he agreed with Seo Jin's idea. The old man felt bad about not keeping Su Ryan all to himself, but he also thought training outside and experiencing things would be good for her. Later, at the Hunter Academy, everyone gave Su Ryan a warm welcome. Min-hyan was a bit eccentric and was introduced as the Dark Star's disciple. Just as that idiot was about to finish his sentence, Seo Jin covered Lee's mouth and told Su Ryan himself that this big-eyed kid was the Dark Star's disciple. Poor Min-hyan wondered why he wasn't allowed to speak, while he teased that it was fine if he did the talking. Then he introduced Su Ryan Sook as the Demon Star's disciple and warned him sternly not to get any ideas just because she was pretty, since she was still a high schooler. Poor Su Ryan turned beet red with embarrassment and told Kim to stop treating her like a kid because she was about to graduate. Anyway, they got down to business since all three would be entering competition. Min-hyan seemed as hyped as ever, and while Su Ryan worried if she was good enough, he reassured her they still had time to train before the competition. Plus, he and Lee would carry the heavy load for her. Lee nodded and told Su Ryan that Seo Jin was the real deal and he wasn't even sure if they were really needed. Before heading in, Seo Jin reminded them they needed a team name, and strangely enough, everyone started staring at him. It seemed like they all wanted Seo Jin to name the team since he was the captain. He felt a bit overwhelmed because he only wanted a team, but he glanced at the academy and decided on a name. Dream Team. And surprisingly, Min-hyan and Su Ryan absolutely loved it. Seo Yoon liked how it rhymed with the academy's name. The four of them became each other's source of motivation, and their goal was to win the competition. This moment for the unknown Dream Team was the birth of what would later be known as the world-famous Dream Team. Later, we learned that the raid battle is a competition organized by private organizations instead of the government or the Hunter Association. Simply put, they are organized by major guilds, and the reason big guilds drop so much cash on these competitions is simple: for early recruitment or to headhunt top-tier students. Even though some pro hunters operate solo, the majority join guilds and work in teams. Therefore, in the competition, they aren't just looking for strong individuals, but also seeing how they work as a group. That's when they can spot who truly has potential and recruit talent while they are still students. That is the purpose behind the raid battles. With this in mind, major guilds lobbied the government and the Hunter Association, and as the money grew, many TV stations and other organizations flocked in, and thus the modern raid battle was born. For this reason, participation is limited to first and second-tier Hunter academies. In short, with all that money, the raid battle became a competition for the elite. In the current scene, some hunters are gossiping about a guy named Siwoo Young and his teammates, Eun-young Park and Min-jun. They couldn't believe the top 3 students from Ryuhyun Academy were participating in the raid battle. It sounds like this is going to be a fierce fight. Hunters started panicking, speculating that since Ryuhyun raised the stakes, Academy L and Hanger Mill would surely bring their best students too. People even predicted that Hanger Mill might field Hyen Lee. Not to mention, she is rumored to be the most talented student in pro hunter history. They believe it was time for Hyen to show up. Although there are rumors she is a disciple of one of the 5 great heroes, some find it ridiculous because there's no way a disciple would participate in a raid battle. Meanwhile, ironically, the Dream Team entered the competition. Min-hyan and Su Ryan Sook, the disciples of the Dark Star and Demon Star, overheard some BS from those guys, saying people of that status don't take regular students as disciples. According to them, plenty of S-rank hunters are waiting for a spot. Min-hyan got pissed and blurted out that their captain was just as famous. Seo Jin looked confused because even he didn't know he was famous. And so, the first round of the raid battle began. and each team had to defeat the 7-star monster, Arachne. Do-hyun Lee, a B-rank hunter from the Ares Guild, was extremely disappointed to see so many teams fail in the very first round. His teammate guessed the dungeon they set up was too high-level and mentioned the research published by Jimin Jang. That research was about mutations, and it had been integrated into the magic research dungeon. Do-hyun realized this must be why most student teams failed, but he was terrified thinking about the guild master, who asked him to recruit many rookies, but it looked like he was going to give them a total earful. While the guy decided to focus on the winning teams, the Ryuhyun Academy team passed the first round while others were waiting for Team L and Hanger Mill. Another team suddenly stepped out, and it was Dream Academy. What caught everyone's attention was that while Ryuhyun finished the round in 30 minutes, the Dream team left everyone jaw-dropped by clearing it in just 9 minutes. Do-hyun Lee and his recruiting partner couldn't believe it and tried to tell the staff there was a display error with the time, while Do-hyun found it impossible for that team to finish in under 10 minutes. The staff member admitted there was a display error and let them know the timer malfunctioned. The time was actually 30 seconds slow. The recruiters were speechless while Seojin and his teammates stepped out of the dungeon. Afterward, we learned that in the dungeon, their mission was to fight the 7-star monster Arachne. Our buddy felt weird about the monster's name because Arachne was actually the sewing skill instructor at the Transcendent Academy. Giant spiders surrounded them while Kim saved Gungir for later. But he still had the Longina spear to kick their butts. He saw the spider's silk, which was famous for being durable and elastic, then figured that against his spear, there were nothing more than cheap threads. Suddenly, the spiders stopped in a daze when they saw Min-hyan lunge at them. So Kim and Lee started slaughtering the spiders, as if it were their daily job, and Sue Ryan was completely amazed watching the two of them. It was like the monsters were dropping, without them breaking a single sweat. She decided she wouldn't just stand there watching them fight. Instead, she'd use everything she learned to help the team out a bit. She unleashed her elemental magic and blew. Tentacles sprouted from the magic circle, strangling the spiders to death. Back to the present, Min-hyan was obsessed with his captain's skills and asked Seojin how he learned all those moves. Our buddy felt embarrassed by the remark from Lee, who was wondering just how much stronger the captain could get. Seojin then asked Min-hyan where all his weapons went. He replied that he ditched them because his master, the Dark Star, said not to use too many weapons, but he kept his bow and daggers. As Sue Ryan was about to say something, Seojin recalled that Min-hyan didn't use any arrows at all and only used his daggers. Min-hyan then revealed he was trying to protect Sue Ryan. If he used his bow, he'd be fighting from a distance, leaving her to fend for herself. Meanwhile, Sue Ryan called out to them, and that's when they noticed all the teams staring at them. They were discussing the Dream Team's unbelievable clear time, and people started recognizing Seojin and Min-hyan, the guys who took the Hanger Mill mock exam. Suddenly, tensions flared as Seojin glanced toward the Ryuhyun Academy team, where Captain Siwoo's eyes were burning with rage. Staring at the back of Kim's head, Siwoo then turned and walked away, while Min-hyan kept bragging about how cool their captain was, which got on our buddy's nerves. Even Sue Ryan was cringing at them now. The noise died down when the Hanger Mill Academy team finished the round in 30 minutes, claiming they were the best, and that's what real elites look like. But reality hit hard when they were pathetically ignored because nobody gave a damn about them, and the student from Academy L suffered the same fate. Then round 2 of the raid battle began, and this time they needed to collect 10 mana crystals within the time limit. The Dream Team cleared round 2 in 4 minutes and advanced to round 3. That was to eliminate the artificial monster, Link Bell. Round 3 was finished in 19 seconds. They moved on to round 4, protecting the mana crystal. In this round, Min-hyan ran out of arrows, while they fought against the stubborn tree branches. Lee decided to stay on defense, while telling Seojin to take out as many enemies as possible. Our buddy dashed out to handle the enemies, and he figured that since these monsters respawned, they couldn't be wiped out completely. Just as Seojin hacked down as many ants as he could, he saw a glowing orb in midair, looking like a full moon. He couldn't see it with his eyes, but he could definitely sense it through the Kirin's magic. Sensing a massive source of mana, Seojin assumed this orb might be the core of the entire dungeon or the thing respawning the monsters. Our buddy slashed the monster behind him and summoned Gungir to see if his assumption was right. He aimed Gungir straight at the core, but surprisingly, the weapon went right through it. This led him to deduce that there was no core after all. Our buddy panicked and wondered if he was wrong about something being there in the first place. While our buddy insisted he had felt something, he thought of the Longina spear and its unknown powers. He believed this spear might have an impressive power like Gungir, but he just hadn't found it yet. With a smirk, Seojin decided to find out right now, and he lunged, jumping toward the core to thrust the spear. The scene then shifted to the Ryuhyun team, who were struggling against the giant tree monsters. Siwoo ordered Min-jun to take the lead, and finally, they finished the round in 44 minutes. While the members were happy with the result, Siwoo reflected that they made the right calls and no mistakes. Since Hanger Mill and L only lasted 20 minutes, they lasted twice as long. So from his perspective, they did the best they could. The Dream Team had also finished earlier. Jin and Min-yu said ominously that they wouldn't even try to guess the captain's strength anymore. The Ryuhyun team looked at Seo-jin's team because they entered at the same time but came out first. Just then, they were distracted by a loud noise. And when they looked up at the scoreboard, their eyes nearly popped out. Even the crowd went wild witnessing the Dream Team's score, which was literally off the charts. It was something so ridiculous it was hard to believe. They figured that team had somehow reached the dungeon's core. The recruiters in the crowd were losing their minds. Do-hyun Lee stared at the scoreboard in shock, recalling that the Hanger Mill exam was only a month ago. He wondered how Seo-jin had become so powerful in such a short time. Lee figured their whole world was about to flip, so they had to recruit the Dream Team at all costs. Meanwhile, recruiters started calling their guild masters like crazy. The scene then shifted to Kim Seo-jin, who was on cloud 9 after discovering the power of the Longinus Spear. He had assumed the spear was immune to magic shields, but Gungir could do that too. He guessed the spear had something else going for it, as in the dungeon, Gungir just passed through the core. But the Longinus Spear actually detected and destroyed it. Kim wondered if the spear affected existence itself, and figured he'd have to compare them again later. In the meantime, Min-hyan was retelling the story of the Int dungeon to Soo-ryan. Suddenly, someone called out to Seo-jin's team and suspiciously asked what kind of stunt they pulled. It turned out to be an angry Siwoo Young accusing them, while his teammates looked shocked. Our buddy realized Siwoo must be acting on his own and asked what was up. Siwoo asked Kim if this was how he planned to play it, which pissed Min-hyan off. Kim figured Young was accusing him of cheating. Deep down, Siwoo admitted Seo-jin was a force to be reckoned with given his Hanger Mill performance, but he believed what Seo-jin did in round 4 was impossible, making him wonder if it was actually Hye-in Lee. Siwoo brushed the thought aside and walked off without a word. Min-hyun scolded him for the accusation, while Young reflected that he might not be thinking straight. He thought it was stupid to compare Hye-in and Seo-jin since she was on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Min-hyun kept mumbling until Soo-ryan told him to zip it because round 5 was starting. Soo-ryan was sure they'd win, and our guy agreed since they'd been first every round, though he felt let down because it was too easy. Someone called the Dream Team over. A guy approached and offered an invitation. The organizer rep declared that if they accepted, the entire 6.5 billion prize pool would be theirs. The team was floored, but the guy explained there was a catch. As known, there'd be a 9-star monster in round 5. They were artificially created with magic, so they weren't exactly a 9-star threat, but they'd be strong enough that no student could hope to win. The guy revealed the point of round 5 wasn't to see if they could kill the boss, but how they handled such a formidable foe and how smart their solution was. All of that would count toward the final score. While Min-hyun and Soo-ryan Suk nodded, the guy emphasized that if they somehow beat the boss, they'd get a perfect score, though no team in raid battle history had ever done it. So the condition was to beat the boss, and if the Dream Team failed, they'd have to forfeit the prize money. It was all or nothing. Our guy asked what would happen if they refused. The staffer replied there'd be no penalty since it was just a proposal. They could just play round 5 and take first place. The staffer even shrugged and revealed these proposals didn't come from the organizers themselves. This made our guys suspect the big 3 academies were behind it. It made sense since they'd been kicked off the top of the leaderboard, and seeing how Siwoo reacted, they clearly thought the Dream Team was cheating. Seo-jin was convinced this proposal was meant to trip them up and save face for the big 3. While our buddy was thinking it over, Min-hyun and Soo-ryan told him to do whatever he wanted. The staffer informed Seo-jin that the organizers hoped their team would accept. He cleared his throat and made it clear that the winner of the match was already obvious, meaning them. Our guys sank into thought, weighing the risks because if they won, they'd bag 6.5 billion won, but if they lost, they'd lose the 3 billion prize they already secured. Our hero made a shocking counteroffer, suggesting they bump the prize to an even 10 billion. Seo-jin didn't even flinch while Min-hyun and Soo-ryan's jaws hit the floor. As the staffer gasped, our guy bluntly said the current proposal wasn't worth the risk, since they'd earned 3 billion for doing nothing. Seo-jin calculated he needed 500 million urgently, but the money would be split 3 ways. He'd only have about 1.5 billion left, not enough to keep up with the rising karma rates. But with a sly grin, Kim raised the stakes to 10 billion so he could cover the magic course and the elixir. That was definitely worth the gamble. The guy took the offer looking traumatized, probably regretting his life choices. Soon, rumors of the Dream Team's proposal spread faster than light. Everyone realized they knew exactly what was up and thought they didn't just have good battle instincts. Do-hyun Lee's partner wondered if the dream team could pull it off, but Lee thought it was possible. The bald recruiter was shocked because he'd never seen Do-hyun this optimistic, and asked what kind of monster they'd created this time. He thought it might be a revenant, a 9-star undead. The bald guy asked Lee's opinion on the final boss, but he stood firm, believing the dream team could do it. Just as the bald guy thought it looked like too much, the dream team entered the dungeon. Inside, facing a 9-star monster, Min-hyan asked the captain if he was being too greedy and if Seo-jin was always this crazy. Soo-ryan agreed that Seo-jin was always obsessed with money, but never to this extent. Our guy told them to stop being so dramatic. He reminded them that 10 billion was right in front of them, so they needed to grind. As they went deeper with high spirits, the atmosphere became creepy and ominous. Suddenly, all three witnessed something unexpected and terrifying. On the flip side, the crowd watching the whole thing went wild when they saw Draugr, a monster that was at least 10-star or even worse. Panicking, Do-hyun Lee dropped his teacup because that monster would kill them. More ironically, Draugrs are creatures capable of mental interference and were actually banned. Do-hyun thought this had to be a mistake and ran as fast as he could. A 10-star monster itself wasn't the biggest issue. Lee was stressed because no student had ever died from physical trauma from an artificial monster. However, he recalled the only case where someone was killed by one was when it attacked the mind. So even if the attack was an illusion, the mental damage was real, and the current situation was no different. Not to mention this Draugr was a 10-star psychic monster, so there was no way a student could handle it. Inside the dungeon, Min-hyan and Soo-ryan could hardly stand the pressure weighing on their minds. Our guy, also paralyzed, thought that at this rate, their team would be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Do-hyun Lee burst into the control room and screamed for the operators to do something. They justified themselves saying they'd already sent people, but no one could get inside the dungeon. Do-hyun told them to destroy the magic core and cut the mana supply, but the staff hesitated, stingy about the money they'd poured into it. Lee shook with rage and called them greedy bastard for letting kids die over a few billion. Lee was truly livid, wondering what kind of BS research Jimin-jang was doing. Right after, they noticed something on the screen. A freaky ghost appeared in the dungeon. While Soo-ryan and Min-hyan collapsed to the ground, our guy seemed perfectly fine and wondered what was going on. Seo-jin was confused why a Draugr was there. It seemed to try to mind attack them, and it worked on Soo-ryan and Min-hyan. Somehow it didn't work on our guy as he tried to shake them awake. Kim lunged at the Draugr while it used his subconscious thoughts against him, whispering doubts and anxieties into his ear. Seo-jin heard Siddhartha's words reminding him not to bind himself. He told him that chance becomes fate, and fate becomes destiny, while rot is just a string of missed chances. As our awakened one lunged at the monster, Siddhartha's course progress skyrocketed. The Draugr kept using his thoughts, whispering that he hadn't changed and hadn't achieved anything on his own. This hit Kim, and he stopped dead in his tracks as he remembered that the desperate talk about the past, the uncertain talk about the future, but the peaceful can talk about the present. He remembered Siddhartha's example of an over-ambitious painter who kept adding colors until the canvas turned black. Thus, he believed they had to clear the clutter in their minds. If the mind was a mess, he advised looking at what's around them and becoming like the mountains, rivers, and earth, for they are children of the same universe and deserve a place among all things. Even without feeling it, Seo-jin closed the gap with the monster while it kept playing mind games, saying he didn't deserve peace or anything. Siddhartha reminded him that people aren't defined by the great moments others remember. We learn to exist by accepting every moment of life. The greatness people remember is simply a hand-me-down from everything they've received. If they don't accept those moments in life, he believed they'd have nothing to give. If they hold nothing inside, there's nothing to share. Every breath they take and every moment in between makes them who they are and brings strength in times of need. Kim's eyes flashed as he lunged at the Draugr. He felt like every nerve was short-circuiting, but the seeds of doubt and anxiety in his mind were vanishing. He was certain nothing could shake his faith. That was it, the immovable mind. Siddhartha's course progress soared while Kim used mental strength to pierce the Longinus spear through the Draugr, thanking him for the lesson. The aftershock caused all the screens to cut out. Everyone was stunned, while the association president couldn't believe it, wondering how the hell Kim could defeat a Draugr, a 10-star psychic monster. No recruiter here could withstand its psychic attack, and physical hits were useless since a Draugr has no form. In the past, it took psychic techniques to clear 8 Draugr dungeons, but our awakened guy handled it in one hit. The president suddenly realized and laughed out loud, declaring he didn't think their guild could handle him. Meanwhile, in the competition waiting room, all the contestants were in disbelief, including Si Woo-young. He knew a 10-star monster, even an artificial one, usually only reached 8 or 9 stars, and at most only A-rank hunters could handle them. Beyond that, they had to be S rank. He considered that maybe Hyen Lee could do it, but he soon realized nobody else in the world could. On the other hand, Co Jin's body was shaking, but he was glad he didn't pass out like when he met Riyadh. He guessed it was thanks to Siddhartha's course progress. He only reached 17.5 in the initial 90 free days, but now it was up to 31.7. He had made huge progress in a short time and admitted the Draugr was the best teacher. Right then, Min-hyan and Ryan woke up, wondering where they were when they saw their captain exhausted. They were totally shocked to realize he'd soloed the Draugr. They helped Co Jin out. As soon as they left the dungeon, they saw tons of guild managers waiting, offering them invites. They swarmed the dream team until a competition supervisor rushed in, barking at the crowd to back off. He reminded them the dream team just took a mental hit and needed an immediate checkup. Brushing them aside, he led them through the crowd while they still tried to pitch offers. At the hospital, Seo Yoon ran in worriedly, asking if everyone was okay. Kim reassured her they were fine. The other two were just sleeping and said the doctor checked and cleared them for discharge. Seo Yoon asked about him, and he said he was fine, just a bit tired. She sighed in relief. It seemed she was really scared he'd actually gotten hurt this time. This B-rank hunter knew well that Co Jin might not have taken the pro hunter exam yet, but he was clearly no longer a student. It was only a few months until that time. Seo Yoon knew this day would come. She had achieved what she needed, and it should end here. She thought she should be happy for him, but it didn't seem so. She wondered why she felt this way. He asked her what was wrong, and she assured him it was nothing. Just then, the association president walked in, leaving both of them baffled as to why he was here. The president confessed he heard about the accident and was worried. He asked if he came all this way for the Draugr, but he just stared at him, remembering he'd held the blue dragon sword, the precious weapon the Sword Star never let anyone touch. When the report on the Draugr came in, he thought there was a high chance Co Jin was dead, but he'd soloed it, and now the president understood why the Sword Star valued this boy. On the flip side, we see the Sword Star getting goosebumps seeing him with his granddaughter, whom he believed he also cherished. The president was glad he came in person. Seo Yoon wondered if Kim knew the president, and he hesitantly revealed he'd lent him the blue dragon sword. The president asked how he was. He said he was fine, but was curious what the hell actually happened, wondering where the Draugr came from and why it wasn't a revenant. It turned out the dungeon's magic core overloaded because Jimin Zhang's mutation research was applied to this competition for the first time. That made him reflect on whether anomalies were created in a similar way by overloading magic cores for mutation research, and assuming anomalies could be man-made, he wondered if that was what caused the great catastrophe. The president bowed in apology, declaring he'd never let this happen again, and said words weren't enough. He asked the boy, who thought an apology from the president was enough, if he wanted anything or if there was anything he could do. Co Jin knew exactly what was coming next. He held up 3 fingers, signaling he wanted 3 billion won, and though the president thought that was reasonable, he still double-checked that he only cared about money. That's when he blurted out it was 3 billion for each person, which made the president freeze. After logging the info, he finally agreed. The battle of a lifetime was over, and the result was a performance of skill that far exceeded the elites of the Big Three. The dramatic victory over the 9-star Draugr caused by the core overload sent shockwaves through everyone. From guilds to the public, everyone was scrambling to learn more about the Dream Team, Dream Academy, and Kim Co Jin. Guilds were ready to do anything to recruit the Dream Team, offering whatever they had, while the people at the center of attention were busy divvying up and arguing over the prize money. After some convincing, Ryan was ready to accept 3 billion, and so was Min-hyan. She protested because she felt he and Lee did everything in the fight while she was just there for the numbers, so she felt awkward taking this much. Min-hyan also added he didn't do much while Co Jin soloed the final round. Without him, they'd be dead. Co Jin saw them as little angels and hugged them, not caring at all about what was happening outside. Later, Kim calculated. The original first prize was 3 billion, plus winning the proposal brought the second, third, and fourth prizes, which were 3.5 billion, plus another 3.5 billion from the organizers and guilds, and finally the 9 billion promised by the president. That was 9 billion minus 3 billion each for Ryan and Min-hyan. With his original 9.5 billion, he now had a total of 22.5 billion won. The guy was ecstatic because now he only needed 4.5 billion more for the Monkey King's course fee. He peeked into Seo Yoon's office to ask if Dream Academy had hit rank 1 yet. Seo Yoon said they were rank 1, wondering why he asked. He realized that meant they could go to 6-star dungeons, but the B-rank hunter informed him that was only possible if they had an A-rank hunter registered. Seo Jin realized since she was only B-rank, they couldn't join those raids. Seo Jin quickly apologized and reassured her that thanks to her, they were able to join the recent raid, telling her not to sweat it. He walked out feeling bad for asking and weighed his options. If he couldn't hit 6-star dungeons, there was no way to make big money. Kim wondered if he should wait and save the 4.5 billion he was missing even if it took time, or sign up for magic courses now. He decided to ask the mentor. He texted him, and right then, the mentor popped out his phone, scaring the crap out of him. He clutched his chest while the mentor looked confused as to why he was so surprised. Kim wondered if he had to appear like that, and he thought it was more fun. Anyway, the little assistant asked why he reached out, and it turned out he wasn't sure what to study next. The mentor thought it over and wondered if he was ready, and when Co Jean asked what he meant, he revealed that if he got a karma discount, he could take both courses. It seemed the karma discount was a discount on his karma points, a special offer that allowed him a reduction in the karma calculations assigned. The guy couldn't believe it when he found out the Transcendent Academy had been having sales all this time. The mentor said these discounts were rare, and it turned out he could get up to a 100 discount. Kim was hyped knowing he could take the Monkey King's 27 billion course for free and decided to get the discount right away. But the little guy flicked his forehead, making it clear they don't just hand out discounts. Co Jean was confused about how to get it and was told the Transcendent Academy was having a special promotion right now. It was a top student promo. He guessed it was like a scholarship for gifted students, and the mentor said it was based on student scores in the mock exam. Hearing that, all his energy drained when he realized the discount was based on the Transcendent mock exam, like the one he failed miserably last time. Even though he'd learned footwork from Zhang Sanfeng and divine strength from Heracles since then, as well as making huge progress in the Buddha's immovable mind technique, he was sure his score would be higher this time. However, he groaned, admitting there was no way he'd score high enough to make the top student list. Seeing him mope, the mentor further explained that top students aren't judged by how high the score is, but by the level of progress. It seems students were evaluated on how much their score improved compared to the previous mock exam. The discount was calculated as a percentage of progress. Therefore, if the score was 50 higher than before, they'd get a 50 discount. This meant it didn't matter if the score was high or low as long as he improved from the last exam. That was the standard. Co Jean understood he just had to be better than before, and the mentor thought that was doable with his current level, advising him to give a shot. He calculated he needed another 14.5 points to hit 50, while 17.5 points would be 60. No way he was passing up this chance, and he firmly declared he'd join. Kim prepared some gold bars as the mentor set up the mock exam for him. Thanks to last time, he knew Fafner was a sucker for gold and found the sample questions helpful. The karma for registration was calculated and cost 1 billion. Co Jean realized he had to pay this time since only the first mock exam was free. Thinking it over, he calculated that if he did this, he'd have 21.5 billion won left. He needed at least a 60 discount to take both courses for 10.8 billion, and if he wanted to buy the 2 billion elixir, he needed at least 70. In short, he just needed to improve each subject by 3 points. So he signed up, and the first subject was combat capability with 15 questions ahead. Our guy waited for Fafner the Destroyer with a gold bar ready. The monster appeared. Co Jean threw the gold bar at it and lunged to attack while it was distracted by the gold. However, he saw a Hydra in front of him when it should have been Fafner. He refused to admit it was a Hydra and figured Fafner must have gotten fat and grown 9 more heads. But then he glanced at his phone and saw the prompt was to defeat the 9-headed Hydra within the 30-minute time limit. Kim snapped out of it, and the mentor cheered as he yelled that he hadn't said the prompt would change. The mentor thought it was obvious the prompt would change, otherwise everyone would just memorize the answers, and wondered if that was why Co Jean brought the gold bars. Our guy complained that he should have said something, just as the Hydra aimed an attack at him. Luckily he dodged and decided not to be greedy since he only needed exactly 3 more points. Using the Stairway to Heaven and Nothingness techniques, he dodged its attacks pretty smoothly, and the mentor was happy to see that footwork, amazed since he'd only introduced the course a little while ago. So far, all Kim could do was dodge, and as he tried to avoid the Hydra's fire, he got singed a bit. But the pain it caused was way beyond what he could imagine. His body ached intensely, a cry of pain escaping his lips, making him wonder what the hell was happening. The pain was so unbearable for Co Jean that he'd rather die. And so, he failed level 1. The kid lay on the floor, crying his eyes out as the mentor revealed that the Hydra possessed one of the strongest types of magic poison. He said it must have hurt, but Co Jean corrected him that it was beyond just pain. And now that he thought about it, when Chiron was hit by the Hydra's poison, the pain was so terrible he begged for death, saying he didn't need immortality anymore. Kim muttered that dying would be better, and looking at the progress of Jong Sung's group, he guessed he was still a rookie. If that was enough to advance, he believed if he kept this up, he could get the karma discount and rack up training progress at the same time. Deciding to try one more time, his fingers froze as he thought he couldn't give up now. The mentor made it clear he could rest if he wanted, but doubted he'd hit his target score yet. Co Jean sniffled and tried a second time. Since this was combat capability, he'd eventually have to damage the Hydra to hope for a decent score. So since it came to that, he pulled out Gungir and used Sword Aura. The result was cutting off one neck, and Kim believed if he handled them one by one, he'd have a chance. However, the Hydra's neck grew back immediately, leaving our guy totally speechless. Another level 1 failure. He gasped, wondering how the hell to deal with that thing. He realized he was screwed because last time he got 4.2 points by stabbing Fafnir. Our buddy didn't know how the scoring worked, but guessed that if they just measured strike force, the standard could be anything. Seeing him slump, the mentor reminded him of the beginner guides. Just as CO Jean saw a ray of hope, the little guy threw cold water on him, saying that using the beginner guide would result in a deduction from the final score. However, he believed if the beginner guide helped him score high, it would make up for the deduction. Our awakened one sniffled and cried again, then tried again, and again, and again. The mentor cheered him on while he cried, and said he hated him. The final effort failed, and Subject 1, combat capability, was finished. The score was calculated to be 8.8 points, 4.6 points higher than last time. Kim was beyond happy, while the mentor found it amazing, remarking that every time they met, he was like a different person. He wondered if he had learned the footwork and divine strength techniques, and praised that his progress speed was the fastest he'd ever seen in a student. CO Jean was feeling good until the mentor remarked that he was still the lowest skilled person he'd ever seen. He told him he didn't need to say that last part, and the little guy admitted it was the truth, too true. Our guy wondered what kind of backhanded compliment that was. Anyway, he believed he could do it and decided to keep pushing. A few days later, we see him lying flat on the ground, failing miserably, admitting he couldn't do it. 9 days ago, CO Jean moved to Subject 2, physical fitness. At level 1, he had to take the place of Atlas's avatar and carry the sky for the 1-hour time limit. Atlas told him to hold it until he came back with an apple, while our buddy had to carry a massive boulder. His body shook as he tried to stop Atlas and declare time was up. Seeing it was impossible, Kim's words were cut off as he was crushed under the rock. His physical fitness score was 5.9 points, 2.2 points higher than last time. 6 days ago, CO Jean tried Subject 3, adaptability. At level 1, he had to win a staring contest with Argus's avatar. Argus revealed he'd only closed his first eye and opened his second, while our guy's eyes were wide open and watering, curious how many eyes he had. Turns out he had 100 eyes, and so Kim failed the test. His adaptability score was 4.2, 1.9 points higher than last time. 3 days ago, our Awakened 1 moved to Subject 4, magic skill. At level 1, he had to endure Ashley's mana drain for the 10-minute time limit. Ashley drained all his mana, and it seemed he ran out almost instantly. Our buddy confessed he hadn't taken many magic courses. His magic skill score was 1.6, 0.4 points better than last time. And now CO Jean realized he was in trouble because he'd only improved by 9.1 points, still 1.2 points short of the 10.3 target. He asked the mentor to be sure. If the score didn't improve by at least 50, would he get no discount at all? The little guy let him know it had to be. Over 50 or no discount. Kim realized he was really toast and was about to lose $1 billion. The mentor suggested he start today's test. Subject 5, mental strength. At level 1, he had to listen to Ashley's Requiem for 30 minutes. Ashley hoped he wouldn't be a letdown like last time, and COG knew he had earned points here. So he told himself to stay calm. It seemed he luckily passed level 1 like last time. That was why he focused on the level 2 reward. At level 2, he had to escape the control of the demon Geo within 1 hour. The demon called our guy his puppet while he picked his ear, wondering what he was rambling about. So he passed level 2 and moved to level 3. He had to resist Aphrodite's temptation. Aphrodite tried to seduce him with revealing clothes, but Kim just asked if she was cold. So he passed level 3. Meanwhile, the mentor was totally shocked seeing what was happening. At level 4, CO Jean had to endure the screams of Infinite Hell for the 30-minute time limit. Infinite Hell screamed that everything was his fault, and our guy just asked, "Do you even know me?" Finally, level 4 was passed, and at level 5, he had to resist the pleasures offered by the avatar of Demon King Mephistopheles for 1 hour. Kim was welcomed to the parade of the 7 lusts. First was lust, the hell of desire, a paradise where no craving is denied. He passed the lust trial, and next was greed, the hell of avarice, where everything could be his, a paradise with no lack. Successfully controlling himself, he moved to gluttony, the hell of overeating, where no matter how much you eat, the food never runs out, a paradise of infinite abundance. Next was sloth, the hell of laziness, where angels were the brightest smiles, a paradise of rest and endless lounging. Passing that, CO Jean moved to wrath, the hell of rage, where he could torture his enemies forever, a paradise liberated for those seeking revenge. Passing that trial, he came to envy, the hell of jealousy, where everything he was ever denied would be his forever, a paradise where every dream comes true. Our awakened one held firm impressively so far and decided to push a bit more. But when the final lust appeared, pride, it knocked him down, making him fail level 5 and admitting the last one was way harder than the others. Seojin tried again and again and again, and when he was sure he'd win, he failed again. So subject 5 was finished, and finally, he couldn't resist the pleasures of the pride hell. The mentor was shocked, not understanding how the hell he crawled to level 5, while the kid realized his immovable mind had truly improved. The little assistant boredly wondered how much he could improve in that time. When Kim revealed it was now 31.7, he was totally speechless, seeing it was impossible. He remembered it was 15.5 last time, and refused to believe what Seojin said was true. Grabbing the phone from his hand, the mentor decided to see for himself. Witnessing it was true, he was stunned, not getting how he did it. He glanced at Heracles' course progress, which was at 53.7, and didn't understand what was going on anymore. Our guy believed he just got a bit lucky, while his master was having a mental breakdown. He could accept the other courses, but Siddhartha's course progress was unbelievable because even other Transcendent students found it hard to hit that level. Right then, Seojin's mental strength score was calculated at 22.8, exactly 13 points higher than last time. And a few days later, his final score totaled 52.2 points. The guy was overjoyed realizing he'd done it. He'd surpassed the 70 target and reached 80, and now he received an 80 discount coupon. This meant he could finally join the Monkey King's course he'd wanted for so long. Seojin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing immovable mind had saved him from a total loss. The master was still reeling when he called and asked how many points were needed to pass the exam. The little instructor revealed that at least 60 points were needed in each subject. Therefore, even if the total score was high enough, if any subject was under 60 points, he'd still fail. Although the passing total changed from time to time, usually they had to hit 90 points to transcend. So the total usually had to be over 63 points. Glancing at his 52.2 score, Kim saw he was still far off. However, he still looked for the Monkey King's course while the master wondered if he was signing up.